Crystal McDowell's life was marked by hardship and heartbreak from the very beginning. Her struggles began at birth when her parents named her after the drug crystal meth, setting the tone for a difficult and chaotic childhood. Both of her parents, addicts themselves, contracted AIDS through substance abuse and passed away within 6 months of each other when Crystal was only 11 years old. This devastating loss left her completely alone, thrust into a world where she had to navigate life on her own. Despite her tender age, she was left to fend for herself, grappling with an unimaginable tragedy no child should have to endure. But fate had even more painful trials in store for Crystal. During her teenage years, she was abducted by a man and held captive in a chicken coop, subjected to horrific abuse for several days. Yet, in the face of unimaginable cruelty, Crystal's will to survive burned bright. With incredible strength and resilience, she managed to escape her captor, running toward a future that was uncertain but hers to claim. She eventually found solace with her aunt and uncle in Baytown, Texas. And though she had endured unimaginable suffering, Crystal refused to let her traumatic past define her. Determined to build a better life, she fought hard to overcome the shadows of her early years. It was in Baytown that she met Steve McDowell, a man whose fun-loving personality and carefree nature seemed to offer her the joy and stability she had been missing. Steve, with his playful charm, love for video games, and passion for fast cars, captured Crystal's heart. His kind and humorous demeanor was exactly what she needed, and her friends couldn't help but notice how much happiness he brought into her life. Crystal, now working as a flight attendant with ExpressJet, found a new sense of adventure as she and Steve took advantage of her airline perks, traveling across the U.S. together. Soon after, they married and started a family, welcoming 2 children, Madden and Maui, into their world. Crystal's devotion to her children was undeniable. She poured her heart into being the best mother she could, always putting their needs and happiness above all else. On the outside, they seemed like the perfect family, a loving couple raising 2 beautiful children. But beneath the surface, things were far from perfect. Over time, Crystal grew increasingly dissatisfied with her marriage. After a decade together, she made the difficult decision to end her relationship with Steve. This choice was not an easy one, and it was met with resistance from her husband, who wasn't ready to let go. While waiting for the renovations on her new home to be completed, Crystal continued living under the same roof as Steve and their children. It was an incredibly tense and awkward situation as the couple tried to navigate the emotional turmoil of an impending divorce while still sharing a home. Despite the challenges, Crystal remained determined to build a brighter future for herself and her kids. By 2017, Crystal was 37 years old and ready for a fresh start. She had shifted her focus to a new career in real estate and was eagerly looking forward to moving into her new home. It felt like the beginning of a new chapter, a chance to rewrite her story and leave the past behind. But on August 25, 2017, things took a tragic turn. That evening, Crystal was supposed to meet up with her family to watch the highly anticipated Mayweather vs. McGregor fight. It was an event everyone had been looking forward to, filled with excitement and energy. But Crystal never arrived. At first, no one was too concerned. After all, Crystal was a busy, hard-working mother, and it wasn't unusual for her to run late or get caught up in her responsibilities. But as the hours stretched into the night and her phone remained silent, worry began to creep in. When more than 24 hours passed without any word from Crystal, her family's concern turned to fear. They made the gut-wrenching decision to contact the Chambers County Sheriff's Department and report her missing. A deputy was dispatched to Crystal's home, where he questioned her ex-husband, Steve, about her disappearance. Steve, who was still living in the home due to their ongoing divorce, told the deputy that Crystal had been seeing someone new after their separation and had a habit of disappearing without explanation. But as the deputy listened to Steve, something didn't feel right. There was something in Steve's tone, something that set off alarm bells in the officer's mind. His gut told him that this situation wasn't as simple as it seemed. With growing suspicion, the deputy called for backup, and soon a seasoned detective arrived to join the investigation. As they spoke with Steve, they couldn't help but notice that despite his divorce from Crystal, Steve still wore his wedding ring, a small detail, but one that seemed to carry a heavy weight. This unusual detail, the fact that Steve was still wearing his wedding band 6 months after their divorce, instantly piqued the detective's curiosity. Though Steve was cooperative, there was something off in his demeanor, a subtle unease that couldn't be ignored. Given the strange circumstances surrounding Crystal's disappearance, the detective escalated the case by involving the district attorney. The district attorney, after reviewing the reports, quickly suspected foul play. The evidence, though circumstantial, was beginning to point toward a possible homicide. One detail that immediately caught her attention was that, despite being divorced, Crystal and Steve had still been living under the same roof. This raised a red flag. Adding to the tension was the fact that Crystal had recently started a new relationship. The DA couldn't shake the feeling that Steve had something to hide. While many suspected Steve's involvement, the lead detective wasn't so sure. He believed it was equally important to investigate Crystal's boyfriend, who might provide valuable insight into her sudden disappearance. Crystal's vanishing left the investigators puzzled. They scoured every detail of her last known movements, desperate to piece together what had happened. They soon discovered that on the night of August 24, 2017, she had gone out with Paul Hargrave, a local man who managed a well-known jewelry store that had been a neighborhood fixture for over 50 years. According to Paul, he and Crystal spent the evening together, and she returned to his house afterward. The next morning, while Paul was in the shower, Crystal left his home. He provided security footage that backed up his claim, showing Crystal leaving his residence at 7:35 a.m. on August 25th, driving away in her black Mercedes coupe. With both Steve and Paul now considered suspects, the investigation grew more complex. However, the detectives knew there were still other potential persons of interest to explore. As they dug deeper into Crystal's life, they unearthed some surprising details about her marriage. It was revealed that throughout her time with Steve, Crystal had engaged in several extramarital affairs, some with fellow flight attendants and pilots, both men and women. While this discovery raised suspicions about possible motives for revenge, there was no hard evidence linking these affairs to her disappearance. Then, just as the investigation seemed to be gaining momentum, it hit a devastating roadblock. Hurricane Harvey made landfall in Baytown, unleashing widespread destruction. Half the county was submerged in floodwaters, and the relentless rain brought everything, including the search for Crystal, to a grinding halt. The devastation was so severe that the Chambers County Sheriff's Department was forced to divert all available resources to disaster relief efforts. As families lost homes, cars, and even loved ones, Crystal's disappearance was tragically overshadowed by the hurricane's aftermath. With law enforcement stretched thin, it fell to Crystal's family and friends to continue the search. They worked tirelessly, flooding social media with posts on Facebook and Instagram, hoping someone might come forward with information. Their determination paid off when one of Crystal's cousins received a tip from a friend. The friend claimed to have seen a Snapchat photo showing Crystal's car parked at a Motel 6 near Interstate 10. The cousin acted immediately, rushing to verify the information. When they saw the photo, they recognized the license plate. It was indeed Crystal's Mercedes. Armed with this confirmation, they contacted the family and notified the police. Unfortunately, the severe flooding made it nearly impossible to reach the motel by conventional means. Undeterred, they used airboats to navigate the flooded roads. Upon arrival at the Motel 6, their worst fears were realized. Crystal's car was abandoned in the parking lot, the keys still in the ignition. It was clear that whoever left the car there intended for it to be stolen. The Mercedes was quickly towed to a crime lab for processing, but to everyone's disappointment, no evidence was found that could offer clues to Crystal's fate. The case even attracted national attention, with popular investigative shows like Dateline covering Crystal's story. But despite the exposure, no substantial leads emerged. A week passed with no sign of Crystal, and the lead detective, realizing he needed more support in the wake of Hurricane Harvey, reached out to the Texas Rangers for assistance. The Texas Rangers quickly stepped in, and one of their lead investigators took the reins. The first step was conducting a formal interview with Steve McDowell, Crystal's ex-husband. Steve claimed that he hadn't seen Crystal since she left for her date on August 24th, but from the moment the ranger began speaking with Steve, he sensed something off. Despite his ex-wife's mysterious disappearance, Steve didn't exhibit the kind of anxiety or concern one would expect from someone in his position. His body language was telling. Still, Crystal's friends and family stood by Steve, insisting that he couldn't possibly be involved. They painted a picture of a loving father, devoted to their children, Madden and Maui. They couldn't imagine him doing anything to harm Crystal, the mother of his kids. But the Texas Ranger wasn't swayed. In an effort to clear Steve from suspicion or uncover the truth, he asked if Steve would be willing to take a lie detector test. Steve, confident in his innocence, agreed to the test without hesitation. But when the results came in, they were nothing short of shocking. Steve failed the polygraph miserably, raising even more questions about his involvement in Crystal's disappearance. To complicate matters further, Paul Hargrave, Crystal's boyfriend, also failed his polygraph test, leaving investigators grappling with a new level of uncertainty. With both men now under suspicion, the district attorney began to wonder if there was a possible conspiracy at play, a joint effort to cover up the truth of what had happened to Crystal. Everyone involved was now certain of one thing: foul play was at hand, and it was increasingly likely that Crystal was no longer alive. But one crucial question remained. Where was her body? The harsh reality was that if Crystal's remains had been dumped into one of Baytown's many bayous, it was entirely possible they had been washed out to the Gulf of Mexico, making recovery nearly impossible. Despite this grim possibility, her family needed answers. To bring closure and some peace to those who loved her, a massive search was organized on September 9th. Nearly 100 volunteers, along with the Texas EquiSearch team, combed through the area, scouring every inch of land on ATVs and airboats, using a grid system to ensure no stone was left unturned. Yet, despite their best efforts, no trace of Crystal was found. As the search dragged on, the Texas Rangers remained resolute. They were determined to find not only Crystal, but also the truth. Could Steve or Paul really have been involved? Or was there another explanation? The Rangers pursued every lead, searching for clues that might explain Crystal's disappearance and uncover the motive behind it. The investigation shifted when the ranger leading the case focused on the Motel 6 where Crystal's car had been found. He knew there had to be CCTV footage from nearby businesses or homes. After hours spent combing through countless recordings, the ranger finally hit a breakthrough. Footage from a nearby camera showed a man parking Crystal's Mercedes in the Motel 6 lot at 6:37 a.m. on August 26th. The figure wasn't immediately recognizable, but as the ranger watched the video closely, something clicked. The man exited Crystal's car and casually walked away, blending into the morning quiet. The ranger's suspicions grew when, just hours later, a blue Mustang GT, a rare model matching Steve McDowell's car, was caught on camera pulling into a gas station next to the motel. The footage showed Steve walking toward the Motel 6 parking lot, glancing in the direction of Crystal's abandoned car. The ranger speculated that Steve had returned to check if anyone had stolen the vehicle, having left the keys in the ignition to encourage theft. But a new question emerged. If Steve had been responsible for Crystal's disappearance, how did he get home? The distance between the motel and Steve's house was considerable, and it seemed unlikely he would have walked. Determined to solve this puzzle, the ranger reviewed more footage from the area. His efforts paid off when he spotted a man riding a bike in the rain along the Interstate 10 service road at 7:05 a.m. Just 25 minutes after Crystal's car had been left at the Motel 6. The bike had distinctive mag wheels, and it reminded the ranger of something he had seen in the McDowell garage during a prior visit. His suspicions deepened when Steve mentioned during one of their interviews that he had been shopping at Walmart the morning of Crystal's disappearance. Intrigued, the ranger pulled the CCTV footage from Walmart, located just across the street from the motel. The footage revealed a chilling detail. A man, resembling Steve, entered Walmart that same morning, wearing a hooded sweatshirt and paying cash for a bike with mag wheels. It was just minutes after Crystal's car had been abandoned at the motel. With mounting evidence, the ranger summoned Steve for another interview. This time, he confronted Steve directly, laying out the case against him piece by piece. Despite the overwhelming evidence, Steve denied any involvement, claiming innocence once again. But the ranger was now certain. Paul Hargrave had no role in this tragedy. The truth lay with Steve McDowell. While the ranger believed they had gathered enough evidence to charge Steve with Crystal's murder, there was still one critical element missing: Crystal's body. Without it, the case was built on circumstantial evidence and testimony, strong but not unbreakable. The district attorney was adamant that finding Crystal's remains was essential to securing a conviction. Not only would it strengthen the legal case, but it would also give Crystal's family the closure they so desperately needed. The absence of her body was torturing her loved ones. Every day that passed without answers brought more heartache, more pain. They needed to know where Crystal was, what had happened to her. But the stakes grew higher when Steve's behavior became more erratic. Several people had come forward, telling the Texas Rangers that after Crystal filed for divorce, Steve had made dark, disturbing comments about murder and taking his own life. Fearing for the safety of Crystal and Steve's children, Madden and Maui, the DA took swift action. The children were removed from Steve's custody and placed under protective care. Desperate to find Crystal and put an end to this nightmare, the district attorney made a bold move. Offered Steve a deal. If he led them to Crystal's body, he would consider allowing him to see his children again. Steve, however, had his own proposal. He asked if he could return home for the night and promised to tell them everything the next morning, even offering to take them directly to where Crystal's body was. It was a risky move, one that left the DA and investigators torn. On one hand, it offered a glimmer of hope that they might finally get his answers. On the other hand, they worried Steve might use the opportunity to flee or harm himself, taking the truth with him forever. Despite the risks, they agreed. Steve returned home that night under the watchful eyes of law enforcement. The following morning, September 9th, the DA and the Texas Rangers arrived at Steve's house, hoping he would keep his word and finally reveal the truth. Steve answered the door, his demeanor calm but tense, as if the weight of the situation was finally beginning to sink in. During his interview with the ranger and the district attorney, he opened up in a way he hadn't before. Steve began by explaining that he had known about Crystal's numerous affairs throughout their marriage. According to Steve, when he confronted her, Crystal dismissed his concerns, telling him to stay out of her business. She bluntly confessed that she had sought intimacy outside their relationship because she felt he wasn't dominant enough for her in the bedroom. As the interview progressed, the ranger and the DA decided to take a more empathetic approach, hoping it would help Steve feel comfortable enough to divulge the details of what really happened. The ranger pretended to understand Steve's feelings, trying to create a safe space for him to let his guard down. Despite their efforts, Steve remained tight-lipped, clinging to his silence about Crystal's disappearance. Eventually, though, Steve broke. The confession came slowly at first, but once he started speaking, the story of that fateful day spilled out. According to Steve, it all started with an argument between him and Crystal. During the heated exchange, Crystal told him she no longer loved him, a revelation that crushed him. Enraged and overwhelmed, Steve admitted that in a moment of impulse, he suffocated her. He insisted, however, that it wasn't premeditated and that he had never intended to harm her, claiming it was a tragic accident. But Steve didn't stop there. After Crystal's death, panic set in. He quickly decided to conceal what he had done. He wrapped her body in trash bags and placed it in the trunk of her Mercedes. In the dark of night, Steve drove to a remote location and disposed of her body by tossing it into a ravine. With the confession finally out, Steve agreed to lead the authorities to the site where he had left Crystal's remains. But he had one condition. The death penalty had to be taken off the table. Knowing that without Steve's cooperation, they might never recover Crystal's body, the district attorney reluctantly agreed. The search took them to a narrow, isolated road called Needle Point, bordered by thick woods that seemed to close in around them. With Steve's guidance, they combed the area and eventually they came upon Crystal's remains. The scene was nothing short of horrifying. Time and the elements had reduced much of what was left, making identification difficult and adding a grim finality to the tragedy. Steve was arrested and charged with Crystal's murder, but the legal battle was far from over. His defense team announced their intention to argue for the sudden passion defense, a Texas law that could potentially reduce the murder charge. Under this clause, Steve's lawyers planned to argue that Crystal's harsh words during their argument, her declaration that she no longer loved him, had triggered a moment of uncontrollable rage leading to her death. In Texas, the sudden passion defense hinges on the claim that an individual acted in a state of extreme emotional disturbance, such as rage or terror, which clouds their judgment and leads to impulsive actions. If the defense could convince the court that Crystal's provocation led directly to Steve's response, he could receive a lesser sentence or even avoid the murder charge altogether. While the DA was determined to hold Steve accountable, the introduction of this defense strategy threatened to complicate the case. For Crystal's family, it felt like yet another betrayal, a final insult to the memory of a woman who had already endured so much in her life. As they waited for the trial, the community could only hope that justice for Crystal would ultimately prevail. If Steve and his legal team had successfully argued the sudden passion defense, the charge would have been downgraded to a second-degree felony. This would have significantly reduced the potential penalty, with Steve facing 2 to 20 years in prison and a fine of up to $10,000. However, a conviction for first-degree murder would carry a much harsher sentence, 5 to 99 years in prison, along with the same maximum fine. The sudden passion defense in Crystal's case sparked heated debates among legal scholars and the public. Critics argued that it essentially blamed the victim, downplaying the perpetrator's guilt and shifting the focus away from the violence committed. On the other hand, proponents of the defense suggested that it allows for an understanding of emotional responses during extreme situations while still holding the defendant accountable. The district attorney, however, firmly believed that this was a clear case of premeditated murder, not one of sudden passion. To convict Steve of first-degree murder, all 12 jurors would need to unanimously agree. After a long year of pre-trial motions and hearings, Steve's trial finally began in June 2019. The prosecution laid out a strong case, starting with Steve's confession, which provided critical evidence of his guilt. They also presented the CCTV footage of Steve abandoning Crystal's car in the motel parking lot, further implicating him in the cover-up of her death. One of the most emotional moments of the trial came when Crystal and Steve's children were brought in to testify. Their 7-year-old daughter, Maui, took the stand and recounted what she witnessed the night her mother was killed. In heartbreaking detail, Maui told the jury that her parents had been arguing about Crystal seeing another man. She described how, during the fight, she saw her father place his hands over her mother's nose and mouth, suffocating her. Maui remembered watching her mother struggle for breath until she went still. Afterward, Steve told Maui to stay in her room and to never speak about what she had seen, leaving the little girl terrified and confused. The defense, however, pushed back, claiming that Maui's testimony had been influenced by Crystal's relatives and that she had fabricated the story. They argued that Maui was repeating things she had overheard rather than recounting her own experiences. In a risky move, Steve himself took the stand, offering a tearful and revised version of events. He contradicted his original confession, claiming that the argument with Crystal had spiraled out of control and that, in a misguided attempt to calm her down, he had placed her in a bear hug. Steve insisted that he never intended to hurt Crystal, but that she unexpectedly went limp in his arms, suggesting her death was a tragic accident. The district attorney was stunned by the sudden change in Steve's story. The idea that he had hugged Crystal to death seemed implausible and left the courtroom in shock. As the case was handed over to the jury, the DA grew anxious. The jury's request to review Steve's confession video raised concerns about the possibility of a mistrial. A mistrial would mean starting the entire process over again, a prospect that weighed heavily on the minds of the prosecution and Crystal's grieving family. However, just an hour after reviewing the footage, the jury returned with a verdict. They found Steve McDowell guilty of murder, delivering long-awaited justice for Crystal. The guilty verdict brought a sense of closure to her family and friends, who had been living in uncertainty and anguish since her disappearance. During the sentencing phase, Steve's defense team attempted to argue once again that the murder was a crime of sudden passion, hoping to reduce his sentence. But the jury rejected this argument, recognizing the gravity of his actions. In the end, Steve McDowell was sentenced to 50 years in prison, ensuring that he would pay for the life he had taken and the pain he had caused. Crystal's family could finally begin to heal, knowing that justice had been served.
Imagine a cold, dimly lit basement in a quiet Czech town, where the air smells of decay and the walls seem to press in with a weight that feels almost alive. In the flickering shadows, two small figures crouch inside crude cages. Children, though their thin, battered bodies make them barely recognizable. They are covered in bruises and wounds, evidence of months of unimaginable suffering. This was not a scene from a horror film. It was a cruel reality that police uncovered in 2007, one of the most horrifying cases of child abuse in recent history. At the center of it were two sisters, Klara and Katerina Maurova, whose lives would take a dark and tragic turn no one could have foreseen. Klara was the eldest daughter in a seemingly normal family. Born in 1975, she grew up with her sister in Kuzim, a small, peaceful village about 120 miles from Prague. It was a quiet, picturesque place where life moved at an easy pace with good schools and a strong sense of community. The kind of town where things like this shouldn't happen. Little is known about the Maurova sisters' early years, but one thing was clear. Something wasn't right with Clara from a young age. She was a pretty child, with blonde hair and bright blue eyes, but beneath her innocent appearance, her mind was beginning to unravel. Early signs of schizophrenia started to surface. Schizophrenia is a brutal disorder, twisting a person's perception of reality, causing them to see and believe things that aren't there. For Clara, these delusions took on a religious form, filling her head with strange fantasies of divine purpose. No official diagnosis was ever made, but those around Clara noticed the change. Over time, her younger sister Katerina, like many siblings, began to mimic her. Unfortunately, what she copied was not just her sister's behavior, but her increasingly unstable mental state. Together, they fell deeper into their shared world of religious delusions. They convinced themselves that they were chosen for some higher purpose, feeding off each other's fantasies until their grip on reality was barely there. Despite their growing madness, Clara managed to live a seemingly ordinary life. She finished school, went to university to study pedagogy, and even found love with a man who accepted her, flaws and all. They married, and for a brief time, it seemed like things were looking up. When their first child, Jakob, was born, it was a moment of hope, a sign that Clara might escape the darkness in her mind and build a life full of love and normalcy. But the darkness was never far behind. And soon, it would consume everything. Nearly 2 years after the birth of her first child, Clara was pregnant again, and soon welcomed her second son, Andre. But while the family grew, so did the cracks in her relationship with her husband. As time passed, Clara's erratic behavior, her mood swings and even bouts of aggression, became too much for her husband to handle. Eventually, it all reached a breaking point, and he left, abandoning Clara with their 2 young boys. Despite the heartbreak, Clara did her best to keep life moving forward for her children. She was dedicated to their studies, encouraging their involvement in activities like summer camps, school events, and family vacations. Outwardly, she was still fulfilling her role as a mother, but inside, the loneliness and resentment weighed heavily on her, dragging her deeper into depression. In her isolation, Clara turned to the one person she trusted, her younger sister, Katerina. Hoping that her sister's presence might ease her emotional burden, Clara invited Katerina to move in with her and the boys. It was during this time that a new figure entered their lives. A girl named Anichka, who claimed to be just 12 years old. Some reports say Clara met Anichka at university, where the girl told her she had run away from a youth care center after suffering mistreatment. Others suggest that Katerina, who worked at a local youth institution, encountered Anichka, who said she had escaped from a human trafficking ring. There were many stories about how Anichka came into their lives, but all led to the same unsettling truth. This child was no ordinary girl. The Maurova sisters, driven by their own delusions and religious fervor, welcomed Anichka into their home with open arms. To them, she seemed like a gift, an innocent, vulnerable girl who needed protection. But Anichka was hiding an extraordinary secret. She wasn't a helpless child at all. In reality, she was a 32-year-old woman named Barbara Shkrlova. Barbara suffered from a condition that made her appear much younger than she was. With her childlike face and small stature, she had perfected the art of deception, manipulating those around her into believing she was a vulnerable young girl. She exploited this to gain sympathy and secure a place in the homes of people who were moved by her tragic backstory. There are reports of one family who took her in, convinced they were adopting a young girl in need. However, Barbara's violent and unpredictable behavior soon surfaced, and the family discovered the shocking truth about her real age, leading to her return to the state's child welfare system. Barbara's history was filled with stints in psychiatric institutions from which she often managed to escape. But none of this was known to Clara and Katerina. To them, Anichka was a helpless child in need of love and care. They quickly grew attached to her, and before long, they made the fateful decision to adopt her. A decision that would lead directly to disaster. At first, everything seemed to go smoothly with the addition of the so-called child to the family. But it wasn't long before Barbara began to feel envious of the loving attention Clara's biological children received. She started causing trouble, engaging in mischievous behavior, and creating disruptions, for which she then blamed the 2 young boys, ages 10 and 8. The boys, in turn, were unfairly reprimanded, often without reason. These increasingly tense situations undoubtedly worsened the fragile mental state of the Mauerova sisters. It appears that Barbara's skillful manipulation gave her control over the sisters, allowing her to slowly influence their decisions. Around this time, Barbara began discussing the religion she followed, called the Grail movement. Research into this group shows it to be an apocalyptic religious organization that believes in a coming transformation of society. Followers, organized into small groups known as circles, interpret the teachings in their own way, guided by the idea that good deeds on earth will ensure a place in heaven. However, it seems that within some circles, these good deeds were believed to absolve members of any wrongs they may have committed. Barbara belonged to one of these circles and soon convinced Clara and Katerina to join her. According to various accounts, this particular group was involved in troubling practices, including violence, exploitation, and other morally questionable acts. At the center of this group was a mysterious figure known as the Doctor, who communicated with his followers through text messages, issuing instructions that were often beyond comprehension. One of the first deeply concerning actions, which went largely unnoticed, was when Clara withdrew her son Andre from school, claiming he had become deaf and mute and that she would be homeschooling him. This marked the beginning of a descent into something far darker for the family. From that moment on, any wrongdoings, whether genuine or made up by Barbara, led to Jacob and Andre experiencing severe punishments. They were hit with disproportionate force for their transgressions, whether real or imagined, using objects as hard as spoons or belts, and even worse, being locked in small, dark rooms at night, exploiting Barbara's control over the siblings. In a more extreme approach, Barbara suggested locking the disobedient children permanently to a local blacksmith to set an example and curb their continued misconduct. The blacksmith was tasked with constructing a cage, unaware of what its purpose would be once completed. This iron cage was then installed in the house's basement, where the children were confined over several months. Clara's sons endured a nightmare filled with cruelty, following the physician's orders received via text messages. They faced torture, including being pinched repeatedly, tied up, whipped, and deprived of food for days. Being trapped in the cage, they were unable to escape, forcing them to use makeshift toilets and sleep on the dirty ground. Every week, pretending to clean up the odor, the women would drench the children and the basement with cold water. However, their suffering did not end there. At one point, the boys were taken to cabins hidden deep in the forest and locked in smaller cages. During this period, more members of the Grail movement assembled and subjected the boys to a week of brutal abuse. They were submerged in buckets of water, suffocated with plastic bags until nearly unconscious, beaten, forced into battles with each other, and made to dig what they believed were graves. Cigarettes were burned into their flesh. They were often bound by their hands and feet, their mouths sealed with tape, and subjected to sexual abuse. Upon their return to their prison, located in the basement of their family residence, the circumstances took a turn for the worse. Barbara came up with a strategy to overfeed the boys while they were confined, aiming to make them gain weight. One day, the three women went down to the basement, and Clara asked her younger son to stretch his leg through the bars of the cage. The frightened child complied, and as soon as his leg was within reach, Katerina and Barbara seized it, while Clara swiftly made a cut, dividing the flesh among them, which led to hysterical laughter. This nightmare-worthy scenario persisted for roughly 6 months, from December 2006 to June 2007. During this time, Barbara came up with another ingenious plan to monitor the children. They bought baby monitoring cameras and installed one in the basement, allowing them to not only oversee the children's every move but also witness their suffering whenever one of the women would go down to torment them while the others were busy with household tasks. Little did they know, this clever plan would ultimately lead to their downfall, in a way that seemed almost miraculous. On May 10, 2007, a neighbor of the Mauerova sisters was installing a baby monitor in his house to keep an eye on his newborn while he slept. After setting up the camera, he turned it on to ensure everything was functioning properly. To his shock, instead of seeing his baby's crib, the screen displayed a dark area where a small child, with his arms tied behind him, was struggling to eat food from the floor with his mouth. At another moment, the screen showed an adult woman's hand holding something, while the child desperately tried to consume it. The image was so disturbing that the neighbor was horrified and immediately called the police to report the appalling scene. Moments later, officers arrived at his home and were met with the horrifying images. The advanced range of their equipment made it clear that the source of this terror was very close. Determined to put an end to the nightmare as swiftly as possible, the officers began to knock on the doors of nearby homes. The initial few residents had no issue allowing the police access to every room until they reached the house where the Murawa sisters lived. Initially, the sisters were hesitant to let the police in, but eventually relented. During the inspection, the police discovered a small door hidden under the staircase. To their shock, what they found was beyond what anyone could imagine. Stepping inside, they were overwhelmed by a terrible stench that filled the entire space. The first sight was of a terrified girl clutching a teddy bear, running directly towards the officers, screaming in fear that she and her brothers had been abused by their adoptive mother and aunt. One officer took the girl outside, while the others were left in disbelief at the sight of two nearly naked boys, their bodies covered in wounds, locked inside cages as if they were animals. One of the boys appeared unconscious. Without hesitation, the boys were immediately freed and attended to by emergency services. They quickly provided first aid and rushed them to the hospital for further treatment. The girl, who didn't seem to have any physical injuries, was taken into custody by the authorities. Clara and Katharina were arrested. Jacob had some wounds that were treated but did not require hospitalization, so both children were sent to a child protection center. However, Andre, the younger boy, was in critical condition when he arrived at the hospital. Upon realizing he had not been returned to the basement, he experienced a panic attack, began to scream that he was seeing ghosts, and begged the doctors to end his suffering. The situation could not have been more tragic. When he calmed down, the doctors could not believe what they saw in the boy. He was covered in scars, bruises, and open wounds, one of which was particularly large on one of his buttocks. He had to remain hospitalized for proper treatment. While healing physical wounds on their body, injury was caused by months of terrible violence with their mother, aunt, and others, so much harder to overcome in the meantime that research began to reveal the truth about what happened behind closed doors in this house, and at the same time in the lives of the population were placed in the care center, believed that the young girl refused to work with advisors and professionals who showed aggression and sadness, but she also began to make mistakes that pointed out the truth during the initial assessment of her mental condition. She got paper and crayon to draw what, instead, she wanted a children's drawing. She produced complex geometric shapes and improved mathematical calculations that go beyond what could be expected from 13 years old. Unfortunately, Annika's studies were never completed. A few days after being placed in the center, she escaped through the window without leaving a trace. Security forces immediately began searching for the girl and distributed leaflets with her photograph and information. To surprise, they soon received tips from various sources who claimed that she was recognized in the picture and claimed that she was a 33-year-old woman named Barbara, seemed to receive help from a known couple who provided her son's documents. In order to leave the country, she initially went to Denmark, and from there to Oslo. In Norway, Barbara again changed her appearance and shaved her head and posed like a 13-year-old boy named Adam. She turned to the authorities and claimed she was on a ran from a malicious father. Several sources say that Adam was occupied by the family and entered a school where he was soon considered a gifted student. This charade continued for several months, but the Czech authorities did not give up, and, in cooperation with international colleagues, the pieces of the puzzle were managed together. DNA analysis eventually confirmed the true identity of Barbara, which led to her arrest. After that, she was extradited back to the Czech Republic to face legal proceedings. After her return, Barbara was assessed psychologically in a number of ways. At least one expert who dealt with her reportedly noticed indications of psychotic tendencies. Among the most startling revelations was the rumored fact that a worried instructor was the reason behind Barbara's imprisonment in Norway. Barbara had drawn a picture of 7 bruised and bleeding children, each with a number, and identified herself as the 7th, which had worried the teacher when she was posing as Adam. Hundreds of reporters and television teams crowded the municipal court in the Czech city of Bjarna on Friday, May 9, 2008, taking pictures of Katharina and Barbara being led inside. The two ladies were accused of tricking the personnel of a daycare center by pretending that Barbara was Annika, a 13-year-old adopted girl. They were not released even though the court apparently dismissed part of the charges. They were taken into custody right away and accused of major crimes including child abuse. 4 other members of the group they belonged to were also included in the charges. Visibly distraught and shrunken, Clara was spotted approaching the courtroom with her sister as the trial got underway. Along with 3 other people, Barbara also made her way into the courtroom. When Clara's turn came to testify, she confessed to abusing her kids over a period of several months. She asserted, nonetheless, that Barbara and her sister Katharina had tricked her. Clara claimed they had put her into a delusional condition, engulfing her in the Grail movement to the extent she was unable to recognize the seriousness of what she was doing. Additionally, Barbara reportedly stated that she had suffered abuse at the hands of the Mawarova sisters. But the court mostly disregarded her assertions, and few people found her credible. Jacob and Andre had the chance to speak with the judge directly, who described the horrifying experiences they went through. They told how the accused violated their privacy, forced them to live in near starvation for months in inhumane conditions, and even cannibalized parts of their bodies. During the hearings, the officers who had entered the House of Horrors also testified. One of the officers described how they saw a youngster lying on the floor, naked, as soon as they entered the basement. He pointed out that the Mawarova sisters showed no concern for the child's welfare, and the girl identified as Annika even tried to block the officers by clinging to their legs. At the end of the hearings, the prosecutor stated that the motive behind these horrific acts was to force the children into complete submission to the group's religious goals. When sentencing, the judge explained that the ultimate aim of these atrocities was to utterly break the will of the children. He also noted that, although there were signs of cult involvement, there wasn't enough evidence to prove it. In the end, the judge found all 6 accused guilty and handed down their sentences. Clara Mawarova, the boy's mother, was sentenced to 9 years in a maximum security prison, while her sister Katerina received a 10-year sentence. The other 3 individuals were convicted of abuse and given 7 years. Barbara, then 34, was found guilty of repeated abuse and cruelty, but received a lighter sentence of only 5 years in prison. The identity of the so-called doctor, believed to be behind the group's actions, was never confirmed. Many were shocked by what seemed like surprisingly light sentences, considering the brutal violence inflicted on 2 innocent children. Moreover, reports revealed that Barbara was released on parole after serving just half of her sentence, meaning she was out after only 2.5 years. Her lawyer argued that her deteriorating mental health played a role in her early release. Meanwhile, Jacob and Andre, with the help of specialists, have managed to overcome much of the trauma, though those events will undoubtedly stay with them forever.
Rick and Susan seemed to have it all: a big house in a peaceful neighborhood, 2 lovely kids, good jobs, and financial security. But hidden within the Wemsley household were dark secrets. Things took a turn when the police received an unusual 911 call just before Christmas. When officers arrived at the quiet town of Mansfield, Texas, they found the garage doors open and the side door unlocked. Inside, they discovered a tragic scene. Rick Wemsley, a well-liked local accountant, and his cheerful wife Susie were found dead. It seemed the crime had happened well before the emergency call was made. Rick and Susie knew each other from high school in Oklahoma in the 1970s, though they weren't close back then. Years later, they reconnected while Rick was at Oklahoma State University and Susie was at a Christian college. Their relationship grew, and they decided to get married, start a family, and grow old together. They tied the knot and welcomed their daughter Sarah in 1978, followed by their son Andrew 6 years later. Rick became a certified accountant and worked in the oil and gas industry. The family moved several times due to his career opportunities, eventually settling in Fort Worth, Texas, near the Trinity River. Fort Worth is a large but cozy city with a rich history. There, Rick set up his own accounting practice from home, which provided a good income. By 2003, the Wemsleys lived in an upscale neighborhood in Mansfield, about 20 miles from Fort Worth. Sarah, now 25, had become a mother and lived on her own, while 19-year-old Andrew had just finished high school and was attending college while working part-time at a mini golf course. Rick and Susie had a happy marriage and celebrated their 25th wedding anniversary in July 2003 with friends and family. In December of that year, Rick and Susan wanted to have a special family celebration for their 25th Christmas together. Susie put a lot of effort into making the day perfect. She spent hours picking out decorations and gifts, and she adorned their home inside and out with festive garlands and Christmas figurines. A large Christmas tree, covered in bright lights and colourful ornaments, stood in the living room, with presents wrapped and placed underneath. Susie wrapped each gift with love, imagining how happy her family would be when they opened them. This cozy holiday scene took a dark turn when, on December 11th, 2003, at 11:41 p.m., the Mansville emergency dispatcher received a call from the Wemsley home. There was only silence on the other end, suggesting that someone needed help but couldn't speak. The dispatcher quickly sent a patrol car to the house. Upon arrival, the police officers circled the house, peering through the windows. They got no response from knocking or ringing the doorbell, but they found the side door to the garage open. The officers entered the home, walking through the kitchen where they noticed the landline phone off the hook and lying on the table. In the living room, they found 45-year-old Susie Wemsley lying cold on the couch. In the foyer, near the front door, they discovered 46-year-old Rick Wemsley in a pool of blood. Sadly, it was clear that both were beyond help. At 12:17 a.m., paramedics arrived and confirmed that Rick and Susie were dead. The house was immediately sealed off, and an investigation began. The autopsy revealed that Susie had died from a gunshot wound and had also been stabbed 7 times, likely after she had already passed away. It's believed she was attacked while she was dozing on the couch in the living room. Detectives discovered 2 bloody palm prints that might have been left by the perpetrator, as well as a bullet, 2 pieces of a blue plastic hair clip, and another piece of plastic on the floor nearby. Rick Wemsley met the same tragic end as his wife, but possibly not as quickly. Bullet holes in the headboard of the bed in the master bedroom suggested that the attack on Rick began there before moving to the hallway. There was no blood in the bedroom, leading investigators to believe that Rick woke up from the gunshots and either fled the room or confronted the intruder himself. It appeared that Rick wasn't willing to go down without a fight, as evidenced by a tuft of hair found in his left hand, indicating a struggle. This hair became crucial evidence. Rick was also shot and suffered approximately 11 knife wounds to his back. The detectives carefully combed through every room in the house, examining all carpets and furniture for clues. The hair found in Rick's hand and the broken hair clip on the living room floor was sent for DNA analysis. The Wemsley spacious home was thoroughly checked for fingerprints, and investigators searched each room for signs of robbery. Initially, they considered the possibility that the family had interrupted a burglary, causing the intruders to resort to violence. However, the excessive number of stab wounds suggested otherwise. This theory was further dismissed when nearly $115,000 in cash was discovered in the master bedroom. A thief would have easily found and taken this money, but since it remained untouched in the bedside table, robbery was ruled out as a motive. It was later confirmed that no valuables were missing from the house, and there were no signs of forced entry. Neighbors and friends were horrified by the shocking news. They couldn't fathom who would commit such a heinous act against Rick and Susie, who were beloved in the community.
Wonderful people. It is a tragedy because it's unexpected.
I just couldn't believe it. You just don't think of that happening close by.
The couple often hosted guests in their home and were known for their kindness and willingness to help others. The sudden, brutal crime in this quiet neighborhood, especially just before the holidays, left everyone feeling anxious and fearful. Rick and Susie Wemsley appeared to have an ideal life. They lived in a spacious house, where Rick thrived as an accountant. He also enjoyed gardening and taking his son to Texas Rangers baseball games. Susie was a dedicated homemaker who kept the household running smoothly and cared deeply for their children. In her free time, she loved spending quality moments with her son and daughter. However, what occurred behind closed doors turned out to be far more troubling than the serene life they seemed to lead. According to some sources, there were more layers to this seemingly perfect family. There was always tension inside the Wemsley house, particularly concerning their 2 children, Sarah and Andrew. As a teenager, Sarah was kicked out of the house for misbehavior, leading her to become pregnant at 19 and enter into an unhealthy relationship with her daughter's father, Todd Cleveland. Sarah often argued with her younger brother Andrew. The 2 siblings never felt much affection for each other. According to Sarah's ex-boyfriend, The Wemsley family was always wary of outsiders, even their friends, suspecting that people were only pretending to be close to them to gain something. This mistrust extended to their own family, contributing to an underlying unhappiness despite their growing prosperity. Reports suggested that Rick and Susie's marriage was unstable, although they tried to maintain appearances in public. The Wemsleys had an agreement with their children if they enrolled in college and stayed in school, they would receive financial support. This arrangement didn't work out with Sarah, but Andrew convinced his parents that he was committed to honoring his part of the deal. As a result, Susie and Rick gifted him a new white Mustang, paid for his insurance, and provided money for other expenses. Andrew continued living at home without contributing to the household budget, and everything seemed fine except that he didn't keep up his end of the bargain. Like his sister, Andrew dropped out of college without completing his education. When his parents eventually discovered that he had left school, they stopped supporting him financially. However, they didn't go as far as to kick him out of the house. Despite the ongoing tension, Andrew, now 19, chose to spend most of his free time hanging out with friends at the local Pancake House. A restaurant specializing in breakfasts, the Pancake House was where Andrew's friend introduced him to his sister, 19-year-old Chelsea Richardson. Sarah Wemsley was informed of her parents' deaths at 4 a.m., soon after their bodies were discovered. However, the police couldn't locate the younger son, Andrew. The authorities had already appealed to the media, asking for any sightings of Andrew's white Mustang. While forensic experts continued their work at the crime scene, a white Mustang arrived at the Wemsley house. Andrew and his girlfriend Chelsea Richardson stepped out of the car. They had been staying at Chelsea's place for several days. That morning, they learned about the tragic events at the Wemsley home while watching the news. The police immediately asked Andrew and Chelsea to follow a service vehicle to the station for questioning. Andrew's interview lasted about 45 minutes. He revealed that he hadn't been home or communicated with his parents for several days, as he had been living with Chelsea. The police noted fresh scratches on Andrew's hand, adding to the investigation's interest. There was nothing suspicious in Andrew's story, so the police allowed him to leave the station. However, they requested that he sign a consent form permitting them to search his car. During a conversation with his sister after the interrogation, Andrew mentioned that forensic experts might find their mother's blood in the Mustang. He explained that their mother had recently cut her finger and, for some reason, had taken his car to drive to the store, which could explain any potential blood traces. Chelsea Richardson's statement at the police station matched Andrew's perfectly. She confirmed they had been together for the past 2 days and had been inseparable since they began dating the previous fall. They often spent entire nights in a 24-hour cafe playing Master Duel, a Japanese collectible card game where players use cards to battle each other, simulating battles between fantastic monsters. The game's central character was described as a weak, infantile boy who became a hero when he played. This shared interest deeply bonded Andrew and Chelsea, and they had started thinking seriously about marriage. Chelsea's mother supported their relationship and was fond of Andrew. However, Rick and Susie Wemsley were openly disappointed with Andrew's choice of partner. They had hoped for a different kind of girl for their son. The Richardsons lived on the outskirts of Fort Worth, in a working-class area known as the Blue Collar District, which was a stark contrast to the upscale neighborhood of Mansfield, where the Wemsleys lived. A few years earlier, Chelsea had lost her beloved father to a heart attack, and her mother sometimes worked 3 jobs to make ends meet. Despite their financial struggles, the Richardsons were known for their generosity. Chelsea, an extroverted and cheerful person, was quite popular at her school. Her lively and happy disposition earned her the nickname Bubbles. Chelsea Richardson's best friend, Susanna Padana, sometimes benefited from Chelsea's generosity. When Susanna had disputes with her own mother, she was warmly welcomed into the Richardson home, where she stayed for several months. The 3 teenagers, Andrew, Chelsea, and Susanna, were together on the night of Andrew's parents' deaths. Chelsea's ex-boyfriend, Jeremy Lavender, confirmed their alibi, stating that they were at his house the entire time. Sarah Wemsley informed the police that her daughter's father, Todd Cleveland, might be involved in her parents' deaths. They had been arguing about custody, and Sarah had recently threatened to call Child Protective Services on him. A day after this threat, and about a month before the tragedy, another suspicious incident occurred. In early November, while returning home with her parents after a horseback riding lesson, Sarah experienced a frightening event. As they drove through a neighboring town looking for a place to eat, her father's Jeep suddenly jolted. Rick thought they might have hit a large stone, but upon inspection, they found a bullet hole in the rear of the vehicle. Frightened and confused, Susie made 2 phone calls. Oddly, her first call was to her son Andrew, not the police. She believed that a white Mustang had been following them from the ranch, assuming it was Andrew's car. However, this assumption changed after the Jeep was shot at. Susie's second call was to the police, and she filed a report about the incident. Sarah recalled suspecting Todd Cleveland at the time, but now she questioned why her mother had called Andrew first. It turned out that both Sarah and Andrew stood to inherit a $1 million insurance policy from their father. Additionally, the family home was valued at about $1,650,000, and there was around $100,000 in cash plus other assets left by Rick and Susie. Investigators considered Sarah's suspicions and eventually ruled out her former partner, Todd, as a suspect. Given the financial benefits and family tensions, the investigators continued to focus on the Wemsley children. However, DNA analysis and fingerprinting did not match any family members, indicating no direct connection to the crime scene for either Rick and Susie's son or daughter. Despite the lack of physical evidence, Sarah filed a petition to block Andrew from inheriting any family assets. She believed he was responsible for their parents' deaths and feared for her own safety. Although forensic examination of Andrew's car confirmed the presence of blood on the back seat and headrests, the Mustang had been thoroughly washed, making it impossible for experts to collect a viable DNA sample. Law enforcement couldn't even determine whose blood it was. Several months after Rick and Susie's tragic deaths, the investigation hit a dead end. The district attorney needed more information, so the police department convened a grand jury and began issuing subpoenas to those connected to the deceased couple. They started by verifying the alibis of the son and daughter. Jeremy Lavender, Chelsea's ex-boyfriend, testified under oath that Andrew and his friends were with him that night, providing a solid alibi. Chelsea's best friend Susanna corroborated this, and after giving her testimony, she voluntarily provided a DNA sample to compare with evidence from the crime scene. No one expected this moment would become a turning point in the investigation. Susanna Tadano had moved to Texas from Illinois a few years earlier. She didn't fit in well with her new classmates. She wasn't particularly diligent, smart, or charismatic. Susanna frequently skipped classes and argued with her mother. Chelsea Richardson became Susanna's lifeline, and the two grew so close that Chelsea wrote a note in the school yearbook celebrating their strong friendship and even composed a poem titled Friends Forever. When investigators compared Susanna Tadano's DNA with the strand of hair found in Rick's hand and DNA from the broken hair clip at the crime scene, they found a match. This revelation indicated there was much more to the story. Susanna was arrested on suspicion of killing the Wemsley couple and faced the possibility of the death penalty. Realizing the severity of her situation, Susanna began to talk. Initially, Susanna claimed that on the night of the crime, she was walking with a friend, a 25-year-old man named Hilario Cardis. She said Hilario had a gun and needed money. According to her story, Hilario entered the Wemsley house alone in the middle of the night while she stayed outside. When she heard gunshots, she ran into the house, where Rick Wemsley allegedly begged her to stop the attack. Susanna claimed she couldn't intervene because she wasn't really involved. Her hair was left in the house during the chaos. But who was Hilario Cardis? It turned out he worked as a night manager at a local restaurant where the friends frequently spent their leisure time. Hilario had a young daughter and was in desperate need of money. He learned about the Wemsley family's wealth through Andrew Wemsley, whom he had met and befriended. During questioning, Hilario denied any involvement in the attack, but admitted to acquiring a gun for $200 at Andrew Wemsley's request. Andrew, Chelsea, and Susanna had planned to practice target shooting with an acquaintance. Armed investigators sought to verify Hilario's story, starting with the owners of the property where the teenagers supposedly practiced shooting. The property owner, a friend of Chelsea's mother, confirmed that a few months before the tragedy, Andrew, Chelsea, and Susanna came to her approximately 3-acre plot to practice shooting at a small pond. However, she had never seen or heard of Hilario Cardis. Hilario further gained the police's trust by passing a lie detector test. The pond on the farm property was drained, and forensic experts collected bullets from the bottom. They matched the bullets fired in the Wemsley house, confirming that the 3 teenagers had indeed been practicing their marksmanship for several months, preparing for the crime. This evidence discredited Susanna's initial story, accusing Hilario of attacking the Wemsley couple. She was given another opportunity to tell the truth, and this time she directly implicated her best friend in a more detailed account. According to Susanna's new version, the three teenagers spent nights at a local cafe plotting their sinister plans. They calculated that, after Rick and Susie's deaths, Andrew would inherit over $1 million, a sum that would set them up for life. The friends envisioned living together, with Susanna quitting her hated low-paying job and buying a new car. They convinced Hilario to purchase a gun for them. After target practice on the farm, the group concluded that Susanna was the most accurate shooter among them. Their first plan involved shooting at Rick's Jeep's gas tank. If successful, this would have caused an explosion, potentially killing Rick and his family. However, the plan did not go as intended. The plan to eliminate the Wemsley family for financial gain started with an attempt to shoot at Rick's Jeep's gas tank. When that failed, the teenagers Andrew, Chelsea, and Susanna decided to break into the Wemsley house, intending to stage it as a robbery. Chelsea's frustration with Susanna led her to pressure Susanna into following through with the plan. Susanna, armed with a gun, was hidden in Andrew's bedroom closet. After several hours of indecision, she and the others proceeded with their plan early on December 11, 2003. Susanna shot Susie on the couch, then attempted to shoot Rick in the master bedroom, missing and waking him up. A struggle ensued, and Andrew took the gun from Susanna, delivering fatal shots to his father. Chelsea and Andrew then inflicted additional wounds on Rick before fleeing. Susanna's testimony, though initially inconsistent, became the cornerstone of the case against her friends. She confessed to her involvement and implicated Chelsea and Andrew in the crime. The investigation and subsequent trial revealed a complex web of deceit, manipulation, and betrayal among the teenagers. Chelsea Richardson, once seen as the mastermind, was convicted and sentenced to death. Her sentence was later commuted to life imprisonment after her defense argued that her best friend, Susanna, was the primary instigator. Andrew Wemsley received a life sentence with the possibility of parole after 2044, while Hilario Cardas, involved in the conspiracy but not the attack, was sentenced to 50 years. Susanna Tadano, who provided crucial testimony, was also convicted and will be eligible for parole in 2034.
Jessica Wongso was born in 1988 in Jakarta, Indonesia, into an exceptionally wealthy family. The youngest of 3 children, she was raised by her parents, Imelda and Winardi Wongso, in an environment of extreme luxury. Her family owned a major company specializing in plastic imports, making them one of the largest plastic distributors in Indonesia. Her father was even nicknamed the Plastic King. In a country where most people live on an average income of around $4 a day, Jessica belonged to the privileged few. She always had more than she needed and never lacked for anything. In 2005, Jessica's parents moved to Sydney, Australia, as it was a key market for their business. They purchased a beautiful home in Double Bay, one of Sydney's most exclusive residential areas, where even a small plot of land could cost millions. For more space, Jessica's father bought 2 adjacent plots. However, for reasons unknown, Jessica did not move to Australia with her parents and siblings. She stayed behind in Jakarta to complete her high school education, surrounded by a staff of servants who took care of her every need. From a young age, Jessica was passionate about video games and showed a natural talent for painting, often spending hours absorbed in drawing. This passion eventually led her to pursue a degree in graphic design. After graduating from high school in 2007, Jessica moved to Sydney to live with her family and enrolled at the Billy Blue College of Design. Although her siblings were also in Australia, they led separate lives, and Jessica rarely saw them. As she started her university life, she made many friends. Her college friends described Jessica as a lively, silly girl who always entertained those around her with her humor and energy. It was during this time that Jessica met Myrna Salihin, another Indonesian student at the university. Like Jessica, Myrna also came from a wealthy family in Jakarta. Her father, Eddie Salihin, was a successful businessman. Myrna had a twin sister named Sandy and a long-term boyfriend, Arief, who was studying in Melbourne while Myrna was in Sydney. Jessica and Myrna quickly became close friends, bonding over their shared backgrounds, love for design, and strong personalities. However, they also had their differences. While Jessica was outspoken and loved being the center of attention at every gathering, Myrna was shy, modest, and preferred a simpler, more low-key life. Moreover, unlike Jessica, Myrna's family was warm and close-knit. The university years were some of the most memorable for everyone. Jessica and Myrna often went out with two other classmates, Hani and Vera, who were also international students from wealthy families in Jakarta. Time passed, and eventually graduation day arrived. After graduation, Myrna returned to Jakarta with her boyfriend, while Jessica chose to stay in Australia with her family. In June 2015, Myrna visited Sydney for a holiday. She planned to meet her university friends and spend some time exploring the beautiful harbor city. Reconnecting with Jessica, they arranged to have dinner together. 4 years had passed since their graduation, and they had each gone their separate ways. While Myrna enjoyed a fulfilling life with her fiancé, they were newly engaged and planning their dream wedding, Jessica's life was less smooth. She was working in New South Wales and had a long-term boyfriend named Patrick, but their relationship was troubled by frequent arguments. Jessica confided that Patrick used prohibited substances and was prone to violence. She seemed to be struggling with mental health issues, becoming increasingly depressed and negative. The cheerful, lively Jessica from university was no longer there, and Myrna grew concerned for her friend. Being straightforward by nature, Myrna advised Jessica to break up with Patrick. It was clear from Jessica's stories that Patrick was not good for her and was having a detrimental effect on her well-being. However, Myrna could never have anticipated Jessica's reaction. Jessica became silent, offering no response to Myrna's advice. When Myrna finished speaking, Jessica abruptly stood up from the dining table and left the restaurant without saying goodbye. That day, Myrna learned a valuable lesson: never advise someone on whether to marry or divorce. The friendship between Myrna and Jessica, already strained since graduation, now seemed beyond repair. Myrna told Ariev that she would only meet Jessica if other friends were present. Myrna felt uneasy about seeing Jessica alone, but Ariev reassured her not to overthink it. After all, Jessica was in Sydney and they were in Jakarta. They no longer had many mutual friends and life had moved on. In November 2015, just 5 months after the awkward encounter with Jessica, Myrna and Ariev celebrated their fairy tale wedding in Bali. The ceremony was beautiful, filled with friends and family, but notably, Jessica was not among the guests. Myrna, admired for her beauty, intelligence, and wealth, seemed to have it all: a loving husband and a life that appeared picture perfect. Meanwhile, across the ocean, Jessica's life was unraveling. In August 2015, she crashed her Audi A3 into a nursing home at 2 a.m. while intoxicated. The car plowed through a brick wall, stopping just inches from the elderly residents' sleeping quarters. Thankfully, no one was injured, but the accident caused chaos and woke everyone in the home. Jessica sustained only minor injuries, but her car was heavily damaged. This wasn't the first time in 2015 that Jessica had found herself in an ambulance. Over the course of the year, she had been hospitalized 5 times, struggling with a deep desire to end her life. Police and emergency services were frequent visitors to Jessica's home, often arriving just in time to prevent another tragedy. But by November, her boyfriend Patrick had reached his limit. He sought a restraining order to keep Jessica away, exhausted by her relentless harassment. Thousands of threatening messages, including promises to kill them both if he left her. Jessica also harassed Patrick's friends and family, leaving them all deeply concerned for their safety. Jessica's life continued to spiral as she drowned herself in alcohol and engaged in increasingly reckless behavior, which eventually cost her her job. Furious and feeling like she had nothing left, Jessica began to lash out. She sent threatening messages to her former manager, detailing how she could kill both the manager and the manager's mother. With her life in Sydney in ruins, no job, no relationship, and no stability, Jessica decided to return to Jakarta. To those around her, it seemed like she wanted to start fresh, but her decision was driven by something far darker. In early December 2015, Jessica created a WhatsApp group with Hani and Myrna, two of her old university friends. Hani was also living in Jakarta. Although Myrna was still upset and hadn't spoken to Jessica since their last encounter, Jessica's return to Jakarta set events in motion that no one could have anticipated. Myrna didn't respond to Jessica's messages right away. However, after Jessica's persistent pleas and with Hani's involvement, Myrna reluctantly agreed to meet. Jessica eagerly messaged the group, saying she would take care of the reservations and treat them to drinks. She even asked what everyone wanted to order. Myrna mentioned she liked Vietnamese iced coffee but said she would order it herself when she arrived. They planned to meet at 5 p.m. on Wednesday, January 6, 2016, at Oliver Coffee, a luxurious cafe in the Grand Indonesia Shopping Center. On the day of the meeting, Jessica arrived at 3:30 p.m., a full 90 minutes early. She spent some time wandering around, seemingly taking in her surroundings. In reality, Jessica was carefully observing the placement of the cafe's cameras. Eventually, she chose table number 54, a secluded spot by the wall out of direct view. By 4:15 p.m., Jessica returned with 3 shopping bags from the body shop. She mentioned she had bought 3 bars of soap as gifts for her friends. Placing the bags on the table, Jessica subtly adjusted them to block the camera's view. Soon after, she approached the bar and ordered 3 drinks, 2 cocktails and 1 Vietnamese iced coffee, paying for them in advance. When the server brought the drinks, Jessica ensured they were placed behind the shopping bags. After the server left, Jessica shifted her seat. Although the camera footage was blurry, her hand movements were noticeable. It appeared she was adding something to the coffee. Once she was done, Jessica stashed the bags behind her chair and returned to her seat. Myrna and Hani arrived at the cafe at 5:15 p.m., 15 minutes later than planned. By that time, their drinks had been sitting on the table for over 45 minutes. Jessica stood up to greet them as they approached. Myrna's body language indicated discomfort and awkwardness around Jessica. As they sat down, Myrna between Jessica and Hani, Jessica quickly urged Myrna to try the coffee. Unaware of what was to come, Myrna took a sip. Almost immediately, she knew something was wrong. She waved her hands frantically, telling Hani that the coffee tasted terrible. Though she barely touched the drink, that single sip was enough to seal Myrna's fate. Less than a minute later, Myrna's head snapped back in what would be her final movement. She began to vomit, foam at the mouth, and convulse before collapsing to the ground, all within minutes. Chaos ensued. Servers and the manager quickly came over to help while Hani desperately tried to wake Myrna, who was completely unconscious. The manager told the staff to call an ambulance and bring oxygen tanks. As other customers watched in shock, Hani screamed and cried uncontrollably. Only Jessica stayed eerily calm and emotionless. Later, the restaurant manager told the police that she first thought Myrna was having an epileptic seizure. But Jessica immediately glared at her and accused, "What did you guys put in the coffee?" The manager, confused and offended, wondered why Jessica would blame them for tampering with the drink. Jessica's accusation made the manager suspicious, so she told the staff to seal the coffee cup as evidence. If Jessica hadn't spoken up, this key piece of evidence might have been thrown away. Meanwhile, Hani called Arif, telling him that Myrna was having a seizure and foaming at the mouth. Arif was filled with panic and rushed to the hospital, but by the time he arrived, Myrna had passed away. The doctors did everything they could, but it was too late. Arif was heartbroken. Just 2 months after their wedding, his future with Myrna was gone. Myrna Salihin died at 6:30 p.m. on Wednesday, January 6, 2016. Her family and friends were in shock, struggling to understand how a healthy young woman could suddenly die. Just 2 months earlier, they had celebrated her wedding, and now they were gathered around her coffin in grief. The suddenness of her death, along with the strange circumstances, immediately raised suspicions. At the funeral, Jessica's strange behavior stood out. She seemed irritated and didn't shed a single tear, which made people wonder even more. Why had she insisted that Myrna drink the coffee? Why had she ordered it 45 minutes before they arrived? Why choose a table hidden from one camera's view and blocked by the shopping bags from another? Sadly, everything happened so quickly that no one thought to search Jessica that day. Security footage showed that while everyone else was panicking and trying to help Myrna, Jessica stood off to the side, looking around and scratching her thigh. Experts later guessed that the itching on Jessica's hand might have been caused by contact with cyanide. When asked to hand over her trousers for testing, Jessica claimed she had thrown them away because Myrna had vomited on them. But in reality, Jessica never went near Myrna after the poisoning. She just stood back, showing no emotion, and did nothing to help. It's hard to believe that a friend, a young woman like Jessica, could be capable of such a terrible act. But her cold, distant behavior and suspicious actions left many wondering what she was really capable of. The manager handed Myrna's coffee to the police for investigation. 3 days later, the test results came back. The police confirmed that the coffee contained a deadly amount of cyanide. In Indonesia, where most people are Muslim, religious beliefs often discourage autopsies. In criminal cases, the police need the family's permission to perform one. At first, Myrna's family was hesitant to allow the autopsy because they didn't want her body to be disturbed. However, the investigators worked hard to convince the family, promising that the procedure would be done with great care. Eventually, the family agreed to let the police take some samples, but they did not allow a full autopsy. On the evening of Saturday, January 9th, 3 days after Myrna's death, the autopsy was conducted, and the findings were completed by the next morning. The results showed that Myrna's stomach had bled and contained a small amount of cyanide. However, the toxicology tests found no cyanide in other parts of her body. Thanks to the manager's smart decision to have the staff seal the coffee cup, the police had solid evidence. The murder weapon was a coffee cup laced with cyanide. The question then arose: how did Jessica get cyanide? Acquiring cyanide legally is difficult, but many believed that Jessica, being smart, might have bought it on the black market. However, the police found no evidence that Jessica had ever obtained cyanide. The case shook the entire nation of Indonesia, drawing massive public interest and media attention. People followed the case closely, discussing it as if it were a crime thriller. From that point on, many rumors began to spread. After security camera footage quickly circulated on social media, most people suspected Jessica. But the big question remained: why? What was her motive? Some speculated that Jessica had unrequited feelings for Myrna and decided to seek revenge after learning that Myrna had married Ariev. Others suggested Jessica acted out of anger because she wasn't invited to the wedding and felt left out as Myrna became closer to Hani and Vera. Ariev, Myrna's husband, thought that Jessica was upset because Myrna had advised her to break up with her boyfriend. Meanwhile, Sandy, Myrna's sister, believed that Jessica killed Myrna out of jealousy. She envied everything Myrna had that she didn't, not just wealth, but also a loving husband, a happy family, and close friends in Jakarta. However, all of these were just speculations. The true motive behind Jessica's actions might only be known to her. Indonesian police contacted the Australian authorities to access Jessica's criminal record while she lived in Australia. Since Australia has laws against the death penalty, the police agreed to share the files on the condition that Jessica would not face the death penalty if found guilty. The Indonesian authorities agreed, and it turned out that Jessica's record in Australia was far from clean. She was mentioned in 13 police reports for offenses like threatening others, driving under the influence, and even having her ex-boyfriend file a restraining order against her. On June 15, 2016, 6 months after Myrna's death, the trial of the century began at the Central Jakarta Court. Jessica showed no signs of guilt or sadness. In fact, she was quite the opposite. If you only looked at the footage, you might think she had just won a jackpot rather than being on trial for murder. Jessica appeared glowing, smiling throughout the session, and even waved proudly at the press. It was clear she enjoyed being in the spotlight. During the trial, she kept a calm demeanor, often smiling at the judge and looking confident that she would be acquitted. Her wealthy family hired over 15 of Indonesia's top lawyers to defend her. The defense argued that no cyanide was found in Myrna's liver, lungs, or urine. Only a small amount was detected in her stomach, which they suggested could have been naturally produced after death. They also claimed that a full autopsy was needed to determine the exact cause of death, while the examiners had only studied tissue and fluid samples. Jessica's lawyers even suggested Myrna's death could have been from an undiagnosed illness. The police, however, never proved that Jessica possessed cyanide. On October 5, 2016, the packed courtroom and the entire nation held their breath as the final verdict was read. Jessica was ultimately found guilty and sentenced to 20 years in prison. The courtroom erupted in applause and sighs of relief. Due to an agreement with Australian authorities, Jessica avoided the death penalty by firing squad. For many Indonesians watching the lives of the ultra-wealthy like Jessica and Myrna, this case highlighted that even the rich face their own troubles and unhappiness. Afterward, Vietnamese iced coffee became a popular drink in cafes across the city, though it carried a dark association that no one really wanted to talk about.
We're diving into a chilling case about someone who caused a bloodbath in a peaceful town. When a crime happens in a small, quiet place where everyone knows each other, it quickly becomes the talk of the town. But if it's a brutal attack on an entire family, something that's never happened before, it doesn't just get people talking, it leads to rumors, speculations, and gruesome stories that eventually become an urban legend. This tragic event took place in the fall of 2010 in a small Australian town called Kapunda, with a population of only 3,000. It's located near the Light River and Barossa Valley in South Australia. The whole town was shocked by the horrific news of a family being massacred. The local police, who had never seen anything like this, were left baffled. Rumors quickly spread, and the story was told in many different ways. Things got so out of control that the police had to partially classify the case to avoid further panic and prevent leaks. The family involved was well known and respected in the town. They had no known enemies, and there seemed to be no clear motive for the crime. At first, it appeared to be a senseless act of violence, leading detectives to believe it might have been the work of a madman. Surprisingly, the real culprit wasn't even considered a suspect at first, and might have gotten away with it if he hadn't accidentally revealed himself later on. Let's talk about the Rowe family. The head of the family, Andrew Rowe, was born in England in 1965. When he was just 3 years old, he and his parents moved to Australia, where they decided to stay. They settled in a suburb of Adelaide, and Andrew grew up there, attending school. He was known to be friendly, had a great sense of humour, made lots of friends, and enjoyed fishing with his dad. After high school, while studying in Adelaide, Andrew met Rose, a cheerful young woman just a year younger than him. The two quickly developed a romantic relationship, and in 1985, they got married in a small ceremony with only close friends and family. 2 years later, in 1987, they had their first child, a boy named Christopher. In 1994, Andrew and Rose Rowe welcomed their second child, a daughter named Chantel. The family settled in the quiet town of Kapunda and started their own carpet cleaning business. The business thrived, giving them financial stability. Their children attended local schools, where both performed well academically. Christopher, their eldest son, took up guitar and became interested in music, while Chantal excelled in painting, danced, and played basketball. She was known for being kind-hearted and always willing to help others. Chantal dreamed of becoming a lawyer, and Christopher planned to pursue a career in programming and technology. The Rowe family was close-knit and happy. By the summer of 2010, 23-year-old Christopher had moved out to live with his girlfriend, just a few blocks away. In September, 16-year-old Chantal started working part-time as a waitress at a roadside cafe. Since she didn't have her driver's license yet, her father or brother would drive her to work, though she looked forward to getting her own license soon. The crime scene was so horrifying that even seasoned detectives from Adelaide were shocked. Inside the house, it looked like a scene from a horror movie, with blood splattered everywhere on the floor, walls, furniture, curtains, and even the ceiling. The bodies of 45-year-old Andrew and 44-year-old Rose were found in the kitchen, severely disfigured, while Chantal's body lay in her bedroom, brutally torn. Each family member had suffered multiple stab wounds and had been dead long before the police and paramedics arrived. Detectives quickly suspected that the crime was personal, as nothing was stolen. Valuables like phones, a laptop, an expensive camera, and even money were left in plain sight. This suggested that the killer wasn't motivated by robbery. The brutality also hinted that more than one person might have been involved, as it would have been difficult for a single individual to overpower 3 adults. Alternatively, the perpetrator could have been a physically strong man. Investigators noticed that someone had clumsily tried to clean the crime scene, wiping away footprints in some areas, but the attempt was abandoned. Bloody shoe prints were also found leading to the door, but they suddenly stopped, implying the killer might have removed his shoes and left in socks. There were no signs of forced entry, which suggested that the family had likely known the killer and willingly let him inside, or he had entered through some other means. The family had no known enemies, leaving everyone puzzled as to who could have committed such a horrific crime. Some clear fingerprints were found on the door to Chantal's room, but they didn't match anyone in the police database, indicating that the person responsible had never been caught for any previous crimes. The house was immediately sealed off as a crime scene, and the surrounding area was fenced off to keep away curious onlookers and the press, who had quickly gathered at the scene. To avoid scaring the killer into hiding or fleeing, the police chose not to release too many details about the investigation. Still, rumors of a maniac spread quickly through the small town. People became fearful, avoiding the streets at night and locking their doors tightly. As strange as it sounds, the first person suspected of the crime was Christopher, the only surviving family member. At the time of the murders, he was on vacation with his fiancée in Moreton Bay, Queensland, on the Pacific coast. However, authorities had to investigate all possibilities, no matter how unlikely they seemed. Christopher was the first to raise the alarm when he couldn't get in touch with his family, and he took the next flight home after hearing the devastating news. His alibi and fingerprints were quickly checked, and it was confirmed that he was on the other side of the continent at the time of the crime, so he was ruled out as a suspect. A strange detail emerged from the investigation after the murders. The killer changed into clean clothes and lay on the bed. Bloody drag marks near Chantal's bed indicated that she had likely tried to hide under it, but the killer had pulled her out. Forensic experts also determined that she had been sexually assaulted before her death. This further suggested that the crime was deeply personal, filled with senseless cruelty. Andrew, the head of the family, suffered over 30 stab wounds, while Rose was stabbed 50 times. Evidence showed she had been attacked twice and had even tried to call for help after the first attack. Chantal had 33 stab wounds and had been sexually assaulted. Investigators immediately looked into Chantal's personal life, focusing on whether she had been in a relationship or had any obsessive admirers. It was soon revealed that she had been dating a boy named Dylan for about a year. They both attended the same school, and at 16 years old, Dylan didn't initially seem capable of committing such a brutal crime. Nonetheless, detectives needed to interview him, check his alibi, and hear his thoughts on whether anyone might have wanted to harm Chantal or her family. Dylan cooperated fully with the police, expressing his deep grief over Chantal's death. He explained that they had a loving relationship and planned to marry once they were older. He was devastated by her loss and didn't know how to cope. At the time of the murders, Dylan had been in a nearby city attending his grandfather's anniversary. His alibi was confirmed by dozens of witnesses, and he was ruled out as a suspect. The police had few leads but now had the killer's fingerprints, as well as DNA from the seminal fluid found on Chantal's body. This gave them a crucial piece of evidence that could eventually help them identify the murderer. The DNA extracted from the seminal fluid and fingerprints left at the scene did not match anyone in the police database, adding to the mystery. Interestingly, the family was killed with knives from their own kitchen, suggesting that the attack may not have been premeditated but rather a spontaneous act of violence. The killer took the murder weapons with him when he left the house. Forensic experts determined the time of death to be between midnight and 2 a.m. A neighbor of the Rowe family reported hearing Rose call for help twice around 1 a.m., followed by a loud thud, but assumed it was a domestic dispute and did not call the police. No strangers were seen near the house that night, and officers meticulously searched the area for any clues or the missing murder weapons. The police also reached out to the local community through the media, asking for any information that could help with the investigation. However, this led to an overwhelming number of tips, many of which were unhelpful or false. People called in to report suspicious individuals, strange cars, and even tried to link the crime to local biker gangs or drug dealers. There were also tips about social media posts from local residents, but none of these leads advanced the investigation. 2 days before the murders, detectives discovered Chantal's expensive camera at the crime scene. Since Chantal was an avid photographer, they hoped the camera might contain useful images. Indeed, they found many pictures, and the most recent ones drew their attention. On November 6th, just 2 days before the massacre, Chantal had hosted a small gathering at her home. Her parents had gone to stay with relatives for the night, so she took advantage of their absence to invite her boyfriend and 3 close friends, along with their partners, for a quiet evening of movie watching and a barbecue. It wasn't a wild party, just a calm, friendly get-together. Chantal took numerous photos that night, capturing everyone enjoying themselves. Some of the guests even posted pictures from the evening on their social media pages, which the police examined for any potential clues. All of Chantal's friends who attended the party stayed overnight at the row house and left the next morning, with Andrew and Rose even cooking breakfast for everyone. Detectives realized it was crucial to interview everyone who had been at the party to see if Chantal had any enemies, envious peers, or stalkers. They also decided to collect fingerprints from each person to compare them with the prints found on Chantal's bedroom door. Chantal's friends were still in shock over the murders but fully cooperated with the investigation. They came to the station to testify, provided their fingerprints and DNA samples, which didn't match the ones found at the crime scene, and allowed the police to access their social media accounts and phones. They recounted the events of what ended up being the last party at the row house. Dylan recalled that on Sunday, Chantal wasn't feeling well and likely had a cold. By the evening, she had developed a fever and called her boss to let him know she wouldn't be able to work the next day. The following morning, at around 5 a.m., Dylan texted her to ask how she was feeling. He saw that his message had been read, but Chantal never responded. What Dylan didn't know at the time was that Chantal and her parents were already dead, and the killer had read his message. In a chilling detail, the police discovered that the killer had even tried to respond to Dylan's text, but Chantal's phone account had run out of credit, so the message was never sent. The killer had attempted to create the illusion that Chantal was still alive. Dylan, along with several of Chantal's closest friends, helped the police compile a list of everyone she had been in contact with. Law enforcement systematically worked their way down the list, questioning and checking each person. About a week into the investigation, they reached an 18-year-old named Jason Downey, who had previously attended the same high school as Chantal and Dylan. He had graduated the previous year and was now working at a local auto repair shop. Initially, Jason didn't raise any red flags. He was of average height, very thin, and appeared completely harmless. The plan was to ask him a few questions and then let him go. However, during the interview, Jason began to act strangely. Instead of answering the detective's standard questions directly, he became increasingly nervous and his behavior started to raise suspicions. On November 4th, 2010, Christopher left for a vacation to Brisbane with his girlfriend, intending to return and prepare for their upcoming wedding. However, on November 8th, Christopher couldn't reach his family and grew increasingly concerned. After learning from his father's office that Andrew hadn't shown up for work, Christopher sensed something was wrong. He asked a friend to check on the house. Around 3 p.m. that day, a patrol car arrived at the row home. When the local police, who were unprepared for such a crime, saw the horrific scene inside, they immediately requested backup, realizing they were dealing with a brutal triple murder. Jason Downey began acting oddly during the police interview. He complained about not being invited to Chantal's party, mentioning that everyone else had a partner and he didn't have a girlfriend. Then, out of nowhere, he claimed to have an alibi for the night of the murders, even though no one had asked about it yet. His odd behavior made the police even more suspicious. As a result, they decided to fully investigate him, including taking his fingerprints and DNA sample. Surprisingly, Downey remained calm and cooperative, agreeing to all the tests without showing any nervousness. This behavior caused the police to briefly doubt their suspicions, but they continued with the procedures. When an expert collected his fingerprints, he noticed fresh, deep cuts on Jason's palms. Downey explained that he had hurt himself while working at the machine shop, but the cuts looked as if they had been made by a thin, sharp object. When the fingerprint results came back, they showed that Downey's prints matched the ones found on Chantal's bedroom door. All that remained was to wait for the DNA results, which were due in 2 days. The police questioned Downey again, asking how his fingerprints ended up in the Rowe family house if he hadn't been there recently. Downey calmly explained that he had visited the house with Dylan about a month and a half earlier, suggesting that's when he might have left the prints. However, this explanation didn't hold up, as the prints were fresh and clean, not old or faded. On November 16, 2010, The DNA results came in, confirming that Jason Downey had assaulted Chantel that night and was responsible for the murders of her and her parents. But the question remained, why had he done it? And how did this skinny young man find the strength and rage to commit such a brutal act? Jason was arrested that same day. Now, the detectives needed to uncover the motive behind this horrific massacre. Who was Jason Downey? Jason Downey was born in September 1992 in the Scottish town of Kilmarnock, where he spent his childhood and early teen years. He was the youngest of 2 children and was raised alongside his older brother Jamie. When Jason was just 8 months old, his parents divorced and his mother, Lorraine, took on the role of raising him. His father remarried soon after, and Jason and Jamie had a half-sister named Judy, though they had little contact with her. When Jason was 13, he, his mother, and his brother emigrated to Australia, where they settled in the small town of Kapunda. In their new home, Jason's mother remarried, this time to a local resident. Jason Downey had a difficult time adjusting to life in the small town of Kapunda after growing up in a big city. He despised the quiet, provincial atmosphere and longed to leave. At school, Jason struggled socially. His peers found him strange and most only spoke to him out of pity. He was overly talkative, arrogant, and frequently lied, boasting about his imaginary athletic abilities, popularity, and supposed admirers. In reality, girls ignored him, and his odd behavior repelled others. Dylan, Chantel's boyfriend, played on the same basketball team as Jason and felt sorry for him. Out of kindness, Dylan started inviting Jason to friendly gatherings and even introduced him to Chantel, a decision that would have disastrous consequences. Chantel, who was polite and empathetic, treated Jason kindly, and she had even defended him from other teenagers on occasion. Her friendly demeanor, however, led Jason to develop an intense crush on her, which soon turned into an unhealthy obsession. Jason began to believe that Chantel harbored secret feelings for him but couldn't express them because of her relationship with Dylan. Although Chantel never encouraged Jason's advances or gave him any reason to hope, he misinterpreted her kindness. Over time, his infatuation morphed into a delusional fantasy in which he believed that he and Chantel were meant to be together. Jason became consumed by these thoughts, mistaking her politeness for love, while no one around him noticed the depth of his obsession. Once the police were certain that Jason was responsible for the murders, they knew they had to act quickly to arrest him. However, they were unsure of how best to proceed, fearing that Jason could pose a danger to himself or others. To avoid any potential complications, they decided to lure him to the police station under a benign pretext. When Jason arrived, he was immediately placed in handcuffs, but surprisingly, he showed no emotion. He wasn't startled, scared, or angry. He remained completely calm. During his first interrogation, Jason denied all accusations. He tried to explain away the evidence, claiming that he had left his fingerprints in the Rowe family home during his previous visit a month and a half earlier. When questioned about how his DNA was found on Chantel's body, Jason made a desperate claim. He said that during that same visit, he and Chantel had consensual intimacy. However, this story was easily disproven. The forensic evidence made it clear that the seminal fluid found on Chantel's body could not have remained there for such a long period, either inside or outside her body. This false narrative further exposed Jason's lies and guilt. Jason Downey's confession revealed a disturbing sequence of events that led to the brutal murders of Chantel and her parents. After an argument with his mother and stepfather, Jason claimed he decided to sleep in his car. However, after speaking with Dylan, who mentioned Chantel was sick and staying home, Jason became obsessed with seeing her. His initial plan was simply to drive by her house and look through the windows, something he had done many times before due to his fixation on her. When Jason arrived at the Rowe family's home, it was dark inside, so he parked his car at the end of the street and returned on foot. He found a small bathroom window left open, and, being thin, he was able to squeeze through it without much difficulty. Once inside, Jason sat quietly in the bathroom for about half an hour, listening to ensure that everyone in the house had gone to bed. Jason later claimed that his intention was to confess his feelings to Chantel. However, he took a knife from the kitchen before entering her bedroom, a fact he could not explain logically. Investigators believe that Jason had more sinister intentions from the beginning, likely planning to use the knife to threaten and control Chantel in order to fulfill his obsessive desires. When Jason entered Chantel's room and attempted to assault her, she resisted. This resistance triggered a violent rage in Jason, leading him to stab her repeatedly. The horrific attack woke her parents, Andrew and Rose, who rushed to help their daughter. However, Jason, now in a frenzied state, turned his knife on them as well, brutally stabbing both Andrew and Rose to death. In his confession, Jason claimed he acted out of an uncontrollable passion, but the calculated nature of his actions sneaking into the house, bringing a weapon, and murdering not just Chantal but her parents suggested otherwise. His confession did little to minimize his guilt, despite his attempts to downplay his responsibility. As the investigation progressed, more damning evidence against Jason surfaced. A pair of blood-stained shoes was found discarded in a deserted area, and the blood on them matched that of all three victims. The sole prints from these shoes matched the bloody footprints found at the crime scene, and inside the shoes were traces of Jason's sweat, further implicating him. Despite Jason's attempts to cooperate with investigators promising, for example, to show them where he had disposed of the knives used in the murders, the murder weapons were never recovered, leading detectives to suspect that he was still trying to manipulate the situation. Jason's confession did help reconstruct the timeline of events, but it did little to change the gruesome reality of his crime. His obsession with Chantal, combined with his inability to control his urges, had driven him to commit an unimaginable act of violence, wiping out an entire family in the process. The trial of Jason Downey concluded with a sentence that echoed the severity of his crimes. In the fall of 2011, nearly a year after the brutal murders of Chantal Rowe and her parents, Jason stood trial. Throughout the proceedings, he remained emotionless, often changing his testimony and showing no remorse for his actions. He continued to claim that he had no memory of killing the Rowe family and insisted that he had loved Chantal, even though his actions told a much darker story. One detail that stood out during the trial was that after the massacre, Jason had taken Chantal's pendant and chain, which were later found during a search of his room and car. This act underscored his obsession with her, as he tried to keep a piece of her with him even after her death. Despite his claim that the tragedy could have been avoided if Chantal had invited him to the party she hosted before her death, it was clear that his feelings of rejection and obsession had driven him to commit the horrific act. Throughout the trial, Jason maintained a calm and indifferent demeanor. He ultimately pleaded guilty, hoping for a lighter sentence. He openly admitted to his brother that this was the reason for his guilty plea to avoid life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. In the end, on April 19, 2012, Jason Downey was sentenced to life imprisonment, with the possibility of parole after 35 years. Had he not pleaded guilty, he would have had to serve at least 45 years before being eligible for parole. Chantal's brother, Christopher Rowe, who lost his entire family in the massacre, expressed that while he believed the punishment was just, no court sentence could ever heal the pain of losing his loved ones. In memory of his parents and sister, Christopher had their names tattooed on his body. Despite the grief and tragedy, Christopher has since found a way to rebuild his life. He is now married and raising his son, Kobe, honoring the memory of his family while moving forward with his own. The case left an indelible mark on all involved, with Jason Downey's lack of remorse and cold demeanor continuing to haunt those who followed the trial.
Today, the Spokane Police Department announced it has identified the man who killed 9-year-old Candy Rogers in 1959.
It was possibly the most well-known cold case in the city and the entire state.
On the afternoon of March 6, 1959, 9-year-old Candy Rogers left her home in west central Spokane to sell campfire mints in her neighborhood and nearby areas. As hours passed with no sign of her return, her family grew increasingly worried, fearing the worst. Then, after 2 weeks of intense searching, a devastating discovery was made. Her lifeless body was found deep in the heart of the dense woods, far from her home. Despite extensive efforts by detectives, the mystery surrounding her death remained unsolved for decades. However, over 60 years later, the truth emerged. So, what happened to Candy? Did she become lost in the woods and fall victim to a wild animal? Or was her fate even more tragic?
Welcome back to Mysterious Oracle. Today we explore one of the oldest cold cases ever solved, the story of Candy Rogers. But before we begin, if you haven't already subscribed to our channel, please consider hitting the subscribe button and the notification bell to stay updated with our latest videos. Now, let's delve into this mystery. Today, we're heading to Spokane, a city nestled in the state of Washington, USA. Known for its vibrant cultural scene and stunning natural landscapes, Spokane attracts many outdoor enthusiasts. The Spokane River flows through its heart, offering a lively downtown area filled with numerous shopping, dining, and entertainment options. Additionally, Spokane holds significance as the birthplace of Father's Day and hosts the annual Lilac Festival, celebrating the city's iconic flower. Born in 1950 to Elaine and Carl Rogers, Candy was their only child, cherished deeply by her parents. Despite Elaine and Carl's marriage ending in divorce at some point, Candy remained under her mother's care. Elaine, a schoolteacher at the time, ensured she provided for Candy to the best of her ability. Candy was well liked in her neighborhood, known for her cheerful demeanor and friendly nature. By 1959, at the age of 9, Candy attended Holmes Elementary School as a 4th grader. Like many girls her age, Candy was a member of the Bluebirds, a youth organization affiliated with the Campfire Girls. The Bluebirds aimed to offer girls opportunities for learning, recreation, and a connection to nature, fostering personal development and independence. Candy actively participated in the group's activities, which included camping, community service, hiking, and more. She approached each activity with enthusiasm and joy. Candy was growing up to be a bright and happy girl, evident to everyone around her. However, no one anticipated the tragic event that would soon disrupt her life and deeply affect the entire community. On March 6, 1959, after coming back from school, Candy headed home to her mother. It was a Friday, and she anticipated spending time with friends the next day. However, she had another task in mind. The Bluebirds were fundraising for an upcoming event, and members needed to sell chocolates in the neighborhood. Candy had 7 boxes of Campfire mints to sell that day. She sought permission from her mother, Elaine, who granted it with a reminder not to stay out too long and to return before dark. Although Candy always followed this rule, Elaine made sure to emphasize it each time Candy left the house. If Elaine had known that day would be different, she would have stopped her daughter from leaving. Candy quickly snacked on an oatmeal cookie and played briefly with the family dog before taking the boxes of Campfire mints and leaving the house. It was around 4 p.m. Several girls around Candy's age were going door to door selling chocolate that unfortunate afternoon, and Candy joined them. What happened afterward remains unknown, but Candy never made it back home. By about 5:30 p.m., Elaine started feeling uneasy. It was unusual for Candy to be out so late. Each passing minute felt like an eternity to Elaine, as she strained to hear Candy's familiar footsteps nearing the house, but they never came. Anxiety surged by 6 p.m., and Elaine was convinced that something was amiss. She quickly informed Candy's grandfather, Stanley Newton, about the situation. Other relatives, friends, and neighbors were also alerted about Candy's absence, and by 6:30 p.m., a small group had mobilized to search for her. They began by asking people in the neighborhood if they had seen her, and some confirmed spotting her earlier, carrying the boxes of Campfire mints she was selling. However, no one knew her current whereabouts. Around 7 p.m., Candy's grandfather, Newton, and their friends narrowly avoided being hit by a fast-moving car, managing to move out of harm's way just in time. The scary incident left them feeling shaken, but they quickly refocused their efforts on finding Candy. As the sky grew darker, they continued searching despite the fading light, holding on to hope that Candy would be found safe before nightfall. Eventually, the authorities were notified about the missing girl, leading police officers and sheriff's deputies to join the search. By around 9 p.m. on the same day, a group of searchers found several boxes of Campfire mints scattered across Patette Drive. Many believed these boxes to be the ones Candy had been selling. Although they found 6 boxes that night, one was still missing. Despite their thorough search, there was no sign of Candy. Elaine found it hard to sleep as she worried about her daughter's safety. She prayed silently for Candy's return home, but the uncertainty was just too much to bear. The following morning was a Saturday, and by then, almost everyone in the city had gotten the news that Candy was missing. Well-meaning individuals trooped out in large numbers to begin the search for the day. Officers rode on horseback as well as in vehicles to conduct the search. They looked through the woods and along major roads. The Air Force also assisted in the search by providing a helicopter. The aircraft was boarded by 4 trained personnel as well as 1 pilot, and they took it to the air. While flying over Spokane River, the pilot failed to see a high-tension wire until the last moment and ended up flying into it. The effect was immediate. The helicopter spiraled out of control and crashed into the Spokane River, instantly killing 3 of the 5 men on board. Airman Melise D. Ray, Sergeant William A. McDonnell, and Lieutenant Kenneth G. Fate Che were the three men who tragically lost their lives on that day. Everyone who had joined in the search for Candy was saddened by the tragic event, but it did little to discourage them from searching for her. They remained determined and therefore intensified their efforts. None of them wanted the death of the three heroes to be in vain. But despite everyone's best efforts, they had no luck locating Candy for several days. It was as if she had simply vanished without a trace. With each passing day that Candy remained missing, Elaine began to look like a shadow of herself. She refused to touch her meals and would constantly stare into space. Not knowing the whereabouts of her only daughter was slowly driving her insane. The burden on her heart was just too much to bear. March 22nd, 1956, made it 16 days that Candy had been missing, and it was the day she was found. That afternoon, two airmen named Howard Lawrence and Richard Bergen were out hunting woodchucks in a wooded area about 7 miles away from Candy's home. Upon getting to a small clearing in the forest, they noticed a small pair of blue suede shoes. The delicate craftsmanship of the shoes and the small size indicated that they belonged to a child. They were baffled and wondered how the shoes had gotten there so far away from town. After looking around and waiting a while to see if anyone would come out to lay claim to the shoes, they picked them up and made their way back to base. The two men could not stop talking about the discovery they made in the woods, and the news soon spread like wildfire. The shoes were handed over to the police, who contacted Candy's grandfather to see if he could identify them. They had a strong suspicion that the shoes belonged to the little girl they had spent several days searching for. When Candy's grandfather saw the shoes, he told the police officers that they indeed looked similar to the ones she had worn in the past. With this confirmation, officers decided to focus their search on the area where the shoes had been found. Since it had grown dark, conducting a search would be difficult that night, and so they agreed to wait until the next morning. The following day was a Sunday, and by dawn, a team of officers and volunteers had arrived at the clearing where the shoes had been found. They immediately began looking through the area, but initially found nothing. After some time went by, one of the officers suddenly came across a small mound made up of brush and pine needles. He found it strange and decided to take a closer look. To his horror, it did not take him long to see a knee sticking out from under the pile, and he carefully brushed away the leaves to reveal the decomposing body of a child. He instantly recognized her as the little girl they had been looking for. The clothes she was wearing were torn in places, and when the officer looked at her feet, he noticed that they were bound. A torn strip of cloth had been used to do this. Also wrapped around her neck was another strip of clothing. The officer quickly alerted the other searchers, and soon after, the body was taken out of the area for an autopsy. Candy's relatives were immediately contacted and informed about the state in which she was found. Upon hearing that her daughter was dead, Elaine lost consciousness and had to be placed under sedation. More than 1,000 searchers who had volunteered their time, resources, and energy to look for Candy were shocked by the news. There was a general feeling of dread in the air, and from that moment, many people began to fear for their safety as well as their children's. The result of the autopsy that was conducted on Candy's body revealed that she had been abused and then strangled to death. Detectives from the Spokane Police Department immediately began an investigation to find out who the culprit was. "We'll put every available man on the case and keep them there till the thing is solved," Police Chief Clifford Payne had told the media at the time. "We know what we're looking for now. We're looking for a maniac," he added. A lot of individuals were questioned, but detectives were unable to get any helpful information. The first person the authorities suspected of committing the crime was an imprisoned serial killer by the name of Hugh Byron Morse, and they had good reason for believing that he had something to do with it. When the autopsy was conducted on Candy's body, a strange purple smear that smelled like grape gum had been noticed on her clothes, and Morse was known for having a special liking for grape gum. But when he was asked about Candy's murder, he denied any involvement in it. Since there was no evidence to show that he was the killer they were looking for, charges could not be brought up against him. However, he remained a prime suspect in the case for a long time. Apart from him, detectives also investigated several tips that poured in after Candy's death, but none of them proved to be of any use. Candy was eventually laid to rest, and her devastated family members hoped that her killer would be brought to justice sooner rather than later. But several months went by after this, and the case remained a tough one for detectives to crack. In June 1963, 4 years after Candy's death, her father Carl sadly took his own life, unable to cope with losing his daughter. At the time, he had been living in a hotel in Walla Walla. Years went by, and Candy began to fade from the memories of many, but her family and the detectives of Spokane Police Department never forgot. This is the kind of case that's been the giant logjam for cold cases, and in Spokane, I keep saying it's the Mount Everest of our cold cases, the one that we could never seem to overcome. But at the same time, nobody ever forgot, said Detective Zach Stormont of the Spokane Police Department Major Crimes. By 2001, there had been a significant advancement in DNA technology compared to the 1950s, when it was non-existent. Candy's clothes from when her body was found had been carefully stored by the authorities as evidence. These clothes were now submitted to the lab with the hopes that the killer's DNA could be identified. Forensic investigators quickly got to work, and they were able to determine that Candy's underwear had DNA on it. They were able to isolate DNA from this, and it was used to create a DNA profile. It was an exciting period for detectives as they felt closer than ever to solving the case. The newly developed DNA profile was then uploaded to the database, but unfortunately, no match was found. In 2002, detectives compared the DNA profile to that of Morse, who had remained on their radar for a long time. However, to their disappointment, they discovered that he was not the man they were looking for. Nothing of interest would surface for a long time. In September 2006, Candy's heartbroken mother quietly passed away in her home at the age of 82. She died not knowing who had killed her precious daughter. Around 2017, forensic genetic genealogy came to the limelight as a new scientific method being used to solve several cold cases. The method uses DNA analysis and traditional genealogical methods to solve crimes and identify missing persons. In other words, it combines science with family history research to piece together clues and bring justice to victims and their loved ones. With the method gaining popularity, detectives decided to give it a try and use it in helping them solve Candy's murder. Brittany Wright, a forensic scientist with the Washington State Patrol Crime Laboratory Division, got assigned to the case around the time she was able to get her hands on a DNA sample that had been stored in the crime lab freezer since 2001. The next thing she did was reanalyze the sample to confirm that it matched the original perpetrator's DNA profile from 2001. Upon confirming this, she followed up with a diagnostic analysis to determine if it could be used for forensic genetic genealogy. The sample was then sent to a private forensic lab. However, this turned out to be a futile effort as, according to the lab, the DNA sample was too degraded to work with. Detectives' hopes were completely dashed when they were given the news, and they could hardly hide their disappointment. A year would go by after this before detectives caught a lucky break. They learned about a particular laboratory that could efficiently work with degraded DNA like the one in Candy's case. The laboratory was known as Othram, and it was located in Texas. Brittany reached out to them to inquire if Candy's case was eligible. Upon receiving a positive response, she then sent off a small amount of the remaining DNA sample for testing. 6 months later, the lab came back with a result. 3 brothers have been identified as the possible suspects. Their names were John, Andrew, and Terry Hoff. As it turned out, all 3 were long dead upon further investigation. Detectives discovered that one of the men, John, had a daughter named Kathy. They decided to contact her to let her know that they were investigating her dead father. By that point, I had already looked up a little girl murdered in 1959, so I knew who it was, Kathy said. She provided detectives with a DNA sample, which was then analyzed, and the result was astonishing. It revealed that it was 2.9 million times more likely that Kathy's DNA was related to the suspect DNA profile than the general population. With this, detectives became more certain that John was the killer they had spent decades looking for. They did a background check on him and discovered that in addition to growing up in Spokane, he lived about a mile from Candy's home at the time of her murder. He also had a troubled past. In 1956, at the age of 17, he enlisted in the army. However, in 1961, 2 years after Candy's death, he was arrested for assaulting a woman. According to reports, he had approached the woman and used force to remove her clothes while she struggled and screamed for help. He then used the clothes to tie her up before trying to strangle her. Luckily, the woman survived the ordeal. For the crime, John spent 6 months in prison, and when he got out, the army labelled him a deserter and discharged him from service. After this, John led a pretty normal life. He worked as a door-to-door salesman and also in a lumber yard to make ends meet. However, at the young age of 31, he ended up taking his own life. Apart from this, detectives also uncovered a possible connection between John and Candy. Hoff's stepsister was a 10-year-old campfire girl at the time of Candy's murder and had taken on the role of Candy's big sister in the program. Detectives believed that this was how John might have known Candy. When detectives uncovered all this about John, they decided to take one final step to confirm that he was Candy's killer. With Kathy's permission, as well as a search warrant, they travelled to the cemetery where John was buried and exhumed his corpse. A DNA sample was taken from his remains and was then sent to the lab for testing. The result was what detectives expected. John was Candy's killer. "We got extremely lucky in that we got DNA from 1959, said former Spokane police detective Brian Hammond, who worked tirelessly on the case until he retired in 2021. They had no concept of that at the time, and that's obviously what cracks the case. Otherwise, I don't believe it would have ever been solved, Hammond added. Some of Candy's surviving relatives were contacted and informed about the breakthrough in the case. It's not closure, but at least there's some form of satisfaction knowing that the person that did it is at least named. He may be in a grave, but he's named, said Joanne Poss, a cousin of Candy, aged 77. Candy's relatives, however, remained saddened by the fact that her grandparents and parents never got to know who killed her. They never saw him pay or die for it or whatever. They went to their grave not knowing. And that was hard, Joanne said. As for Kathy, the revelation that her father was the murderer shook her to the bones. It's just really sad to find out that someone, not even just your dad, but someone in your family, could do something like that, Kathy said. John passed away when she was only 9, and she grew up believing that he had done it out of depression. And now I think, no, he was evil, she said. It wasn't an escape and away from it, but he got to die with people thinking he was an upstanding man, and he wasn't. Kathy also rendered a public apology for her father's crime and the pain it caused the murdered girl's family. I'm very, very sorry for what my dad did, that he took her life horribly, she said. I hope that it gives peace knowing that even though it's not really justice because he doesn't get any punishment, his name has this on it now, and they can know it's solved. Through the act of one man, a family was plunged into misery and remained in the dark for more than 60 years. However, the determination and perseverance of several generations of detectives helped to reveal his identity and bring the bereaved family much-needed closure. But do you think John's murder of Candy was pre-planned, or was it a random act?
In 1995, Kansas made a rule saying that if someone intentionally commits a crime, they can't blame it on a mental disorder to get out of trouble. This rule came about because lots of criminals were trying to avoid punishment by saying they weren't in control due to mental issues during their trials. The head of the once happy and large Kayla family tried to use insanity as a defense to avoid responsibility for the atrocities he committed. However, he was found sane. Psychologists believe that his actions were motivated by jealousy, rage, and a desire for revenge against the ex-wife who left him and the daughters who supported their mother. Unfortunately, such crimes motivated by jealousy and a pathological desire for revenge are a common worldwide phenomenon. According to statistics, these motives account for 1 in 8 crimes committed. Excessive suspicion, insecurity, and an obsessive need to control a partner can turn a person into a real beast who does not spare even his own children. James Craig Kaler was born in 1963 in Weatherford, Texas. His future wife, Karen Kaler N. White, was born in the same city in 1965. They met in the early 1980s as students at a Texas university. Craig was graduating in engineering, and Karen was a freshman in the humanities department. They quickly found common ground and soon began a romantic relationship. They were young, in love, and seemed like the perfect couple. Craig was a top student known for his determination and talent in engineering. In the late 1980s, after graduation, they had a modest wedding attended only by close friends and family. Their first child, Emily, was born in 1991, followed by Lauren in 1993. They lived in a cozy house in Weatherford and were quite well off by local standards. In 1999, when Karen was pregnant with her third child, Craig received a lucrative job offer at a large utility company in Weatherford. His promotion coincided with the birth of their son, Sean, whom he adored. With a higher income, Craig bought a spacious house in the city's most prestigious neighborhood and a reliable family car. Karen stayed at home, and Craig became the primary breadwinner. Outwardly, the family seemed perfect. The daughters, Emily and Lauren, were talented in sports and music, often participating in vocal competitions and local events. Emily excelled in school and went to a prestigious pharmacy college, while Lauren, an excellent student, dreamed of attending a conservatory to pursue a career in music. Sean was an outgoing, kind, and inquisitive boy, interested in pneumatics and aspiring to become an archaeologist. He was very close to his parents and sisters. Craig provided for his family, and Karen made the home comfortable, raised the children, and baked tasty treats. They were active in the community, striving to improve their neighborhood. They also raised 3 wonderful and talented children. However, behind the facade of perfection, there were many problems that family members kept hidden. In 2007, Karen admitted to her younger sister, Linda, that she was on the verge of a nervous breakdown. She complained that Craig had been controlling and monitoring her for years, and that this control was increasing. Craig demanded a full accounting of all expenditures, not just major purchases, but everyday household expenses as well. Karen provided him with supermarket receipts, bank transaction data, and reported her whereabouts every day while he was at work. The entire Kyler family lived on a strict schedule set by Craig. When he returned from work, his wife and children had to be home to meet him. They went to bed, woke up, and ate at certain times, and even intimacy between the couple was scheduled. Over time, Craig's obsession with control intensified. He became increasingly demanding and selfish, and Karen's actions were scheduled down to the hour. Karen felt enslaved. She had no free time, only duties and responsibilities. She tried to fulfill all of her husband's demands, hoping that he would loosen his control, and they could get back to their old life. But Craig seemed to enjoy his control and was unwilling to change. Linda was deeply disturbed by her sister's revelations. She, like everyone else, had seen Craig as the perfect husband, father, and family man, and it turned out he was a domestic tyrant. However, Karen did not want to destroy her family. Besides, she and her children were financially dependent on Craig. Therefore, she decided to find a job that would provide her with a stable income. Karen's new hobby. Karen, despite her advanced age and 3 children, was in great physical shape. She always adhered to the principles of good nutrition, periodically followed diets, took care of herself, and went jogging every day secretly from her husband. She enrolled in a local fitness club where she started working out for several hours every day. It was her way of blowing off steam, distracting herself, and getting her thoughts in order. She attended the gym while Craig was at work and didn't notice her working out. Soon, the management of the sports club noticed the attractive, fit, and diligent woman. Karen was offered to try herself as a fitness instructor with a probationary period and the possibility of an official labor contract. The former housewife could not have dreamed of such an opportunity, because now she will be able to continue doing what she loves and even receive a decent remuneration for it. Eventually, Craig found out that his wife was going to the gym. Karen expected a scandal and that her husband would forbid her to go, but surprisingly, he reacted calmly. He even seemed pleased that his wife had found something to do and was now earning her own money. His only conditions were that she had to be home when he arrived, cook meals, and not disrupt their planned intimate life. Karen found these conditions acceptable because now she had the freedom of action and the ability to provide for her own needs without having to justify to her husband every dime she spent. Soon, there was a new instructor at the fitness club named Sunny Rice. Karen and Sunny quickly hit it off and became friends. For Karen, who had been a stay-at-home mom for many years and was unable to socialize with people outside the family, Sunny became a trusted confidant. The women spent time together at work every day, sometimes going for walks, drinking coffee, and having heart-to-heart talks. It didn't take long for their friendship to grow into something more. Naturally, They hid their feelings and relationship from everyone. But in time, Karen decided that she had to confess everything to her husband. She spent months preparing for this conversation, trying to find the right words, not knowing how to start and what the consequences might be. Eventually, she opened up to Craig. Although Craig was quite puzzled by his wife's revelation, he reacted rather calmly and did not make a scene. However, the next day, Craig stated that he agreed to his wife's relationship with Sunny, but on the condition that he could join them. Karen was shocked by her husband's proposal and didn't know how to react to it. Nevertheless, Craig took the initiative and began courting Sunny, sending her flowers and small gifts. He seemed to see this as an opportunity to brighten his intimate life and add passion and new sensations to his marriage to Karen. At first, the women agreed to his proposal, but soon realized that for Craig, it was a game of dominance. Their peculiar love triangle didn't last long, and Craig was made to realize that he was not welcome in their relationship. Feeling insulted, Craig demanded that Karen end the affair immediately, but she continued to date Sunny genuinely in love. After nearly 2 decades of marriage, it seemed that Karen was ready to leave her husband for a new relationship. A move to another state in secret meetings. After months of scandals, confrontations, and agonizing deliberation, Craig decided that the best solution to save his family would be to move to another state. He began looking for a new job, sending out resumes, and soon landed a position as a water director for a large company in Columbia, Missouri, a city neighboring Kansas. Craig believed that his wife's move to another state would end her affair with Sunny, and their family life would return to normal. The move in the summer of 2008 proved difficult for the family, as the children had to change schools, make new friends, and adjust to life in a new city. Although the family was already well off, Craig's salary in his new position was nearly double what he earned in Weatherford. However, with more responsibilities and more hours on the job, Craig naively thought he had cut Sunny out of his wife's life for good. But he was wrong. Karen and Sunny continued to communicate regularly, exchanging calls and texts, and meeting in secret. They would drive to meet halfway and spend a couple of hours in a roadside hotel before returning home. By then, Karen knew her marriage was doomed. She no longer loved her husband, and divorce was only a matter of time. These secret trysts continued until December 2008. On that New Year's Eve, the Kaler family returned to their hometown to visit family and friends. Sunny was also present at this party. Karen and Sunny behaved low-key at first, simply exchanging greetings. However, as the party progressed and under the influence of alcohol, they seemed to forget about social norms. The lovers were inseparable, holding hands, exchanging longing glances, and some guests even caught them kissing. Craig wasn't just angry, he was furious. Karen had insulted and humiliated him in front of dozens of former roommates, friends, and co-workers, making her affair public. Craig made a scene at the party, verbally attacking his wife and Sunny. An enraged Craig forcibly dragged Karen away from the party. On the way home, he lost control of himself. He grabbed her by the shoulders and shook her with such force that her dress ripped. He then slapped her, causing her to stumble and fall, hitting her head. After returning home, the conflict did not subside, and a few days later, Karen told Craig that she was leaving him. She initiated divorce proceedings and demanded custody of the children. At first, Craig tried to apologize, begging to keep the family for the sake of the children, and offering to give their marriage another chance. However, Karen was adamant and obtained a divorce. Craig then began calling their mutual friends and relatives, asking them to talk to Karen and convince her not to break up the family and stay with him. Despite his best efforts, she firmly told him that she was leaving for Sunny and was never truly happy in their marriage. In the early spring of 2009, while they were still living under the same roof, another argument broke out, and Craig resorted to physical violence for the first time since that New Year's Eve party. Karen reported him to the police, and he was arrested. However, at the station, he claimed that his wife was hysterical, and he only held her tightly to calm her down, which caused the bruises on her arms. After this incident, Karen, without waiting for an official divorce, took the children and moved out. For Craig, it was a serious blow, but even more he was angry when he learned that his daughters sided with their mother, saying that for the first time in a long time, they saw her happy. He saw this as a betrayal and refused to communicate with Emily and Lauren, only calling Sean and taking him with him on weekends while blatantly ignoring his daughters. Meanwhile, despite the ongoing divorce proceedings, Craig still hoped that his wife would change her mind and come back to him. He was jealous, tried to control her, and followed her everywhere. He watched her house, followed her around town in a rental car, trying to remain undetected, and even tried to set up a hidden camera in her house when no one was there. Naturally, all of this took time and effort, so Craig had to sacrifice work. First, he took a vacation, then he claimed that he was sick, and in the end, he just started skipping work without explanation. This reckless behavior led to his termination. After losing his job and the source of income, Craig was forced to move into his parents' house because he couldn't afford his own. Now with plenty of free time, he was able to stalk his ex-wife all day long, leading her to take his ex-husband to court to stop him from approaching her. In November 2009, just before Thanksgiving, Karen took her children to visit her 89-year-old grandmother, Dorothy White, in the small town of Burlingame, Kansas, to spend the holidays. On the evening of November 29th, the Burlingame Police Department received an alarm call about a suspicious van and the sound of gunshots. Dorothy's neighbors reported seeing a small truck pull up to the elderly woman's home, a man get out of it, and enter the house. They then allegedly heard screams and gunshots, but are not sure. The man then left the house, got back into the truck, and drove away quickly. Neighbors did not attempt to apprehend him, fearing he was armed. When police pulled up to the house, they were met by a terrified 10-year-old boy calling for help. It was Sean Kaler, who couldn't explain what had happened, but it was clear that a terrifying scene awaited the police. Inside, near the front door, they found the 89-year-old homeowner lying in a pool of blood and surprisingly alive, despite 2 gunshot wounds. In the kitchen, police found the lifeless body of 44-year-old Karen. She had been shot in the chest and then killed by a close-range gunshot to the head. Her ex-husband had left her with no chance of survival. The body of her oldest daughter, 18-year-old Emily, lay between a wall and a couch. She had apparently tried to hide from her enraged father, but he caught up with her and took her life with 2 point-blank shots. Her younger sister, Lauren, lay in a pool of blood in a second-floor bedroom. She was still alive, begging faintly to save her life, and repeatedly stating that her father had done it. The elderly woman and Lauren were immediately rushed to the intensive care unit of a nearby hospital. Despite the doctor's best efforts, their lives could not be saved. Lauren died on the morning of December 1st from massive blood loss and damage to her internal organs, and her great-grandmother died a few hours later that day. The only surviving witness, Sean, was in a state of shock. Psychologists worked with him, but he needed a thorough interrogation as the only living witness to the tragic events at his great-grandmother's house. He said that that evening, his mother was in the kitchen preparing dinner, and he approached her to ask for his favorite pies. Suddenly, the back door of the house swung open, and their father entered the house with a shotgun in his hands. Without saying a word, the man pointed the barrel at his ex-wife and shot her, then moved closer and fired again. For the first few seconds, Sean froze in horror. Then his father turned to him but didn't aim, just silently and intently stared at him. Sean realized he had to run, so he jumped out the open back door. The boy ran toward the main entrance, hoping to alert his grandmother and sisters and call for help. However, as he reached the threshold, he heard several more gunshots, fearing to enter the house. He hid in a small outbuilding. He heard several more shots and waited in terror for his father to come after him. Craig was immediately put on the wanted list, warning that he was armed and extremely dangerous. Meanwhile, police received several reports of a speeding truck, which helped them quickly determine the direction the gunman was traveling. At one point, the man abandoned his vehicle in a wooded area and began walking down a deserted road. Law enforcement quickly caught up with him and apprehended him. The next morning, he had left the rifle and ammunition in the back seat, with prescription medication for depression and anxiety disorders lying next to the driver's seat. Mr. Kaler did not resist arrest. He did not seem to care anymore. He looked confused and even frightened, and honestly admitted that he was armed with a gun and a hunting knife, but did not intend to use them. He also admitted that he had done something terrible and believed that the police already knew about it. At first, when he was taken to the police station, Craig fully admitted his guilt and poured his heart out to the investigating officer. He told how his wife had cheated on him with Sonny, how they had humiliated him in front of his friends at a New Year's Eve party, how his attempts to save his marriage had cost him his job and what was left of his self-respect. The man cried, said he did not know how he had decided to take such a step, and complained that everyone, including his daughters, had betrayed him. Craig's trial began in December 2010. The defendant, who was advised by his lawyer Thomas Heaney, recanted his initial confession, blaming his actions on mental illness and insanity. It was his only option to avoid the death penalty for the murder of 4 people. Heaney tried to convince the court that his client was in a difficult psycho-emotional state after his wife left him for a lover, his children sided with their mother, he lost his job, and was forced to move back into his parents' home. All of these factors contributed to the breakdown, the lawyer said, and Mr. Kaler committed the crime while insane, not realizing what he was doing. Prior to 1995, there was indeed a law that allowed criminals to get leniency by pleading insanity. However, in Kansas, where the crime was committed and the trial took place, that law was repealed. Furthermore, the prosecution found no evidence of insanity or affective state in Craig's actions, only cold calculation. He purchased guns and ammunition in advance, went to Dorothy White's house knowing that his entire family was there, and shot each victim twice, leaving no chance of survival. However, he deliberately spared his son Sean, allowing him to escape. In August 2011, the man was found guilty on all counts and sentenced to death. Sean, who was 12 years old at the time, testified at the final hearing. He said that he did not wish his father dead, as he was the only close relative left. Despite numerous appeals by Craig and his attorneys, the verdict remained unchanged. As of today, Mr. Kaler is still in prison and continues to fight to have the case reviewed and the death sentence overturned. As for Sean, after the death of his mother and sisters, he was officially taken into custody by his maternal grandmother. He is now an adult, has finished school, received an education, and has decided to stay and work in his home state.
When Lucy Blackman, an English tourist, vanished from Tokyo, her friends and family feared the worst. Little did they know, her disappearance would unveil the dark and hidden crimes of one of Japan's most notorious killers. In today's video, we'll delve into the chilling case of Joji Obara. Our story begins in the southeast of England, in the picturesque county of Kent. Kent, often referred to as the Garden of England, boasts a rich history and thriving service-based economy. While renowned for its historic cathedrals and castles, Kent is also gaining recognition for its vibrant food and wine scene. Nestled near the western border of Kent lies the quaint town of Sevenoaks, where Lucy Blackman called home. Born on September 1st, 1978, Lucy was the eldest of 3 siblings, with younger sister Sophie and brother Rupert completing the family. Sadly, Lucy's childhood was marked by her parents' divorce, leading her, along with her mother, brother, and sister, to relocate within Kent. Lucy was known as a cheerful child, always brimming with energy and radiating positivity. Her meticulous planning skills shone through in her academic pursuits. After graduating from school, Lucy decided to pursue a career as a flight attendant with British Airways, enticed by the prospect of traveling the world. However, as the years passed, the constant travel and low pay took a toll on her, plunging her into financial strain and leaving her feeling drained. Like many young professionals navigating their first job, Lucy began to reassess her career path and overall direction. Despite her love for travel, the demanding nature of her role at British Airways took its toll on her finances and mental well-being. It was then that Lucy and her colleague Louise devised a plan. They realized that traveling didn't have to entail constant hopping from one country to another. They could settle in a foreign destination, secure stable employment, and improve their financial situation. Intrigued by Japan's unique culture and lifestyle, Lucy and Louise resolved to find work in the land of the rising sun to alleviate their debts. Japan, with its myriad UNESCO World Heritage sites and deeply ingrained traditions, their decision to embark on this journey was daunting, but they drew strength from each other. They booked their tickets and embarked on their adventure to Japan. In May 2000, Lucy and Louise found themselves in the vibrant heart of Tokyo, settling into an apartment near Roppongi, renowned for its bustling nightlife and fusion of Western and Japanese cultures. They wasted no time in securing employment and soon landed jobs at a local nightclub called Casablanca, where they served as hostesses to its diverse clientele. In Japan, customs, and social norms differ significantly from those in the Western world, and host and hostess clubs, known as kiapakura, epitomize this cultural distinction. Hostesses engage in activities such as lighting cigarettes, serving drinks, and engaging in conversation with patrons, creating a welcoming and entertaining atmosphere. While dancing and explicit behavior are prohibited, kiapakuras provide a space for patrons to unwind and socialize in a relaxed setting. In Roppongi, many establishments sought Western women to cater to their Japanese clientele, offering decent pay and requiring strong customer service skills. Lucy and Louise embraced the challenge, eager to immerse themselves in this unique cultural experience and improve their financial situation. As part of Casablanca Club's policies, all hostesses are encouraged to have dinner with their customers before escorting them to the club for their shift, a tradition known as a dohan in Japan. Lucy's parents expressed concern about her choice of employment, but she reassured them, emphasizing her confidence and awareness of her boundaries. She likened the job to being an air hostess on the ground. On the warm afternoon of July 1st, 2000, Lucy donned her sandals and black dress as she prepared to leave. Spotting her friend Louise in the adjacent room, she informed her about her dohan with a customer from the Casablanca Club. She mentioned that he had offered her a new mobile phone in exchange, and the dinner would be brief at a restaurant near the beach. Understanding the situation, Louise advised Lucy not to be too late, as they had plans for the evening. Louise's boyfriend, Scott Fraser, was also nearby, and they were all anticipating the weekend ahead. Lucy kept in touch with Louise throughout the day, sending 3 messages. Her first, at 1:30 p.m., stated, "I am now with my lunch date." At 5 p.m., she messaged Louise again, saying, "I'm being taken to the sea." Finally, around 6:45 p.m., she sent her last message, "I'll be back in half an hour," which she also sent to Scott shortly after. However, by 8 p.m., Lucy had not returned home. As Tokyo transitioned into the night, Lucy's whereabouts remained unknown. Despite informing her friend and boyfriend of her return, she had disappeared without a trace. The situation was daunting. What do you do when your friend goes missing in a foreign city, especially one as vast and unfamiliar as Tokyo? With its population of 34.4 million people, locating one person seemed nearly impossible, especially considering the language and cultural barriers. Louise reached out to local authorities, but initial responses seemed disinterested. Days passed with no sign of Lucy. None of her colleagues at the club had seen her, and attempts to contact her went unanswered. Then, on the evening of July 3rd, Louise received a call from a man with a thick Japanese accent. He spoke English slowly but clearly, informing her, "Lucy can't speak right now. She's okay but won't be returning home. She's joined a new cult and is safe, undergoing training in Hutton Chiba." Back in England, Lucy's mother, Jane, reacted swiftly and intensely upon learning of Lucy's disappearance. The news filled her with terror from the moment she heard her daughter was missing. The anonymous call only heightened her concerns, as Lucy's sudden disappearance was completely out of character. The very next morning, Lucy's sister, Sophie, and her ex-boyfriend Jamie boarded a flight to Tokyo. The challenge ahead of them was vast and daunting. Despite filing a missing persons report, the police showed little interest in Lucy's case. Working with authorities over the following days proved cumbersome and frustrating. They simply didn't seem to care. Despite Lucy being an adult, her silence could indicate a life-threatening situation. Time was of the essence, adding to the extreme anxiety felt by her family. Realizing they were getting nowhere with the local police, they turned to the media instead. They hoped that by bringing Lucy's case into the public eye, it would generate tips and push the police into action. Public appearances in front of the Japanese press yielded results. As Lucy's disappearance gained notoriety and attention, the Japanese public began to offer assistance, though many tips turned out to be dead ends. As the 2-week mark approached, anxiety and hope intensified. The English and Japanese media became fixated on the case, with even Prime Minister Tony Blair and Richard Branson making appeals. Meanwhile, Lucy's family decided to enlist the help of a private investigator from England, who promptly flew to Tokyo. He began scouring the streets of Roppongi and Ginza, eventually reaching Club Casablanca. One of the Western hostesses at the club came forward, revealing that she had seen Lucy with another man before her disappearance. With assistance from contacts at Scotland Yard, the investigator created an artist's impression based on the description provided, resulting in a composite image. As Lucy's disappearance became widely known, several Western women eventually came forward, sharing troubling accounts of their encounters with a man resembling the one depicted in the composite image. As more stories emerged, a disturbing pattern emerged. The man would take the women out on dohans, promising them money and gifts before bringing them back to his apartment, spiking their drinks, and assaulting them. While the name of the perpetrator varied among victims, his physical description remained consistent. A middle-aged man with medium-length hair, handsome, charming, and affluent-looking. The accumulation of accounts, coupled with the police sketch, provided investigators with a solid lead to pursue. However, despite this promising development, no significant breakthroughs occurred. As weeks turned into months and Lucy's disappearance lingered, doubts arose about whether she would ever be found. Over time, public and media interest waned, diminishing the prospects of gathering crucial evidence. Surveillance footage was overwritten, fingerprints faded, and eyewitness recollections blurred. The chances of solving the case seemed increasingly slim with each passing day. In a significant development during the 4th month of the police investigation, officers finally made a breakthrough. As October approached, a key suspect emerged. Joji Obara. Although he frequented Casablanca Club, he used different aliases. Nonetheless, his description closely matched that provided by multiple victims. Born on August 10, 1952, Joji Obara hailed from a family rooted in hard work, which eventually translated into wealth. Joji's father was a Korean immigrant who arrived in Japan with little money but grand aspirations. His unwavering determination and strong work ethic propelled him to success. Starting as a scrap collector, he eventually amassed considerable wealth, establishing a business empire spanning taxi companies, pachinko parlors, and real estate ventures. Joji, along with his 2 brothers, inherited the reputation of being privileged rich kids. Shielded by his father's affluence, Joji was rewarded with a house when he enrolled in Takeo Senior High School in Kanagawa. Unfortunately, at the age of 17, his father sadly passed away, leaving Joji and his 2 brothers over 40 million yen in assets across Osaka and Tokyo, the equivalent to £25 million, or $33 million. After graduating from Ko University with a degree in politics and law, he became a naturalized Japanese citizen, with his brothers moving on to become doctors. But progressing into his 30s, Joji found his everyday job to be tedious and boring. It was around this time, from 1986 to 1991, that Japan experienced an economic bubble, meaning that real estate and stock market prices began to rocket. Joji heavily invested in this, believing that prices would continue to indefinitely rise. But in the early months of 1992, this bubble burst, causing real estate prices to plunge and Japan's economy to stagnate. He lost the risk, and as a result, his firm collapsed, his fortune almost entirely gone. But he wasn't out of the fight yet. Instead, he began to use his company as a money laundering front for the Yakuza, also known as the Japanese Mafia. So, as soon as Joji was recognized as the man in the police sketch, officers began to build a case around him, and of course, keep him under close observation. And finally, in early October, he was officially arrested and charged on 5 counts of indecent assault, therefore allowing officers to raid and investigate his property. Clues. What they found inside was devastating. He had a large library full of videos of himself taking advantage of his drugged victims, with some of these crimes dating back all the way to the early 90s. He had been committing these awful acts of violence for almost an entire decade. Despite police findings and victim accusations, Joji denied all acts of violence and also denied ever meeting Lucy. This is on the contrary to multiple reports placing him in the same bar as her only days prior to her disappearance. With Joji behind bars, but as evidence mostly circumstantial, Lucy's family needed more information to feel comfortable that he was Lucy's suspect. Off the back of this, an international appeal was launched to ask anyone who may have had experience with Joji Ibara to come forward. 8 years earlier, in February of 1992, he was in love with a woman named Carita Ridgway. In fact, they were engaged, looking forward to spending the rest of their lives together, but things didn't quite turn out that way. Carita was an aspiring actress, but with her dream of making it big, she needed money to attend acting school. Carita decided to pay for tuition by becoming a hostess in Tokyo's Kapakuras, and as part of this agreement, she would go on dohans. On February 27, 1992, Carita attended a dohan with a rich Japanese man, but after this date, she was dropped off unconscious. Carita was rushed to the hospital, in which doctors did the very best they could to save her. But tragically, 2 days later, she died of liver failure. The cause of her death was officially deemed to be hepatitis E, or natural causes. She had no concerning medical history, and she was always clean. The boyfriend contacted Japanese authorities, who, in return, reopened Carita's case with a sharp focus to link her with Joji Ibara, and the conclusion they were looking for came very quickly. Amongst the 400 videotapes found in Joji's home was one named Carita Ridgway, and in his diary on February 27, 1992, he had written Carita Ridgway too much chloroform. As tragic as this development was, this information was all that police needed to upgrade Joji's charges from assault to murder. And although this fresh evidence was successful in strengthening his role in Lucy's disappearance, it sadly didn't confirm it. But then, in January of 2001, 6 months after Lucy had vanished, a very sad and solemn discovery was made. On January 10th, 2001, investigations led police to a cave off the shores of Mira in Kanagawa, and this cave was only 100 meters away from Joji's apartment. While here, they noticed uneven concrete underneath the basin of a bathtub. Rather puzzled, they began to remove the concrete, and what they found underneath were a series of packages. They slowly opened these packages up, and tragically, inside each of them were dismembered body parts, with even the head entombed in concrete. When post-mortem examiners cut into the cement, they hoped to find teeth to match with dental records. But instead, they immediately found one identifiable feature. It was long, natural blonde hair. As you can probably guess, the body was later confirmed to belong to Lucy Blackman. Lucy's family was devastated. The long spell of silence from their daughter already painted a very grave reality for her, but they always held on to the hope that maybe one day she would return. And this discovery would put an end to their hopes. The discovery of Lucy's body would ignite a very long, exhausting legal battle between Joji Ibarra and not just the family of Lucy and Carita, but the family of many other victims too. Joji had now been charged with 9 counts of indecent assault, the murder of Carita Ridgway, and now the murder of Lucy Blackman. But he would still deny having anything to do with Lucy's death, and this was despite her body being found not even 2 minutes from his apartment. Joji admitted that he'd spent the evening with her, but insisted that shortly after 5 p.m. she had left the apartment. Apparently she was high, and therefore he asked her to leave. The entire trial would last almost 7 long years, which was full of disappointing spectacles by Joji. In one of his days in court, he refused to leave his jail cell, and instead he stripped naked, held onto his toilet basin, and repeatedly screamed no. There is some extremely frustrating evidence coming up, but before that, I wanted to share with you that Joji was found not guilty of the murder of Lucy Blackman, which makes the following details all the more enraging. Through the multitudes of analysis, investigators were able to confirm the following. At around 4 p.m. on July 1st, 2000, Lucy met up with Joji. An hour later, she rang Louise to say that they were on their way to the coast. Mobile phone data confirms this. At 5:30 p.m., a Japanese couple saw Joji and Louise together at a seaside resort, and a photo from a camera from Joji's flat confirms that they were on the beach shortly after. Blonde hairs belonging to Lucy were found in his flat, and this was confirmed by DNA analysis. Mobile phone records confirmed that Lucy made a final call in the evening while in his home. This was confirmed by triangulating her mobile phone's coordinates. Copies of a forged signature were found in his apartment, proving that he was the fraudster who'd pretended to be her through a letter. We don't quite know what happened later this evening, but the very next day, on July 2nd, phone records show that Joji had called several hospitals in his area, asking how to treat someone who's experienced a drug overdose. The very next day, on July 3rd, receipts confirm that Joji purchased a chainsaw, cement mix, and other tools from a hardware store. And later that afternoon, police were called by Joji's neighbor, who'd complained about suspicious activity and noise, as apparently they had heard terrified shouting the day prior. It gets even more suspicious. Police reports indicate that late that afternoon, officers arrived at Joji's apartment to request that they look around. Upon entering, they found that he had cement mix on his hands, and he was visibly shaken. When police requested to look in his bathroom, he became aggressive and refused to let them in, instead exclaiming that they'd already seen enough. The police left without pressing this issue any further. Neighbors reported that later in the evening on the same day, they witnessed Joji pacing the small beach next to his apartment several times, and hospital records show that he was treated for extensive bug bites the next day as a result for being outside all night. However, despite the text messages, phone calls, witness reports, police reports, forged signature, mobile phone data, DNA, previous cases, and bug bites, he was still found innocent over Lucy's murder. He was found guilty on 9 counts of indecent assault and the murder of Carita Ridgway, therefore sentencing him to life. But really, the reason for this is the prosecutor couldn't find any of his DNA on her body, and also they couldn't determine the cause of her death, so technically he was dismissed. And thankfully, 1 year later after being appealed, Joji was retrialed on the murder of Lucy Blackman, where he was finally found guilty. But seriously, this should have happened the first time around. At least to me. But this case highlights the show incompetence of Japan's former police force. I know in recent years, they've reformed to become more compassionate and responsive. But back then, they really didn't care about their tourists. A few side notes from this case. While Joji was under trial and not yet found guilty, he offered Lucy's mother condolence money, formally requesting her to stop the trial, for £450,000. Understandably, she refused, but only days later, her ex-husband, which is Lucy's father, took the money instead. Obviously, this caused a massive rift in the family, and I'll let you be the judge on how moral this was to his own daughter. Joji's case is unique. He truly is a deviant and a monster to the highest degree. He assaulted not one, but hundreds of women, and technically became a killer through his own ventures. And despite over 99% of Japan's murderers confessing once caught, he remains as part of the 1% who refuses to accept responsibility and blame. Joji Ibara is a chronic liar who denies any accountability, and obviously, he is used to getting everything he desires. Who knows how many more women he would have terrorized if it wasn't for the tenacity and strong will of Lucy's family in France, all of which even 22 years later continue to live their lives with a hole in their heart. And so concludes the case of Joji Obara, Lucy Blackman, and Carita Ridgway.
As police delved into the disappearance of 34-year-old hairstylist Jolene Cummings, their focus swiftly shifted to her peculiar co-worker, Jennifer Seibert. Within a short time, detectives unearthed a literal blood trail connecting the 50-year-old Seibert to what appeared to be a gruesome murder. However, there was a twist. Seibert had been deceased since 1987. This marked just the beginning of a series of perplexing turns that would transform this case into one of Florida's most bizarre and unsettling criminal investigations. Welcome to our channel, where we unravel and explore the most enigmatic, chilling, and bewildering cases from across the globe. Before we delve into the details, our heartfelt thoughts and prayers go out to the loved ones of Jolene Cummings, who fell victim to the heinous actions of one woman. Now, let's journey to Fernandina Beach, Florida, a picturesque haven where the sun graces the shores of the Atlantic Ocean and sets over the serene waters of the Amelia River. Once inhabited by the Timucuan Indian tribe, Fernandina Beach boasts long stretches of pristine beaches, teeming wildlife, and a quaint historic seaport town. For many, it's an idyllic escape from the rigors of daily life, or in this instance, an escape from a shadowy and troubled past. In 2018, Jennifer Seibert, aged 50, sought a fresh beginning in Fernandina Beach, finding employment at a local hair salon named Tangles. It marked her 5th job in 6 months, and this time, Seibert hoped it would be enduring. She had spent years evading her past, concealing far too many ominous secrets. Among these secrets was the fate of 35-year-old Kimberly Kessler, who had vanished from Butler County, Pennsylvania in the mid-2000s. Despite 8 years passing before Kessler's family filed a missing persons report, not a single friend or relative knew her whereabouts. However, Seibert harbored the truth about Kessler's destiny, safeguarding it fiercely. Yet, trouble and suspicion seemed to shadow Seibert relentlessly. She perceived a constant threat of betrayal, convinced that others conspired against her, a paranoia that followed her even to Tangles. On May 18, 2018, tensions reached a boiling point between 50-year-old Jennifer Seibert and her co-worker, 34-year-old Jolene Cummings, at Tangles Hair Salon. Jolene seemed to possess an uncanny intuition about Seibert's past, relentlessly probing her with questions and openly expressing her suspicions to their colleagues. This relentless scrutiny pushed Seibert to her breaking point. On that fateful day, Jolene caught Seibert eavesdropping, and when she stepped outside with another co-worker, Seibert deliberately followed, prompting Jolene to confront her directly. Jolene accused Seibert of being fake and labelled her as crazy. Seibert didn't engage in argument, already devising a plan to deal with Jolene. The following day, during their shift at the salon, Seibert struggled to maintain composure, uncertain if she could execute her plan successfully. Jolene's persistent requests for assistance with clients only added to Seibert's frustration. Seibert feigned confusion when approached by Jolene, pretending to be preoccupied with her phone behind a wall. Despite Jolene's cheerful demeanor with clients, tension simmered beneath the surface. May 13, 2018 marked Jolene's birthday and Mother's Day, and she was eagerly anticipating celebrating with her 3 young children. Surveillance footage captured Seibert at a gas station in the early hours of May 13th, explaining to the manager that her facial scratches resulted from an altercation with a friend's ex-boyfriend. She requested to use the manager's phone to call a taxi, citing the need to return to the salon for additional cleaning. Meanwhile, at 1 p.m. on May 13th, Jolene's ex-husband, Jason Cummings, awaited her arrival at a Winn-Dixie in Hilliard, prepared to hand over their 3 children to her custody. On May 13, 2018, Jolene Cummings, a 34-year-old hairstylist, was notably absent, which raised concerns among her ex-husband, Jason Cummings, particularly since it was her birthday and Mother's Day. Jason, worried about her well-being, attempted to contact her, but his calls went unanswered. Eventually, he decided to return home with their children, feeling deeply concerned. Later that afternoon, Jason reached out to Jolene's mother, Ann Johnson, who shared his worries. Ann then reported her daughter missing to local law enforcement. The sheriff's department promptly issued a missing persons flyer and, on the morning of May 15th, visited Tangle's hair salon, where they sought to speak with Jennifer Seibert, believed to be the last person to have seen Jolene. However, when Seibert learned about the police's arrival, she immediately fled the scene, claiming to have concerns about a stalker who could track her down if her name entered police databases. This behaviour raised suspicion, prompting officers to scrutinise Seibert further. Investigators discovered that Seibert had provided false addresses, and when they located her, she was found asleep in her car at a rest area in St. Johns County. Seibert had bandages on her face and hands, which she attributed to injuries sustained from riding her bike into a tree branch. It was apparent that she had been living in her car for some time. Meanwhile, authorities found Jolene's abandoned SUV in a Home Depot parking lot. Surveillance footage revealed that someone exited the vehicle shortly after it entered the lot at 1:17 a.m. on May 13th, but it was not Jolene. It was Jennifer Seibert. Seibert was arrested for the theft of Jolene's car on May 16th and taken into custody. However, during the booking process, authorities made a startling discovery. The social security number Seibert provided belonged to a deceased individual who died in a car crash in 1987. Fingerprint analysis confirmed that Jennifer Seibert was, in fact, Kimberly Lee Kessler, the missing woman from Butler County, Pennsylvania. The revelation of Kessler's true identity sparked further investigation into her past, raising questions about her involvement in other unsolved disappearances. Kessler's childhood appeared normal until her early teens, when classmates noticed a drastic change in her demeanor, describing her transformation as if she had become a completely different person. Kimberly Lee Kessler's transformation from a seemingly normal teenager to a frightening and violent individual was profound, according to those who knew her. Former classmates described how she transitioned from running with the popular crowd to becoming someone to be feared, with a violent temper and extreme reactions to perceived slights. Ray Wyant, a classmate who observed Kessler's change, described her as scary, noting that everyone was frightened of her. Another acquaintance, Tim Barnes, who dated and lived with Kessler for a brief period after high school, recalled her explosive rages and violent behavior. Barnes recounted instances where Kessler killed his cat with a shotgun, stabbed him in the chest, and assaulted his father. In 1987, the same year of Jennifer Seibert's supposed death, Kessler's brother Bob was involved in a motorcycle accident that claimed the life of his friend. Rumours circulated that someone, potentially Kessler, had run them off the road. Around this time, Kessler began showing interest in using aliases, visiting graveyards to find names she could adopt as her own. Kessler's history of assuming false identities continued into adulthood. She married Xylon Lossie twice in the early 1990s under the alias Melissa McKernan. Later, she dated Tim Edwards, with whom she had a child. She used the name Miranda McKernan but listed Christina Brooks on their son's birth certificate, allegedly to conceal her whereabouts from her abusive family. However, Kessler also told her family that she needed to use fake names to evade her child's abusive father. In 1999, her son was taken into social services custody, prompting Kessler to visit their offices with a handgun in a failed attempt to retrieve him. Subsequently, she disappeared, and neither her ex-partners nor her son heard from her again. Kessler's erratic and violent behaviour, along with her propensity for adopting false identities, painted a disturbing picture of a troubled individual with a troubled past, leaving many to wonder about her potential involvement in other unsolved cases. Life after disappearing from Butler County in 2004 was marked by a pattern of transient living and adopting various identities for Kimberly Lee Kessler. During this time, she moved from state to state, taking on different jobs ranging from waitressing to stripping. Her acquaintances described her as odd, unable to hold a job, and often accused of theft. She was noted for her vindictiveness, with a tendency to retaliate against those who crossed her. Kessler's behaviour became increasingly erratic over the years. She collected new identities and personas, displaying a chameleon-like ability to blend into different environments while engaging in scams, theft, and other criminal activities. One man she connected with on Facebook recounted how she impulsively drove from Florida to Texas to meet him for lunch, then proposed marriage within hours of meeting. Her extreme jealousy and fits of rage led one ex-partner to fear for his life, prompting him to involve the police and eventually leave town. In 2009, under the alias Jennifer Seibert, Kessler rented a room from a man in Clearwater. She accused him of breaking into her house and urinating on her bed before being evicted. Her behaviour at work was described as bizarre, erratic, and secretive, with co-workers feeling that her history was fabricated. In 2014, while training at a Jacksonville hair academy, Kessler exhibited disturbing behaviour, such as climbing into a cabinet and asking to keep a piece of sunburned skin. By 2018, Kessler had lived in numerous states, used multiple aliases, and mastered the art of identity theft and disguise. Her employment at Tangle's Hair Salon in Fernandina Beach was preceded by a brief stint at Woody's Barbecue, where her unusual behaviour and eating habits raised concerns among co-workers. Overall, Kessler's post-disappearance life was characterised by a nomadic existence marked by criminal activity, erratic behaviour, and the constant reinvention of her identity, culminating in her involvement in the disappearance of Jolene Cummings, under the alias Jennifer Seibert. May 13th, 2018, the morning after Jolene Cummings disappeared, surveillance cameras captured Kessler driving Cummings' SUV into a Home Depot parking lot at 1:17 a.m. A few minutes later, Kessler was seen exiting the vehicle, not Cummings. This pivotal moment placed Kessler at the scene where Cummings' vehicle was abandoned. As investigators delved deeper into Kessler's digital footprint, they uncovered a disturbing pattern of searches and behaviours leading up to Cummings' disappearance. Weeks before the event, Kessler had photographed Cummings' appointment diary and conducted searches related to missing persons, bodies not being found, and methods of committing murder. She also looked up information on meth addicts and plastination, a technique used to preserve anatomical specimens. On May 5th, just days before Cummings went missing, Kessler's suspicious behaviour at a boating supply store raised concerns. She purchased heavy-duty zip ties, prompting an employee to contact the authorities due to her unsettling demeanour. Despite Kessler's initial refusal to cooperate with law enforcement and her request for legal counsel during interrogation, the mounting evidence against her painted a damning picture. Her calculated actions, including surveillance of Cummings, internet searches related to murder, and purchasing items potentially used in a crime, indicated premeditation and planning. Sheriff Bill Leeper announced on May 22, 2018, that investigators had reason to believe Jolene Cummings was deceased and Kessler was being held on a $500,000 bond. The intensive search for Cummings' body commenced as authorities continued to build their case against Kessler. Surveillance footage from the day of Jolene Cummings' disappearance revealed Kimberly Kessler's suspicious activities. After driving Cummings' SUV to a Home Depot parking lot, Kessler was seen at a gas station calling a taxi with scratches on her face. She then returned to the salon where she worked. Subsequent video footage captured Kessler purchasing items from Walmart, including trash bags, gloves, an electric knife, and a large bottle of ammonia. She was later observed struggling to move heavy trash bags to a dumpster near the hair salon. Extensive blood evidence was discovered at the salon, implicating Kessler in the crime. Blood stains were found throughout the reception area, desk, walls, chairs, cabinets, and sink. Luminol testing revealed blood on a mop and mop strokes on the floor, suggesting an attempt to clean up the crime scene. A tote bag dumped outside the salon also tested positive for blood. Investigators found additional blood evidence linking Kessler to the crime in her storage unit, including blood on her black combat boots, a sock, and a pair of scissors. They also discovered various items, including multiple license plates, cell phones, wigs, and cut ponytails. Kessler's online search history revealed disturbing queries about dismemberment, along with numerous searches related to Cummings' name over a 48-hour period. When Kessler was arrested, deputies noted injuries on her hands, arm, wrist, and thighs, as well as a missing patch of hair from her head and a bite mark on her thumb. Investigators believe Kessler dismembered Cummings' body and disposed of it in a dumpster.
The bags were heavy.
Despite extensive efforts by law enforcement and the FBI to locate Cummings' body in a landfill, they were unsuccessful. Kessler, held on a $500,000 bond, contacted her mother, instructing her to retrieve her belongings, including a motorbike and bicycle. She attributed media coverage to the Illuminati and made bizarre claims during her interactions with law enforcement. Kessler's behaviour, including hunger strikes and requests for relocation to psychiatric facilities, prolonged the legal process. She was indicted for first-degree murder in September 2018, but her trial did not begin until November 2021 due to her disruptive actions.
Now weighing whether murder suspect Kimberly Kessler is mentally competent and whether she'll need to be force-fed. This follows bombshell testimony this morning where those overseeing Kessler's care say she has refused to eat and now weighs 74 pounds, down from 89 last month.
There's a presumption of competence.
Dressed in a jailhouse suit for inmates on suicide watch, Kimberly Kessler appeared cheerful, even slightly smiling at times. It didn't last.
Also assistant public defender.
After being led from view, she turned her anger toward the judge.
A psychologist testified that Kessler exhibited unstable mental health and voiced delusional beliefs.
She has voiced, in my opinion, delusional beliefs that the food is poisoned.
Kessler's dramatic weight loss, dropping from 196 to just 74 pounds, was attributed to her hunger strike, although she reportedly started eating again after being seen binge-eating peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. However, Kessler's behaviour has complicated the competency analysis, with criminal defence lawyer Janet Johnson noting that it's challenging to determine whether her actions stem from a lack of understanding or a deliberate statement. Despite multiple competency hearings and courtroom outbursts leading to delays, a judge ultimately ruled Kessler competent to stand trial. Kimberly Kessler's behaviour was not indicative of delusion, but rather manipulation and psychopathy. Despite her attempts to portray herself as mentally ill, jurors recognised her cunning nature. Kessler's actions in the Nassau County Jail were described as traumatising to guards and staff, leading to a sense of relief when she was transferred. During her time in jail, she engaged in disturbing behaviour, including starving herself, smearing feces, stripping naked, and verbally abusing staff. At her court appearances, Kessler continued her disruptive behavior, making repeated outbursts and accusations. However, despite her attempts to discredit the case against her, a jury found her guilty of first-degree murder based on overwhelming circumstantial evidence. She was subsequently sentenced to mandatory life in prison. During a press conference, Nassau County Sheriff Bill Leeper emphasized the closure brought by Kessler's conviction, noting the chilling impact of her actions on the community. The account paints a chilling picture of Kimberly Kessler, suggesting the possibility that she may have been a serial killer. Investigators discovered a list of over 60 names on Kessler's phone, labeled with disturbing descriptors like Satanist, witch, and evil murderous gang. Among these names were Kurt Christopher Allen, who died in Jacksonville in 2014, and Grace Darling Bartley, who passed away in Kessler's hometown in 2009. Notably, Kessler had stabbed at least 2 men prior to Jolene's murder. Kessler's penchant for disguises may have been driven not only by her mental instability, but also by warrants out for her arrest in multiple states. Her refusal to disclose the location of Jolene's remains further underscores her callousness and lack of remorse. Jolene's tragic death not only robbed her family of a beloved daughter and mother, but also left them grappling with the agony of waiting for justice and closure. Ann Johnson, Jolene's mother, expressed the heartache of this prolonged ordeal, particularly for Jolene's 3 children. Ultimately, the story serves as a stark reminder of the darkness that can lurk within seemingly ordinary individuals and the devastating impact of their actions on innocent lives. Today we're delving into another tragic and heart-wrenching case. This one involves Alice and Dickie, who was born on July 1st, 1968. From her early years, Alice showed a natural talent for ballet, a passion she pursued with unwavering dedication. Her love for ballet was not just a fleeting childhood interest, it became a central part of her identity, with her skills rapidly developing as she grew older. With time and practice, Alice emerged as an exceptional ballerina, capturing the admiration of her teachers, peers, and audiences alike. Her story, however, is not just one of talent but of a life that would later be marred by an unspeakable tragedy. On August 23, 1997, Alice married Gerard Bayen Clay, an accountant who worked at the Flight Centre in Brisbane, where Alice also worked. The two appeared to be a perfect match, building a life together in Brisbane. Gerard, born in September 1970 in Bournemouth, England, had relocated to Australia with his family during the 1980s. His family's move from England to Australia was part of a larger migration trend at the time, but what made Gerard's background particularly notable was his lineage. Gerard's great-grandfather was none other than Lord Baden-Powell, the founder of the worldwide Scouting movement. This connection gave Gerard a certain social prestige, although it played no role in the horrific events that were to unfold years later. Alice and Gerard built a seemingly happy life together in Queensland, eventually having 3 daughters. They settled in the tranquil suburb of Brookfield, a picturesque area that offered a balance between suburban peace and proximity to the bustling city of Brisbane. Like many families, they were drawn to the area because it allowed them to enjoy the best of both worlds: quiet, leafy streets with the convenience of nearby urban amenities. Over the years, Alice and Gerard's life appeared to flourish. By 2012, Alice had risen through the ranks at the Flight Centre, holding an executive position that reflected her intelligence, work ethic, and leadership abilities. Gerard, on the other hand, had left his accounting career behind and ventured into the world of real estate. His decision to switch careers had paid off, as he had become a successful real estate agent, earning a respected name in the industry. From the outside, the Bayen Clay family seemed to embody success, stability, and happiness. Their friends, neighbors, and community members viewed them as the ideal family, admired and well-respected. To those who knew them casually, it seemed they were living a life many would envy. However, beneath this seemingly perfect exterior, cracks were beginning to form. And on April 20th, 2012, everything would come crashing down. It was a Friday morning, and around 7 a.m. Gerard placed a call to emergency services. His voice was calm, perhaps too calm, as he reported that his wife Alice had gone missing. According to Gerard, Alice had a habit of taking early morning walks around 5 a.m. He said he had assumed she was out for her usual walk when he first noticed she was not home.
However, as the hours passed and Alice failed to return home in time to prepare breakfast for their 3 young daughters, as was her routine, Gerard's concern allegedly grew. By the time he contacted the authorities, he claimed to be worried that something might have happened to her. The police took Alice's disappearance seriously from the outset. She was a well-known figure in the community, and her devotion to her daughters, who were all under the age of 10, made it highly unlikely that she would have simply left on her own. The idea of her abandoning her children was unthinkable to those who knew her. With this in mind, the police quickly mobilized a task force to search for Alice, working on the assumption that her disappearance was highly unusual and likely indicative of foul play. The search began immediately, with officers combing through the parks, creeks and green spaces in and around Brookfield, hoping to find any trace of the missing mother. In the days following her disappearance, the search intensified. The police utilized a local Brookfield clubhouse as their headquarters, where they coordinated their efforts and managed the many tips and leads that were coming in from the public. The Brookfield community, typically a quiet and tight-knit suburban enclave, was thrown into a state of shock and anxiety. The news of Alice's disappearance spread quickly, and soon volunteers from all over the area began to join the search efforts. Men and women from all walks of life, many of whom had never met Alice, gathered to help, moved by the tragic situation and eager to do whatever they could to bring her home. On April 23, 2012, 3 days after Gerard had reported Alice missing, her parents, Jeff and Priscilla Dickey, made a tearful public appeal. Speaking to the media, they pleaded with anyone who might have information to come forward. Their heartbreak was evident, and it was clear to everyone watching that they were desperately hoping for a miracle. The longer Alice remained missing, the more fear and anxiety gripped the community. While her family and friends held on to hope, the sense of dread was palpable. Something was terribly wrong, and everyone could feel it. As the investigation progressed, police began to take a closer look at Gerard's behavior. Almost from the beginning, his actions had raised eyebrows. Despite his wife's sudden and mysterious disappearance, Gerard remained surprisingly calm. To many, his demeanor seemed oddly detached for a man whose wife was missing. He was not joining the search efforts, which struck some as suspicious, especially given that strangers, people who had no personal connection to Alice, were out in the community, searching tirelessly for any sign of her. Instead of being out there with them, Gerard had made the unusual decision to move himself and his daughters out of their family home and into his parents' house. This move only fueled further speculation. Journalists, eager to get a sense of what was really going on, began to close in on Gerard. A reporter who managed to find him at his parents' home attempted to speak with him, but the encounter left her feeling unsettled. Gerard's voice was unnaturally high-pitched, and he seemed unable to maintain eye contact. His overall demeanor struck the reporter as bizarre, and she couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. During the interview, Gerard appeared evasive, and while he claimed to be concerned about his wife, his behavior didn't align with the image of a worried husband. Instead, he came across as detached and rehearsed, as though he were playing a role rather than expressing genuine emotion. This strange encounter didn't go unnoticed by the police. When they learned of Gerard's interaction with the reporter, they decided to investigate further. They asked the reporter if she had noticed anything unusual about Gerard's physical appearance during their conversation. After reviewing the footage, the reporter made a curious observation: Gerard had been deliberately shielding one side of his face throughout the interview. This revelation prompted the police to look more closely at Gerard, and when they did, they discovered something suspicious: 2 deep cuts on his cheek. When asked about the injuries, Gerard claimed that he had accidentally cut himself while shaving. However, the detectives were not convinced. The cuts didn't resemble typical shaving nicks, and Gerard's explanation seemed dubious at best. As the investigation continued, Gerard's story began to unravel. While the police lacked direct evidence linking him to Alice's disappearance, their suspicions were growing by the day. They began to look into his background and relationships, hoping to find clues that might explain what had happened. Neighbors and acquaintances who were interviewed by the police painted a less than flattering picture of Gerard. Despite his professional success as a real estate agent and his former role as president of the local Chamber of Commerce, many people who knew him described him as arrogant and insincere. Some went so far as to call him a phony, noting that he often acted condescending toward others. This portrayal of Gerard contrasted sharply with the image he had cultivated publicly, but it added to the growing sense of unease surrounding him. Meanwhile, the search for Alice continued. Volunteers remained steadfast in their efforts to find her, combing through parks, creeks, and remote areas around Brookfield. As the days dragged on with no sign of her, the situation became increasingly dire. Despite the lack of tangible leads, the police refused to give up. They employed a creative tactic to raise awareness about Alice's disappearance, setting up a mannequin dressed in clothing similar to what Alice had been wearing on the day she vanished. The mannequin was placed along a busy highway, in the hopes that it might jog someone's memory and lead to new information. Then, on April 30th, 2012, just over a week after Alice was reported missing, there was a breakthrough. Daryl Joyce, a professor of horticulture and a local resident, was out kayaking along the Brisbane River. The day had started like any other for Daryl, who often spent his free time paddling along the river, enjoying the peace and quiet of nature. But as he made his way down a small creek known as Colorado Creek, he stumbled upon something that would change the course of the investigation. As Daryl paddled along the creek, something under the bank caught his eye. At first, he wasn't sure what it was, but as he drew closer, the sight became clearer and more horrifying. It was a body, partially submerged and lying beneath the creek bank. The smell of decomposition confirmed what Daryl had feared. Shaken but determined to do the right thing, Daryl paddled back up the river to where he had cell phone service and called the police. On May 1st, 2012, an autopsy was conducted on the body discovered in Colorado Creek. The examination confirmed what many had feared: the body was that of Alice Bayan Clay. However, the cause of death was not immediately clear. Due to the advanced state of decomposition, the medical examiner was unable to determine exactly how Alice had died. One key finding was the absence of water in her lungs, ruling out drowning as a cause of death. There was also a 5-centimeter area of discoloration on her chest, which the examiner believed could have been caused by blunt force trauma. But despite these clues, the exact circumstances surrounding Alice's death remained a mystery. While the autopsy did not provide definitive answers, the police were convinced that Alice's death was no accident. The discovery of her body only intensified their focus on Gerard, whose behavior had raised red flags from the beginning. As investigators dug deeper into his life, they uncovered a series of startling revelations that pointed to a much darker truth. One of the most shocking discoveries was that Gerard had been living a double life. Although he had presented himself as a devoted husband and father, the reality was far more complicated. Since 2008, Gerard had been involved in an extramarital affair with a woman named Toni Michu, who worked with him at his real estate agency. The affair had continued for years, despite Gerard's efforts to keep it a secret. In fact, Alice had discovered the affair in 2011, which led to a brief period of marriage counseling. However, Gerard's relationship with Toni did not end. In the months leading up to Alice's disappearance, Gerard and Toni had rekindled their affair. Toni Michu later told investigators that Gerard had professed his love for her and had even promised to leave Alice so that they could be together. Gerard had gone so far as to tell Toni that he planned to leave his wife, though he never followed through on this promise. In addition to his affair with Toni, Gerard had also been involved in 2 other extramarital relationships during his marriage to Alice. As the police delved deeper into Gerard's personal life, they also uncovered significant financial troubles. Despite his apparent success in the real estate industry, Gerard was struggling financially. The devastating Brisbane floods of 2011 had severely impacted his business, and he was finding it increasingly difficult to make ends meet. These financial difficulties, combined with his extramarital affairs, painted a grim picture of a man under immense pressure. The most damning piece of evidence, however, came in the form of a life insurance policy. Investigators discovered that Gerard had taken out a life insurance policy on Alice worth $800,000. The timing of the policy, coupled with Gerard's financial struggles, raised serious questions about his motives. Even more suspicious was the fact that Gerard had contacted the insurance company on the very day that Alice's body was discovered, inquiring about how to file a claim. With this mounting evidence, the police began to focus their investigation on Gerard as the prime suspect in Alice's death. Forensic experts were brought in to examine the scene, and a botanist was consulted to analyze the plant material found on Alice's clothing. This analysis proved to be a crucial turning point in the case. The botanist identified 6 distinct species of plants on Alice's body, and when he visited the Bayan Clay home, he found all 6 species present in their backyard. This discovery led detectives to believe that Alice had been killed at home, likely on the back patio, and that her body had been moved to Colorado Creek afterward. Bloodstains found in the trunk of Alice's car further supported this theory. The police now believed that Gerard had killed Alice, transported her body in the car, and then disposed of it in the creek, hoping to cover up his crime. On June 13, 2012, Gerard, accompanied by his lawyer, arrived at the police station for questioning. During the interview, he was formally charged with the murder of his wife Alice, as well as with interfering with her corpse. Gerard maintained his innocence, insisting that he had nothing to do with Alice's death. However, his application for bail was denied, as the judge deemed him a flight risk. Gerard's arrest sent shockwaves through the community. For many, it confirmed their worst fears that the man who had appeared to be a loving husband and father was, in fact, responsible for his wife's death. The case garnered widespread media attention, with reporters camped outside Gerard's parents' home, eager for any new developments. The trial of Gerard Bayan Clay began in June 2014, 2 years after his arrest. The prosecution laid out a detailed case, supported by forensic evidence, witness testimony, and diary entries from Alice that revealed the emotional toll that Gerard's affairs had taken on her. In her diary, Alice wrote about her feelings of betrayal, humiliation, and frustration over Gerard's infidelity. She expressed her deep sadness and loneliness, describing how the affair had made her feel sick and dirty. These diary entries painted a picture of a woman who was emotionally devastated by her husband's actions, yet determined to hold her family together. Despite the compelling evidence presented by the prosecution, Gerard's defense team argued that the case against him was circumstantial. They claimed that there was no direct proof that Gerard had killed Alice, and that the evidence could not definitively prove that her death was a result of foul play. After 5 days of deliberation, the jury returned a verdict. Gerard was found guilty of murder and sentenced to life in prison, with a minimum of 15 years to be served before he would be eligible for parole. However, Gerard's legal battle did not end with his conviction. In August 2015, the Queensland Court of Appeal downgraded his conviction to manslaughter, citing a lack of conclusive evidence to prove that Gerard had intended to kill Alice. This decision sparked outrage in the community, with many people feeling that justice had not been served. In response to the public outcry, the Director of Public Prosecutions appealed the decision, and in August 2016, the High Court of Australia reinstated Gerard's original murder conviction. This ruling brought a sense of closure to Alice's family and friends, who had been fighting for justice since the day she disappeared. Today, Alice's legacy lives on through the Alison Bayan Clay Foundation, which was established by her loved ones to raise awareness about domestic violence and provide support for victims. Her sister, Vanessa Fowler, has become a leading advocate in the fight against coercive control, a form of psychological abuse that Alice endured during her marriage to Gerard. Through their work, they hope to honor Alice's memory and prevent other families from experiencing the same tragedy. Let's dive into a chilling story that reveals how danger can sometimes come from the least expected sources. In this case, a delivery driver. Imagine someone knocks on your door. Most of us would check who it is before opening, right? But what if it's a courier, dressed in uniform, holding a package? How many of us would hesitate then? Couriers typically don't raise suspicion. We expect deliveries all the time, especially during busy times like the pandemic, when they became our main connection to the world, delivering food, medicine, and other essentials. But in the summer of 2020, one courier wasn't just delivering packages, he was delivering death. With a mask and a gun hidden out of sight, this man was on a deadly mission, and no one knew who would be next. The police, despite their efforts, had no clues, and they didn't want to stir up fear. That changed quickly after a shocking crime involving a prominent lawyer. As it turned out, this horrific chain of events had been set in motion years earlier. But it wasn't until July 11, 2020, that the tragedy unfolded in a quiet, upscale neighborhood southeast of Los Angeles. In one of the luxurious homes there, a well-known lawyer named Mark Angelucci was isolating like many others due to the pandemic. From his beautiful mountain retreat, the 52-year-old continued his work remotely, waiting for life to return to normal. He had no reason to expect any trouble. On that day, Angelucci wasn't expecting any visitors or packages. But when a FedEx delivery driver showed up at his door with a package, he didn't think twice. It was normal for his clients or colleagues to send important documents, even without prior notice. The courier, wearing a mask and gloves, seemed professional, as everyone did in those times. He even had a package and an invoice for Angelucci to sign, making the situation seem routine. However, as Angelucci reached for the package, the delivery driver suddenly pulled out a gun and shot him multiple times at close range, aiming to kill. Caught completely off guard and without any means of defense, Angelucci stood no chance. Dressed casually in his home, he was fatally wounded in a matter of seconds. This terrifying event shocked the community and left everyone asking, who was this man, and why was he targeting people? The answers, as the investigation revealed, were even more disturbing than anyone could have imagined. The courier calmly walked away from the scene, leaving Mark Angelucci bleeding in his own home. Given the secluded nature of the area, none of the neighbors saw anything out of the ordinary. However, they did hear sounds that resembled gunshots, which prompted them to call emergency services. By the time help arrived, it was too late. Mark Angelucci had succumbed to his injuries, and paramedics could only confirm his death. When law enforcement arrived at the scene, they quickly ruled out robbery as a motive. Angelucci's home was a luxurious estate, filled with antique items, a secure safe, and visibly expensive possessions, yet nothing was touched. In his home office, important legal documents from various cases lay undisturbed. It was clear the intruder wasn't there to steal anything but had a singular goal: to kill the lawyer. Surveillance cameras outside the house captured the suspect, but the footage was of little use. The attacker wore a FedEx cap and a medical mask, making it difficult to identify any distinctive features. The only information police could gather was that the suspect was a white male of average height and slender build. He wore gloves, leaving no fingerprints behind, and aside from the bullets recovered from Angelucci's body, there was no physical evidence to work with. With few leads, the police began investigating the people closest to Angelucci, trying to determine who might want him dead or benefit from his murder. The possibility that the crime was linked to his professional life was also considered. As a successful lawyer, Angelucci had handled many sensitive cases, and the authorities needed to investigate if any of his clients were dissatisfied or if he had conflicts with colleagues. The workload was overwhelming, and determining a clear direction seemed impossible at that point. They decided to start by questioning his relatives and close friends. As the investigation unfolded, it became clear that despite his success, Angelucci led a lonely life. He had many friends, got along well with his colleagues and neighbors, but had no close relationships. His parents had passed away years ago, and he had no siblings. Though he had many acquaintances, there was no one in his life that he was particularly close to. Angelucci had devoted much of his youth to his studies and later to building a successful legal career, achieving great professional heights and recognition. Yet, his personal life seemed to have taken a backseat, leaving him without a partner or family to share his success with. While his professional achievements were abundant, his personal connections were few, leaving the detectives with more questions than answers about who could have possibly wanted him dead and why. Mark Angelucci had intentionally chosen to prioritize his career over his personal life. By the age of 52, he had never been married and had no children. He was an attractive, intelligent, and articulate man who always dressed stylishly, lived in a luxurious home, and drove an expensive car. His wealth and success made him the center of attention, especially with women, but he never pursued romantic relationships. He kept his personal life very private, which led to rumors about his sexual orientation. However, he never confirmed or denied these speculations. In his contacts, investigators found a woman named Cassie J., with whom Mark had a very close, non-romantic relationship. Their bond was more like that of siblings. Cassie was a journalist who had met Mark years ago while working on a report about a high-profile case he was handling. The two quickly became friends and stayed in touch even after the project ended. For Cassie, the news of Mark's death was devastating. She described him as a kind, sincere, and compassionate person who was always willing to help others, often getting involved in charity work. She emphasized that he had no known enemies, at least none that she was aware of. However, as a top lawyer in California who had not lost a case in recent years, it was possible that Mark had made some adversaries. He might not have even been aware of them, but his professional success inevitably came with challenges and opposition. One intriguing detail that emerged during the investigation was Mark's involvement in the men's rights movement. He was known for his anti-feminist views but did not harbor animosity toward women. Instead, he advocated for equal rights, particularly in areas where men were often disadvantaged, such as child custody cases, where the system usually favored women. Mark wasn't fighting for male supremacy. He was a champion of justice for everyone, regardless of gender. He took on many complex cases, often working pro bono to help those in need. He believed that with the rise of feminist movements, men were increasingly being presumed guilty in conflicts, especially in legal matters, without the chance to defend themselves. Over the years, Mark became a prominent advocate for men's rights, pushing for fairness in the judicial system for all. Given his stance and activism, the possibility that radical feminists or groups opposed to his views might have targeted him could not be ruled out. Although he fought for equality and not male dominance, his outspoken positions and involvement in high-stakes legal battles could have put him in the crosshairs of individuals or organizations with extreme beliefs. It seemed possible that radical elements connected to feminist organizations might have played a role in Mark Angelucci's death. With no close family or significant leads, the investigation faced the risk of stagnation, potentially leading to the case being shelved. But Cassie J., Mark's close friend and journalist, decided to take action. Using her extensive connections in the media, she brought national attention to the case, forcing law enforcement to dig deeper. Detectives began meticulously going through the case files Mark had been working on, hoping to find a clue that might shed light on his murder. It was a daunting task, given the number of cases and the lawyer's high profile. However, before they could make any breakthroughs, the mysterious courier struck again. Just 1 week after Angelucci's murder, on July 19, 2020, another violent incident occurred, this time across the country in New Jersey. A man dressed as a courier arrived at the home of a federal judge's family. Like the Angelucci case, this family was not expecting any deliveries, and all were isolating at home due to the pandemic. The household consisted of 2 lawyers, both working remotely, and their college-aged son, who was on summer break. Mike Andel, a 62-year-old lawyer and the head of the household, first spotted the courier from the balcony of his home. Assuming the delivery was work-related and perhaps intended for his wife, he began to head downstairs to answer the door. But before he could get there, his 20-year-old son, Daniel, who was closer to the front door, opened it without hesitation. They exchanged a few words with the courier, but before anyone could react, a gunshot rang out. Mike was still descending the stairs when the gunfire erupted. It seemed likely that he was the original target, but his son Daniel was standing between him and the shooter. The young man took a bullet to the chest and collapsed to the floor. The attacker then fired multiple shots at Mike, hitting him 3 times. Like in Angelucci's murder, the courier didn't enter the home. Instead, after shooting the father and son, he turned around and calmly left the scene, leaving the family to die. What the shooter didn't know was that there was another person in the house, Judge Esther Salas, the wife of Mike and the mother of Daniel. She had been in the basement, sorting through items, and didn't hear the gunfire. When she came upstairs, the horrifying scene unfolded before her eyes. Her son, Daniel, lay in a pool of blood near the front door. Desperately, she rushed to him, trying to stop the bleeding. She called out for her husband's help, only to realize that Mike, too, was severely wounded, lying on the stairs. Judge Salas immediately called 911, reporting the shooting and doing her best to provide first aid to both her husband and son. It was a scene of unimaginable horror for a family that had no idea danger was lurking so close to home. By the time paramedics and law enforcement arrived at the scene, both Mike Andel and his son Daniel were still alive, but in extremely critical condition. They were immediately rushed to the nearest hospital, where they underwent emergency surgery. It seemed for a moment that their conditions had stabilized, but the criminal's motive remained unclear. It was uncertain whether the shooter intended to kill Judge Esther Salas, her lawyer husband, or to eliminate the entire family. Once again, no significant traces or clues were found at the scene. The only tangible evidence consisted of the bullets extracted from the victims. The Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI, quickly took over the case, suspecting a link between this shooting in New Jersey and the earlier murder of Mark Angelucci in California. Both victims were lawyers, and in both incidents, the shooter disguised himself as a FedEx courier. Despite the similarities, the FBI believed that the primary target in the New Jersey case was Judge Salas, and that her husband and son were collateral victims. Ballistic analysis confirmed their suspicions. The bullets from both shootings were fired from the same .380 caliber pistol. This removed any doubt that the same individual was behind both attacks. But the question remained, who was this person, and why was he targeting these people? Investigators knew they had to find him quickly before he struck again. The key to unlocking the case might lie with Daniel Andel, the surviving witness who had come face-to-face with the shooter and even exchanged a few words with him. Daniel, who had undergone major surgery, was in critical condition in the intensive care unit. When he regained consciousness, he immediately expressed a desire to speak with detectives about what he had seen. Although Daniel couldn't describe the shooter's face due to the mask, he did provide some valuable observations. He noted that the man appeared to be older, with gray hair at the temples, wrinkles around the eyes, and hands that looked aged. Behind the courier, Daniel also noticed a light-colored car parked near the road, although he couldn't remember the make or model. The most significant detail from Daniel's account was that the shooter had asked if his mother, Judge Salas, was home. This led Daniel to speculate that his mother had been the real target. The attacker seemed surprised when Mike Andel appeared on the stairs, and that's when he drew his pistol. Daniel was shot in the chest almost immediately, and the shooter then fired 3 shots at Mike, wounding him. Daniel's memory went blank after that until he woke up in the hospital. His testimony, while important, didn't provide much new information, except for confirming that the shooter was likely an older white man. This description, combined with the few other clues, left investigators with little to go on as they worked tirelessly to identify the elusive killer. The fear lingered that the man might strike again. Unfortunately, Daniel's condition worsened, and just 1 day after speaking with law enforcement, the 20-year-old succumbed to internal bleeding. His passing solidified the detectives' belief that the main target of the shooter was indeed Esther Salas, but her husband and son tragically got caught in the crossfire. With Daniel now deceased and his father still fighting for his life, the urgency to uncover the connection between Judge Salas and the earlier victim, Mark Angelucci, intensified. Detectives needed to understand if they had shared cases or common adversaries. Esther Salas was born in 1968 in Monterey Park, California, to a Cuban mother and a Mexican father. She grew up in poverty but excelled in her education, achieving everything through hard work and determination. After graduating from Rutgers University Law School in 1994, she built a distinguished legal career. She worked her way up from a clerk to an assistant U.S. public defender and, eventually, to a U.S. magistrate judge in New Jersey. She also served as the president of the Hispanic Lawyers Association for several years. Since 2011, Salas had been serving as a U.S. District Court judge for the District of New Jersey. In 1993, Esther married Mike Andel, a prominent lawyer who was 11 years her senior. The couple desperately wanted children, but Esther faced many challenges conceiving. After enduring 4 miscarriages, doctors informed her she would never be able to carry a child to term. However, a miracle occurred when their only son, Daniel, was born on July 13, 2000. The couple adored their son and raised him in an atmosphere of love and care, striving to give him the best opportunities in life. Tragically, just a week after celebrating his 20th birthday, Daniel was gone. As the investigation continued, news about the courier killer spread rapidly across the internet. Panic began to set in, especially since so little concrete information was available. Wild rumors circulated as people became increasingly fearful of opening their doors to delivery drivers, even though couriers were crucial during the pandemic. Then, the case took an unexpected turn. A few days after the New Jersey shooting, on a deserted dead-end road near Rockland, in northern New York, detectives made a discovery that would change the course of the investigation caught Hollander's attention. An abandoned beige sedan was found. Nearby lay the body of a man with a gun wound on the head. The document in the car helped identify the man as 72-year-old Roy Den Hollander, a successful lawyer. Near the body lay a pistol, and the scene resembles self-deprivation of life. There were no signs of struggle and third-party involvement, and the murder weapon contained the fingerprint of victim. The weapon itself drew the interest of investigators. It was a .380 caliber pistol identical to the one used to take the life of Mark Angelucci and Daniel and Mike Andelson. Ballistic analysis showed both men were deprived of life by bullets fired by that gun. Roy Den Hollander was born on September 26, 1947, in Midland Park, New Jersey. He had a twin brother who died under mysterious circumstances during their childhood, and Roy blamed his mother for it for the rest of his life. He openly expressed these feelings in his memoirs, along with his dislike for his parents. He graduated from high school in 1965 and went on to study at George Washington University Law School. Later, he earned an MBA from Columbia Business School. As a lawyer, he worked for several well-known firms. In the late 1990s, he moved to Russia, where he lived for a few years, working as a lawyer and private investigator for Kroll Associates, a firm focused on financial issues and risk management. During his time in Russia, he made a lot of money, which he spent on elite entertainment venues, mostly on young women, his main weakness. In 2000, at a Moscow nightclub, the 52-year-old met a 24-year-old model named Angela Jelena Chipolina, who was a former track athlete. She decided to switch to modeling, knowing she had the right qualities to succeed. In 2000, Roy Den Hollander married Angela Jelena Chipolina. However, the marriage was short-lived. Angela filed for divorce after only a few months, citing Hollander's controlling and obsessive behavior. This divorce further fueled his resentment towards women, and in the years that followed, he became increasingly vocal about his anti-feminist views. Upon returning to the United States, Hollander shifted his legal focus towards filing lawsuits that challenged what he believed to be gender-based discrimination against men. He became a self-proclaimed men's rights activist, gaining media attention for his numerous cases against feminist organizations and policies he deemed unfair to men. His lawsuits, however, were often dismissed, and he garnered a reputation as a fringe figure. Hollander's deep-seated anger and frustration with society grew over time, and his writings reflected an increasing bitterness towards women and the legal system. In his manifesto, discovered on his laptop, he expressed his belief that women, particularly feminists, were responsible for many of his personal and professional failures. His hatred extended beyond feminist ideology to include anyone he perceived as standing in his way, from judges and lawyers to former friends and family members. His obsessive desire for revenge culminated in the violent attacks that took the lives of Mark Angelucci and Daniel Andel and severely wounded Mike Andel. Despite the similarities between his victims, there was no clear connection beyond Hollander's belief that they represented the legal system and societal forces he despised. His final act of taking his own life marked the tragic conclusion to a life driven by resentment and hatred. The investigation into Roy Den Hollander's crimes painted a portrait of a man who felt isolated, embittered, and wronged by the world around him. His actions left a trail of devastation, particularly for the families of his victims, and served as a chilling reminder of the potential dangers posed by individuals consumed by anger and extremist ideologies. For a serious threat. His behavior, while eccentric and increasingly erratic, was not initially seen as capable of escalating into violence. Many dismissed him as a disgruntled lawyer with a chip on his shoulder, fighting against feminist policies in his peculiar, attention-seeking way. However, as Roy Den Hollander's life continued to unravel, his mental state deteriorated further. The combination of his professional failures, personal frustrations, and deep-seated resentment towards women and the legal system pushed him to a breaking point. His expulsion from the men's rights community, where he had once found a sense of belonging, only added to his feelings of isolation and bitterness. In his final months, Hollander's health also declined. He was diagnosed with cancer, which further fueled his desperation and rage. It became clear from his writings that he saw his violent spree as a way to settle old scores and leave a mark on the world before his illness claimed his life. Despite the seemingly random nature of his attacks, Hollander had meticulously planned them. He targeted people who represented what he viewed as the source of his suffering and failures: feminism, the legal system, and the successful figures within the men's rights movement. Mark Angelucci and Judge Esther Salas, along with her family, embodied the institutions and individuals that Hollander believed had wronged him. The tragic story of Roy Den Hollander's life and crime serves as a stark reminder of the potential consequences of unchecked anger, isolation, and mental instability. His descent into violence left a lasting impact on the lives of his victims' families, and his actions raised alarm about the growing dangers of extremism rooted in personal grievances. The conclusion of this tragic case emphasizes how Roy Den Hollander's actions were deeply rooted in personal grievances and mental instability. His violent spree, targeting figures he believed had wronged him, brought devastating consequences to the lives of his victims and their families. After his death, the discovery of extensive writings revealed the breadth of his anger and delusions, but fortunately no accomplices were found, meaning others on his revenge list were safe. The aftermath of the attack on the Andrel family was equally harrowing. Mike Andrel endured a prolonged and painful recovery after suffering 3 gunshot wounds. Judge Esther Salas, left devastated by the loss of their only son, Daniel, fell into a deep depression. However, despite her grief, she found the strength to speak publicly about the ordeal in a televised interview with 60 Minutes. This marked her first public acknowledgement of the tragedy, and she used the platform to raise awareness about the dangers public figures and their families face. Inspired by her loss, Esther Salas also became an advocate for change. Her efforts helped pass Daniel's Law in December 2021, a legislative measure aimed at protecting judges and their families by prohibiting the public disclosure of their addresses and personal contact information. This law stands as a tribute to her son, ensuring that his death leads to greater safety for public officials across the country. The case not only highlighted the dangers of unchecked extremism and mental illness, but also the importance of safeguarding individuals in high-risk public roles. As Esther Salas continues to work towards greater protections, her son's memory endures through the impactful changes she has helped bring about.
First, I asked Tommy Schaefer to help me find somebody to kill my mom for $50,000. And he said no. After that, I got this whole new savage idea in my head that I wanted to kill her in a hotel room because she had killed my father in a hotel room. We were going to Bali, so I began to plot.
This disturbing video was filmed by Heather Mack while she was behind bars in one of Indonesia's most notorious prisons. She faced a possible death sentence after being convicted of a crime that made headlines worldwide. The case reveals a shocking story where even close family ties were shattered. This is the tragic tale of Heather Mack and her mother, Sheila von Wieser. First, we want to express our deepest condolences to the loved ones of Sheila von Wieser, who was the victim of these terrible events. On August 11, 2014, 19-year-old Heather Mack and her 62-year-old mother, Sheila, arrived in Bali for a vacation. Sheila had spent a lot of money on the trip, hoping to mend their strained relationship. But unbeknownst to Sheila, Heather had darker intentions. In the early hours of August 14th, they checked into the St. Regis Hotel in Nusa Dua, Bali. During check-in, Sheila discovered 2 rooms booked under her name and saw a passport belonging to Tommy Schaefer, Heather's boyfriend. Heather had used Sheila's credit card to book a separate room and a plane ticket for Tommy without her mother's knowledge. Furious, Sheila stormed off and didn't return that day. On August 12th, Tommy arrived at the resort and went to the room Heather had reserved for him. That night, Heather and Tommy put their sinister plan into action. After giving Sheila sleeping pills, Heather texted Tommy to let him know it was time. When Tommy entered the room, Sheila was drowsy but still awake. Once inside, with the door shut behind him, Tommy picked up a fruit bowl and hit Sheila over the head. He and Heather then continued to beat Sheila until she stopped breathing. Together, they concealed Sheila's body in a suitcase. CCTV footage later showed the couple carrying the suitcase on a luggage cart and loading it into a taxi. This terrible crime shocked the world, leaving many to wonder why Heather would murder her own mother in such a brutal way. Police have reported that the body of a 62-year-old woman was found stuffed in a suitcase on the resort island of Bali, Indonesia. The grim discovery was made on Tuesday, inside a taxi parked in front of the luxury St. Regis Hotel. The woman, found half-dressed with head injuries, raises many questions. One big question is about Heather Mack. Who is she, and what could have led her to such a tragic situation? Heather Mack was born in 1995 to James L. Mack, a well-known jazz musician and composer, and Sheila Ann von Wieser. As their only child, Heather received a lot of love and attention. Even though James was already in his 60s when Heather was born, he was very involved in her life. Growing up in a wealthy Chicago household, Heather seemed to have everything. Her parents showered her with gifts, and she never lacked for anything. Family and friends say she was the center of her parents' world. The Macks were a close family and often took vacations together, but their trips were frequently marred by bad luck. In 2001, when Heather was 6, the family went on a Royal Caribbean Mediterranean cruise. During the trip, James hurt his foot while swimming. The ship's doctor didn't treat it properly, and the injury worsened, leaving James partially paralyzed. He later sued the cruise company, and the case took over a decade to resolve. James also fought colon cancer in his later years, but continued to go on vacations with his family. Tragically, in 2006, James passed away from a pulmonary embolism in his hotel room during a vacation in Athens, Greece, when he was 77 years old. After James Mack passed away, his wife Sheila took his body to a Greek morgue. Surprisingly, she then went on to continue her vacation in Santorini with her daughter Heather. This left 10-year-old Heather feeling hurt and resentful towards her mother, as she struggled to grieve her father properly. Heather bottled up her emotions for years, which eventually led to serious problems. Just days before his death, James had written a will naming Heather as the sole beneficiary of his fortune, excluding Sheila entirely. This meant Heather stood to inherit millions of dollars. In 2011, a decade after the cruise incident where James got injured, the Royal Caribbean Cruise Company settled the lawsuit and paid $1.5 million. According to James's will, all this money should have gone to Heather. However, a judge decided to give $500,000 of the settlement to Sheila. As Heather grew older, her relationship with Sheila became more strained. During middle school, Heather started skipping classes and hanging out with a troublesome group of friends. She began rebelling against her mother by stealing, sneaking out at night, and doing whatever she could to defy Sheila. Heather's behavior wasn't just typical teenage rebellion. When she and her mother argued, Heather would sometimes use Sheila's credit card to stay in fancy hotels. She even stole large sums of money from her. Between 2004 and 2013, police visited their home as many as 86 times due to their ongoing conflicts. Sheila told close friends that Heather was becoming increasingly violent towards her. As Heather grew bigger, it became harder for Sheila to avoid getting hurt. Heather's rebellion often turned into physical abuse. Whenever Heather stole money or credit cards from her mother, fights would break out, and Heather would sometimes bite, hit, or punch Sheila. Sheila often had to call the police for help because Heather was becoming too difficult to control. By the time Heather was a senior in high school, at just 15 years old, she had fallen in love with a young man named Tommy Schaefer. Tommy, who went by the name Tommy X, was an unemployed aspiring rapper. He had grown up with his mother after his father left them, and although Tommy had friends, many people found him untrustworthy because he often told exaggerated stories to be the center of attention. Sheila believed Tommy was a bad influence on Heather, who was already troubled, and she didn't approve of their relationship. Despite Sheila's disapproval, Heather and Tommy bonded over their shared experiences of losing their fathers. They dreamed of a future where they could use Heather's inheritance to live a lavish life together. Sheila tried hard to stop this from happening. For example, once, when Heather ran away and checked into a hotel with Tommy using Sheila's credit card, Sheila reported the card as stolen. While Heather got a warning, Tommy was charged with disorderly conduct. This incident increased the tension between Heather and her mother. The situation escalated in February 2011. During a heated argument, Heather pushed Sheila into the bathroom, causing her to fall and break her arm. Making matters worse, Heather then unplugged the phone, preventing her mother from calling an ambulance. Heather seemed to lack empathy and didn't care about causing her mother pain. She often destroyed household items during their fights, like breaking plates and picture frames. Sheila confided in her friends about how difficult it was to handle Heather's behavior. Once, Heather was arrested, but Sheila chose not to press charges, hoping things would improve. Unfortunately, they only got worse. In January 2012, after another big argument where Heather broke things in their home, she ran away again. This pattern of fighting and running away was becoming all too common. Even though friends and police officers advised Sheila to press charges, she refused. Sheila didn't want Heather to end up with a criminal record. She held on to the hope that Heather would eventually grow up and their relationship could be repaired. Hoping a change might help, Sheila moved them from Oak Park to a high-rise apartment in Chicago's Gold Coast neighborhood. But instead of getting better, things took a turn for the worse. Heather became pregnant with Tommy's child and dropped out of high school. Heather later claimed that her mother forced her to have 2 abortions and was pushing for a third. Sheila was even considering getting legal control over Heather to make this happen. Despite facing severe physical abuse from Heather for 3 years, Sheila refused to give up on her daughter. She still believed they could find a way to heal their relationship. Looking for a fresh start, Sheila planned a trip to Bali, Indonesia, with Heather in 2013. She hoped that some time away together might help mend their broken hearts. When Sheila, aged 62, decided to take her daughter Heather on a vacation to Bali, she spared no expense. She bought first-class tickets for both of them, each costing over $10,000, and booked a luxurious room at the upscale St. Regis Resort. Sheila hoped this trip would help repair their strained relationship. She had no idea what Heather was planning. Pictures from their trip show them smiling, but beneath those smiles were deep, unresolved issues. Sadly, Sheila didn't realize just how much they had drifted apart until it was too late. Months before the trip, Heather's boyfriend, Tommy, had shared a dark plan with his cousin, Robert Bibbs. Heather had told Tommy that she saw only one way to escape her mother's control: to kill her. She was desperate to avoid the abortions her mother wanted and saw inheriting her mother's millions as the solution. Heather even talked about hiring a hitman, saying she had $50,000 to spend on one. Robert was shocked, but instead of discouraging Tommy, he suggested ways to do the deed himself, bypassing the need for a hitman. Their discussions took place over Facebook Messenger and through text messages, leaving a trail of evidence. If Sheila had simply agreed to give Heather access to her trust fund, Heather would have gotten the money she wanted. However, Sheila wasn't focused on the money. She just wanted her daughter to be mature enough to handle her inheritance responsibly. Ignoring her mother's intentions, Heather and Tommy continued to plot. Heather secretly used her mother's credit card to buy Tommy a business class ticket so he could join them on their Bali vacation. While Sheila and Heather flew first class, Tommy flew separately and stayed at the same resort. Before the trip, Sheila had confided in a friend named Elliot. In an email, she detailed her concerns about Heather's behaviour and the upcoming vacation, hoping that the time away might help fix their troubled relationship. Sheila's friend Elliot had warned her that the trip to Bali might not help improve her rocky relationship with Heather. Unfortunately, he was right. On August 11, 2014, just after midnight, Sheila and Heather arrived in Bali. When they checked into the resort, Sheila was shocked to find 2 rooms booked under her name. The hotel staff showed her a copy of Tommy's passport, which explained the second room. Sheila immediately confronted Heather, leading to a heated argument in front of the hotel staff. Heather claimed that Tommy was there to study, but Sheila didn't believe her. She knew a high school dropout wasn't likely to be in Bali for school. Frustrated and feeling disrespected, Sheila walked away angrily. Tommy arrived at the resort just after midnight on August 12th, a few hours after Heather and Sheila. Once Tommy got to his room, Heather messaged him about an hour later, saying her mother was still angry but had gone to bed. Around 1:54 a.m., Heather sneaked out to Tommy's room and they wandered the hotel corridors until about 2:45 a.m. After returning to her room, Heather and Tommy continued to text each other, planning how to kill Sheila. They discussed their plot in code, using the phrase "say hi" to mean murder. Heather suggested they should say hi right away. Tommy replied that Sheila should be made completely unconscious first, hinting that she should be drugged. At around 3:16 a.m., Heather snuck out again to meet Tommy on his floor. Noticing her daughter was missing, Sheila went to the lobby at 3:27 a.m. and spoke to the staff, likely worried. Heather then appeared in the lobby to talk to her mother and returned to their room afterward. From 4 a.m. to 8 a.m., Heather and Tommy exchanged more messages. During this time, Heather reportedly drugged her mother with sleeping pills. Their texts continued, filled with plans and anticipation for what they would do next. The night was filled with tension, deceit, and the looming horror of what was to come. Heather texted Tommy, saying that Sheila had woken up and the sleeping pills hadn't worked well. Tommy advised her to wait at least 20 minutes to make sure Sheila was asleep before they said hi, their code for the murder. Heather was excited and said she couldn't wait. Initially, Heather was supposed to carry out the attack, but she got scared and asked Tommy for help. Tommy suggested that Heather should create a distraction to keep Sheila occupied while he hid in the bathroom. In their chilling messages, Heather urged Tommy to be relentless, no matter what Sheila did or said. As they waited for Sheila to fall back asleep, Tommy messaged his cousin, Robert Bibbs, again. Robert was surprised that Sheila hadn't died from the sleeping pills and suggested drowning her. Tommy, aware of the resort security cameras, decided instead to hit Sheila with something hard. He sent Heather a picture of a glass fruit bowl with a metal handle, and they agreed it would make a good weapon. The plan was for Tommy to jump out and hit Sheila over the head with the fruit bowl, knocking her out so they could kill her together. They would then claim that Sheila had slipped and fallen. Heather pretended to go get some water and confirmed that the bowl was a suitable weapon. Their final text exchange was around 8:57 a.m. After that, Tommy went back into Sheila's room with Heather. Following their gruesome plan, Tommy picked up the fruit ball and struck Sheila over the head repeatedly. The couple continued to beat Sheila until she eventually died, choking on her own blood. Once Sheila was dead, Heather and Tommy worked together to cut up her body and stuff it into a suitcase. Resort security cameras captured them moving the suitcase on a hotel luggage cart, heading to different floors. At 10:02 a.m., Tommy messaged Robert, confirming Sheila's death and showing no remorse. Robert responded by blaming Sheila, saying it wasn't Tommy's fault for not feeling anything. At 10:43 a.m., Heather and Tommy loaded the suitcase and some other items into a cab. As they did, they noticed blood leaking from the seams of the suitcase, causing them to panic. They quickly left the bloody suitcase in the trunk and told the cab driver they needed to go back inside to check out of the hotel. After leaving the suitcase in the cab, Heather and Tommy returned briefly to the resort, but then left through another exit. The cab driver, waiting for them, eventually opened the trunk and found blood on the suitcase. He informed resort security, who took it to the police station. When the police opened the suitcase, they discovered Sheila's body inside. She had been seriously injured and later died from her injuries. The exact cause was determined to be related to the injuries she sustained. Heather and Tommy were arrested the next day while staying at another hotel nearby. Tommy's cousin, Robert Bibbs, saw news of their arrest and feigned surprise. However, texts between Robert and Tommy discussing the incident made him an accessory. Initially, Heather and Tommy claimed they had been taken by armed individuals who had harmed Sheila. They said they had fled and were scared to report the incident. However, Tommy later changed his story, alleging that he had harmed Sheila in self-defense. Tommy claimed he struck the 62-year-old woman in self-defense. Heather made a similar claim, alleging Sheila was abusive. However, police reports filed by Sheila contradicted these claims, showing Heather had been the aggressor in previous incidents. Heather also claimed she wasn't in the room during the murder. She said Tommy acted alone in putting her mother in the suitcase. In Indonesia, the penalty for murder is death, which worried 18-year-old Heather. However, due to her pregnancy, she avoided the firing squad pending trial. Tommy pleaded guilty to killing Sheila in September 2014, while Heather confessed to being an accomplice. They were formally charged with murder in January 2015. The potential sentence was death by firing squad, but in April 2015, Heather received a 10-year prison term. Tommy got 18 years, with Heather's lighter sentence reflecting her lesser role and having given birth in jail. In September 2015, Tommy's cousin Robert Bibbs was charged with conspiring against Sheila, receiving a 9-year sentence in June 2017. During her imprisonment, Heather gained attention for videos on social media showing her seemingly carefree life in Bali's prison, sparking global interest and criticism. Heather appears carefree, wearing makeup and playfully sticking her tongue out in the video. Her daughter Stella, born in prison 6 months earlier, is shown being cradled by Tommy Schaefer. Heather is seen dancing with other inmates and casually discussing her daughter's health issues due to Coca-Cola in other clips.
Okay, so this is a video that I need to make. A lot of the times, since I've been a kid, I've heard the truth sets you free, the truth sets you free. And I never understood, but I'm Heather Mack, and I want to be set free. I don't want to live in a lie anymore. When I was 10, my mother killed my father in a hotel in Athens, Greece. 2 weeks before I came to Bali, I found out that she killed my father. And I made it up in my heart, in my mind, my soul, in my blood, in the oxygen running through my body, that I wanted to kill my mother. First, I asked Tommy Schaefer to help me find somebody to kill my mom for $50,000. And he said, no. After that, I got this whole new savage idea in my head that I wanted to kill her in a hotel room because she had killed my father in a hotel room. We were going to Bali, so I began to plot. I began turning off Tommy's phone, taking Tommy's phone when he was asleep, starting in Chicago, taking Tommy's phone and having conversations between Tommy and myself, texting myself, having fake conversations, and then deleting them before he could see them. I did that because part of me knew that with this plan of killing my mom in a hotel, that I might get arrested. I didn't want to get arrested by myself in a different country.
Heather claimed her mother had killed her father and that all conversations with Tommy were actually Heather pretending to be him. She asserted Sheila was abusive towards her during her teenage years. However, Heather's uncle and aunt argued these statements were fabricated. Evidence showed Heather's father, James Mack, died of a pulmonary embolism at age 77, with no foul play suspected. Sheila never pressed charges against Heather, despite injuries over the years, suggesting Sheila was the victim, not the abuser. After raising her daughter Stella in prison for 2 years, Heather had to relinquish custody to a foster family. She believed they were providing good care. Heather was released early in October 2021 after serving 7 years in prison. Wanting to stay in Bali, due to safety concerns in Chicago, she was extradited to the US because she lacked a visa, as did her daughter. Heather was arrested upon arrival in November 2021 and held in a federal penitentiary. Her trial was initially scheduled for July 2023, but in June 2023, Heather entered a guilty plea for her charges. Her sentence in the US is now pending a judge's decision.
On November 6, 2014, Mexico City police officers discovered human remains. A part of the torso was found in a vacant lot near the city's exit. A few days later, bags containing arms and legs were found in different parts of the capital. What made this case particularly alarming was the absence of fingers on the limbs. The police raised the alarm, suspecting the work of a violent criminal in the region. Squads of officers were assembled to comb the streets, with the primary goal of finding the head and limbs of the unfortunate victim and preventing further crimes. At that time, everyone believed this case was the work of a serious offender. However, the fingers and head were never recovered. Despite this, forensic experts determined that the remains belonged to the same individual. Due to the absence of fingers and teeth, identifying the person was impossible. The story unfolds in North America, with the main character being a resident of Mexico City named Alejandra Lafuente. She was a striking brunette with beautiful hair and bright brown eyes, further accentuated by thick, dark lashes. Alejandra maintained an athletic, trim figure through fitness, yoga, and breathing exercises. She enjoyed indulging in self-care activities like visiting beauty salons, getting massages, or going to spas. In warm weather, she liked lounging on the beach, and on cloudy days, she frequented tanning salons. In terms of her career, Alejandra's father, Dr. Alberto Dente, was a renowned psychiatrist specializing in conditions such as schizophrenia and manic disorders. He was not only known for his scientific work, but also for his patient experiments. Alejandra idolized her father and aimed to achieve similar success. With determination, resourcefulness, and extraordinary intelligence, coupled with her father's connections, she pursued psychiatry at the best university, graduating with honors. Eventually, she wrote and defended her thesis on manic syndrome. However, instead of pursuing psychiatry, Alejandra became interested in psychotherapy. With financial support from her father, she obtained a license and opened her own office in a new business center in the heart of the capital. Clients, primarily women, sought her counseling services for issues like eating disorders, depression, relationship problems, and low self-esteem. Alejandra assisted them in resolving family conflicts, Yet her personal life faced challenges. Her first marriage ended, but the couple had 2 children, 2 charming girls with Alejandra's eyes and her father's sense of humor. Despite the divorce, Alejandra remained determined. She believed that having 2 children was not a reason to neglect herself, still dreaming of finding her ideal partner, someone who could also be a good father to her daughters. Sometime after the separation, Alejandra's ex-husband, whose name remains undisclosed, visited her home, a customary practice to spend weekends with his daughters and help with household chores. Unbeknownst to him, this visit would be his last. Alejandra directed him to enter through the backyard, claiming that the front door lock was faulty. Oblivious to any danger, he followed her instructions and entered the house. Alejandra mentioned that her youngest daughter was bathing and invited him to join her in the bathroom without suspecting anything sinister. The man walked into the bathroom to an eerie silence, noticing tape on the floor and his daughter's absence from the bathtub. Realizing something was amiss, his ex-wife appeared behind him, wielding a hammer, and struck him repeatedly on the head. He collapsed, blood flowing from his skull. Sadly, their eldest daughter witnessed the horrific scene. Alejandra's behavior had been turbulent before, with friends noticing her physical outbursts toward her husband and frequent tantrums. The daughter fled, seeking help, and a neighbor called the police. Alejandra was arrested and charged with murder, maintaining her innocence. Her lawyers argued for self-defense, claiming her ex-husband's jealousy and false accusations triggered the violent confrontation. The incident occurred on June 14, 2012. The sentence took into account the defense's evidence and the presence of Alejandra's minor children. She was sentenced to 1 year and 4 months, but due to her father's financial resources, she received a suspended sentence. An appeal was filed to drop the charges, citing self-defense. Human rights activists advocated for a jury trial, portraying Alejandra as a victim of domestic violence. Ultimately, the court acquitted her. After her release, Alejandra resumed providing psychological counseling, portraying herself as a champion of women's rights. She gained popularity among potential clients. Alejandra then met Alan Carrera, a prominent Mexican businessman, and the son of Adrian Carrera Francis. Alan was tall, handsome, and successful, having established a chain of construction stores across the country. However, part of Alan's business was clandestine, involving criminal activities such as drug trafficking to the United States. His father was ousted from his position due to financial fraud linked to Alan's operations. Their base was located in a border town and was guarded by hired police officers. This group controlled a small portion of drug trafficking in the South. Alan's father was implicated in his son's activities, and he faced a 20-year prison sentence. However, on July 18, 2000, Adrian Carrera was released early through the Witness Protection Program. After his release, he focused on his son and legitimate business endeavors. Alan Carrera followed in his father's footsteps and became an entrepreneur after graduating from college. He was particularly interested in a household appliance store, which he managed himself. Despite his success, his marriage was short-lived due to his demanding work schedule and absence from home. Alan struggled with loneliness and turned to alcohol to cope with his depression after the divorce. Despite attempts to overcome his addiction, including AA meetings and therapy, he found solace in consulting with Maria Alejandra's father, a renowned psychiatrist who was also going through a difficult divorce. Alan was the only man in the young woman's life, and despite the separation, she couldn't bring herself to allow anyone else into her life to alleviate her loneliness. Alan's ex-wife also decided to seek therapy from the same psychiatrist Alan had seen for rehabilitation. The psychiatrist, mindful of ethical considerations, couldn't treat both spouses and suggested the woman consult Alejandra instead. However, he didn't disclose that Alejandra was his daughter. Alejandra quickly saw an opportunity to match her patient's ex-husband with herself. She believed he could be a suitable partner due to his pleasant demeanor, wealth, and prime age. Without hesitation, Alejandra asked her client to bring her ex-husband for another consultation, assuring that she could resolve their issues in one session and sever the strong bond between them. From the outset of the consultation, Alejandra began to implement her plan to seduce the entrepreneur. The outcome was swift, and soon after the session, Alan invited the therapist for coffee to discuss family matters. Initially hesitant due to medical ethics, Alejandra eventually agreed to go on a date with Alan the same evening. Their relationship quickly developed, much to the shock of Alan's ex-wife, who contemplated reporting the incident to the doctor's ethics committee. However, Alejandra, being a skilled specialist, managed to persuade her client to let go of her jealousy and accept the situation. She argued that holding on to resentment towards her ex-husband would hinder her chances of a happy future, as advised by the doctor. Alan's ex-wife chose not to intervene, and the sessions came to an end. Meanwhile, the relationship between the new couple progressed rapidly. A few months after their first date, they decided to move in together, and 2 months later, they opted to legalize their relationship. However, Alan remained unaware of the skeletons lurking in his fiancée's closet and the reasons behind her divorce from her ex-husband. In April 2014, Alan visited his parents for the weekend, providing an opportunity to discuss his beloved and the upcoming wedding. To their surprise, Alan's parents had never heard of Alejandra before, which struck them as odd. A week after meeting with his parents, the couple registered their marriage. Interestingly, Alejandra requested that her husband refrain from informing her friends and relatives, and no invitations were sent out due to budget constraints. However, it later emerged that the bride's father did attend the ceremony. Initially, the young family's life appeared idyllic, filled with happiness and aspirations. However, it didn't last long. Alejandra's hysterical nature began to surface, causing tension in the relationship. While Alan was usually reserved about his personal life, it was evident that the couple's dynamic had shifted and they were no longer as content. Following their meeting, Alan distanced himself from his family, and the situation worsened after the wedding, where his parents were conspicuously absent. Alan's friends noticed a change in Alejandra's behavior, observing her increasing nervousness and short temper. After a few incidents, Alan felt ashamed and reduced their joint outings. The marriage became fraught with daily quarrels, often baseless. One evening, Alejandra confessed to accessing her husband's cell phone and discovering suggestive conversations with other women. According to Alejandra, this revelation was the last straw. She alleged in court that Alan had abused, insulted, and humiliated her, rendering the marriage untenable.
Upon discovering his infidelity, Alejandra eschewed traditional methods of therapy to salvage the relationship. Instead, she resolved to address Alan's betrayal with a method she was familiar with, focusing all her attention on devising the perfect murder plan. Meanwhile, Alan continued with his usual and steady rhythm of life, unaware of what lay ahead. He maintained infrequent communication with his family, but couldn't miss the traditional feast held annually in honor of his beloved grandfather's birthday. Despite his attendance, Alan's parents made it clear that his wife was not the most welcome guest, further straining their relationship. Little did anyone imagine that this would be the last time the family saw Alan alive. On October 31st, 2014, Alan's phone last signalled its activity with a text message confirming his safe arrival home after his birthday celebration. Since then, there had been no contact. His absence from work for several days was unusual, as Alan was known for his diligence, especially with a new store launch impending. The reason for Alan's disappearance was his spouse's sinister plan, which she set into motion upon his return from the holiday. Following another altercation, Alejandra decided to eliminate her husband. She spiked the milk he customarily drank before bedtime with a potent sleeping pill, then suffocated him with a pillow. She took pleasure in observing her husband slowly lose consciousness as he struggled to remove the pillow and breathe. The most challenging task awaited her next, disposing of the body. It was a moment she hadn't planned for, Alan was too heavy, so she had to make do with what she had. Time was short, so Alejandra hurried to the neighbour's garden to borrow an electric saw. With a serious look on her face, she sawed her husband's body into pieces. She then packed the body parts into bags, taking care to remove any identifying features. Alejandra stuffed all the bags into suitcases, intending to move the corpse from the house without raising suspicion. However, her plan was thwarted as dawn approached. An elderly neighbour, awake due to insomnia, observed her actions from a window and grew concerned. Furthermore, Alejandra's unusual behaviour and the absence of her husband to help raise suspicion. Unable to leave unnoticed, Alejandra returned home as dawn broke. Unbeknownst to the neighbour, Alejandra had scattered bags containing her ex-husband's remains in different neighbourhoods to cover her tracks. As the day progressed, she resumed her normal routine. On November the 6th, 2014, Mexican police officers made the horrifying discovery of a human torso. The discovery prompted a widespread police alert due to the severity of the crime. Subsequent body parts were found across the city within a day, with significant distances between each location. This was later attributed to Alejandra's prolonged absence from home. All the body parts were sent to the forensic laboratory, where experts promptly confirmed they belonged to the same individual. In an attempt to deflect suspicion from herself, the perpetrator started sending messages to Alan's relatives. However, her efforts only complicated the situation. Unaware that her husband had distanced himself from his family, Alejandra falsely informed Alan's parents that they were going on vacation and would be unreachable. This plan backfired when Alejandra's father, Alberto, began calling Alan's family to inquire about her whereabouts. Concerned about her absence from counselling sessions, Alberto falsely claimed that Alejandra had been forcibly admitted to a clinic due to depression caused by her husband's infidelity. This alarmed Alan's relatives, who then attempted to locate him without success. Subsequently, they contacted the police. Laboratory experts compared the recently discovered corpse's remains with Alan's characteristics, confirming a 100% match. His relatives also identified him, which deeply affected Alan's grandfather, who fell ill with heart disease soon after. Following the identification, a search warrant was issued for Alan's home and office, where traces of fresh earth were found in the backyard. Upon digging, Alan's fingers and teeth were uncovered, further shocking the capital city. Alejandra was swiftly apprehended, and traces of blood were discovered in various locations, including one of the rooms, the trunk of a car, and the garage. Initially denying her involvement, Alejandra hoped to escape punishment as she had with her previous husband. However, the investigation quickly unravelled the case. The testimony of an elderly witness proved crucial, as her account aligned with the estimated time of Alan's death. Alejandra exploited her position to obtain a potent sleeping pill, a drug typically accessible only to medical professionals, further incriminating her. Evidence obtained helped establish a direct connection between Alejandra and the brutal murder of her husband. CCTV footage revealed Alan entering the house but never leaving, while also confirming the removal of suitcases. On December 10, 2014, the jury delivered a verdict, sentencing Alejandra to life imprisonment for murder, brutality, attempted concealment, and misuse of her official position. Despite her father's efforts to shield her from imprisonment through connections and bribes, the trial remained closed to the public and pressed to limit further publicity. However, his actions tarnished his career, deterring potential clients from seeking help from a specialist who failed to recognise the severity of issues within his own family. The case of Alejandra's first husband's death resurfaced during the trial, though evidence had dissipated over time. Suspicions arose regarding her father's involvement, suggesting collusion with his daughter for scientific curiosity. Yet this theory lacked substantiation. After numerous appeals from the victims, Alejandra's sentence was commuted to death, an unprecedented turn of events. Sentences like these are exceedingly uncommon in Mexico, especially in contemporary times. Furthermore, the defendant is not entitled to a case review. All property owned by the accused must be transferred to the victim's family, though little solace can be found in this, as the individual cannot be brought back. Evidently, Alejandra was a pragmatic and heartless individual grappling with significant mental health challenges despite medical assessments indicating otherwise. Influenced by her father, she abused her official position to execute her nefarious schemes. Escaping consequences after her initial crime only emboldened her further. Perhaps Alan would still be alive if this remorseless woman had been held accountable the first time. However, it is too late for such reflections now. On March 2, 2018, at 4:45 a.m., the Travis County, Texas police received a distress call from a woman. She was hiding in a closet and reported hearing multiple gunshots in her home. Fearing the shooter was still inside, the dispatcher instructed her to stay hidden and wait for the police. By the time officers arrived, they had cordoned off the house. The woman hiding in the closet was local resident Corey Shaughnessy. She was in a state of panic, not fully understanding what had happened. In the kitchen, her husband, Theodore Shaughnessy, lay in a pool of his own blood. Let's explore this tragic story together. Theodore Shaughnessy was born on February 7, 1963, and was the youngest child in a large family in Arizona, near Phoenix. From a young age, he loved fast cars and dreamed of sports cars. Theodore was fearless and sought thrills from adrenaline, but he was also known for his kindness, cheerfulness, and loyalty as a friend and son. At 20, Theodore met Corey Garman at a local arcade. They instantly bonded over their shared interests in jewelry and books. Their friendship quickly blossomed into love, and they got married in 1989. After their wedding, the Shaughnessy couple moved to Austin, Texas, where they made a new home for themselves. The Shaughnessy family launched their business, Gallery Jewelers, which quickly became a success. Corey had a deep passion for gemstones and fine art, working as an appraiser for the family business. Theodore was the charismatic face of the store. His ability to connect with people made him a natural at building relationships, which greatly benefited their business. Theodore's friendliness and energy drew people in, helping to secure the best deals and partnerships. The business flourished, and the family's fortune grew to an impressive $8 million. Despite their wealth, Theodore remained generous and kind, often buying food for the needy and making regular donations to charity. As the business continued to succeed, the Shaughnessy's bought a beautiful new home near their store. They seemed like the perfect couple, complementing each other perfectly. However, there was one thing missing: they didn't have children. In 2000, the Shaughnessy's decided to expand their family. They adopted a 16-month-old boy from an orphanage in Ukraine. The moment they saw him, they fell in love. They named him Nicholas. This adoption completed their family, bringing them immense joy and fulfillment. Nicholas grew up as an active and obedient child. He shared his father's love for animals and cars, often joining Ted at the racetrack. Father and son enjoyed sports car rides and spent time together walking in the park. In high school, Nicholas developed an interest in car dismantling and started his own small business with his parents' support. They helped him buy equipment and enlist the help of friends to get started. Nicholas met Jackie Edison, and they were instantly attracted to each other. However, when Nicholas introduced Jackie to his parents, they weren't impressed. Corey felt Jackie wasn't right for Nicholas, but despite this, the couple's relationship continued. Over time, Jackie managed to win their approval and started spending so much time at the Shaughnessy home that they eventually let her move in. In August 2017, Nicholas and Jackie moved out of his parents' house to start their own life in College Station. Nicholas went into day trading with financial support from his parents while Jackie attended school. Despite the move, Nicholas remained close to his family, making the 2-hour drive to Austin every weekend to visit them. Everything seemed to be going well, and there were no signs of trouble. On March 2, 2018, at 4:30 a.m., Ted and Corey were woken by their dogs barking loudly. This was not unusual, as the dogs often reacted to small animals on the property. Corey thought the noise would subside soon, but Ted decided to investigate. He grabbed his .40 caliber pistol and went to check the house. Corey went back to sleep but was jolted awake by a gunshot, followed by several more shots. Terrified, Corey grabbed her revolver from beside the bed and headed toward the kitchen to help Ted. On her way, she saw their beloved dog, Bart, shot and lying in the doorway. Suddenly, a dark figure appeared, and Corey, in a panic, fired all 6 bullets from her revolver toward the door. She then hid in a closet, fearing for her life, and managed to call emergency services. She reported a break-in, said she had shot one of the attackers, and heard moans coming from the room. While speaking with the dispatcher, the terrified Corey kept saying that she heard moaning but didn't know who was making the sounds. She wanted to check, but the dispatcher advised her to stay hidden and wait for the police. 15 minutes later, Corey was told that officers had arrived at the house. By this time, the moaning had stopped, and the house was eerily silent. Corey cautiously stepped out of the closet and went to the front door. As she passed through the kitchen, she saw her husband, Theodore, lying in a pool of blood, surrounded by shell casings. Overcome with fear, she reached the front door and opened it, but there was no one on the doorstep. The police had mistakenly gone to the wrong house due to an unusual street layout in the neighborhood. They were at a neighbor's house, trying to determine which side of the street the shots had come from. Once they realized their mistake, they rushed to the Shaughnessy home, where a shaken Corey waited for them. Her life was shattered, and she was at a loss as to what had happened. The police officers went inside to calm her down. Corey called her son, Nicholas, to report the attack. She and Jackie immediately headed for Austin and arrived at Theodore and Corey's home around 8 a.m. Theodore Shaughnessy, 55, was found dead, having been shot multiple times in the head, back, and thigh. The news shocked family, friends, and acquaintances who couldn't believe that such a brutal attack could happen to them. After the tragedy, Nicholas and Jackie stayed at the house with Corey to support her and help with the investigation. Law enforcement officers examined the crime scene and found shell casings from two different guns, a .40 and a .38 caliber, indicating that the shooting involved more than one weapon. There were no signs of forced entry, but an open window with its safety netting removed in a far bedroom drew attention. The forensic team found a fingerprint at this window, which was sent to the lab for analysis. Police also spoke to several neighbors about the Shaughnessy family and if they had noticed anything unusual. One neighbor mentioned that this wasn't the first time the Shaughnessy's home had been targeted, given their chain of jewelry stores. The police collected Corey's pajamas for examination and swabbed her hands for gunshot residue. From the start, Corey was upfront about firing her gun during the attack. The police began their investigation and quickly ruled out burglary because there was no forced entry and no valuables were stolen. Their focus shifted to the murder investigation. They found that all doors in the house were intact except for Nicholas Shaughnessy's room. The door to this room had been opened, and a firearm, a .40 caliber pistol, was missing from a dresser. Since the caliber matched one of the guns used in the attack, detectives suspected it was the weapon used to kill Ted. Nicholas, Jackie, and Corey all cooperated with the investigation. Corey allowed police to search her cell phone, and while Nicholas claimed he hadn't been in Austin for about a month, he and Jackie both agreed to answer questions at the station. The police aimed to gather as much information as possible about the family and the events of that day to track down the perpetrators. They were still unsure if the murder was a random attack, a botched robbery, or a targeted crime. No unidentified fingerprints were found at the scene, which led them to question if Corey, the sole surviving victim, could be a suspect. The fact that the shooters left Corey alive and stayed in the house for 17 minutes before the shooting, with nothing stolen, seemed suspicious. Assistant Prosecutor Amy Meredith, who reviewed the crime scene, was convinced that Ted Shaughnessy knew his attacker. She believed that the house was too large and dark for random burglars to navigate quickly. As a result, Corey Shaughnessy came under increasing suspicion, especially since she was the beneficiary of Ted's $1 million life insurance policy. Their home and business were also worth a significant amount. However, there was no concrete evidence against her. Nicholas Shaughnessy also drew suspicion. Even though he was over 100 miles away from the crime scene at the time of the attack, his behavior was concerning. Investigators found a particularly important detail during their questioning of him. Nicholas went straight to a wide-open side window on the first floor, the window to his own room. He specifically checked this window, which wasn't visible from the front of the house, and it turned out to be the exact entry point used by the criminals. At that point, Nicholas had no information from the investigators about the entry point, so it was puzzling how he knew where the criminals had entered if he wasn't involved. The investigation into Nicholas's financial situation revealed significant stress. He had been struggling financially for some time before the crime. He had borrowed $30,000 from his mother for his business and had recently received a reminder to repay the loan. He also owed a neighbor $2,600. These financial pressures suggested a possible motive. Things took a more serious turn when it was discovered that Nicholas was the sole beneficiary of a $2 million insurance payout if his parents passed away. This detail made Nicholas a prime suspect in the eyes of the police. Another concerning finding was Nicholas's phone, specifically an app that gave him access to his parents' alarm system. Corey had told the police that the alarm system was disabled that night because the family often chose not to arm it when they were home. However, the system's account history showed an activation of a window opening at 4:27 a.m., followed by a detection of broken glass about 17 minutes later. Another surprising find during the search of the home was Nicholas and Jackie's marriage certificate. It turned out they had secretly married in August 2017 and didn't reveal their marriage until after the murder. As police continued their investigation, they uncovered more evidence suggesting that Nick and Jackie were planning to kill his parents. Although Nicholas claimed he had been over 100 miles away from Austin at the time of the crime, Phone records showed he had been in Austin just 2 days before Ted's murder, on February 28th. Investigators wondered if Nicholas had been in town making final preparations for the crime. Both Nicholas and Jackie's phones were examined, and it was discovered that several text messages had been deleted. On February 24th, Nicholas had texted Jackie saying he was working on it, and Jackie responded, "Do they want $50,000 or not? We can't afford to pay half that early." This raised red flags for the police. When the police searched Nicholas and Jackie's apartment, they were shocked by the number of cameras installed. The cameras showed that they were at home on the morning of the crime. They also found jewelry, ammunition, and guns in a safe. One box of ammunition matched the caliber of one of the murder weapons, and a .38 caliber pistol was missing 6 bullets. Nicholas had also asked Jackie to withdraw cash from their account, and she had withdrawn $1,000 just days before the crime. This raised further suspicions. Investigators contacted Spencer Patterson, a high school friend who had officiated Nicholas and Jackie's wedding. Although it was challenging to reach him, the information he provided was crucial. A fingerprint found on the window in Nicholas's bedroom, which was a dead end as it belonged to the window installer, was irrelevant. However, police learned that Nicholas had used that window to sneak in and out of the house when he lived there, and Spencer was aware of this. Spencer's home, car, and cell phone were searched. In his car, the police found a .38 caliber handgun, which was not one of the murder weapons. Spencer's cell phone showed he was at home on the morning of the crime, so he was ruled out as a suspect, but his testimony added to the suspicion against Nicholas. Spencer revealed that Nicholas had talked about getting $8 million when Ted and Corey were gone. Correspondence between Spencer and Nicholas showed that Nicholas had tried to hire him to kill the family and steal their belongings. On May 29, 2018, Nicholas Shaughnessy and Jackie Edison were arrested for criminal solicitation. Corey couldn't believe it. She thought the authorities were trying to frame her son. By then, Nicholas was working at his father's jewelry store. Corey still believed it was a mistake and demanded absolute proof of their involvement. 2 weeks after the arrest, Jackie was released on bail. Corey hired the best lawyer she could find for her son. In an interview, Corey Shaughnessy said, "You could have told me that aliens landed in the front yard, and I would have believed that rather than believe that Nicholas and Jackie were planning to kill us." Corey had stood by Nick's side, convinced that maybe there was something involving money or illegal substances in College Station, or perhaps he had talked about his parents' jewelry business to the wrong person. She was willing to believe anything but that her son was plotting their murder. However, the police were confident that Nicholas and Jackie were behind the attack. The challenge was to determine who actually shot Ted Shaughnessy, which proved difficult as evidence had run dry, and the investigation was at a standstill. 4 months after the crime, Detective James Moore decided to review the surveillance video from Nicholas and Jackie's porch recorded just 2 days before the attack. For Corey, who had been struggling to maintain faith in her son, this was the breaking point. She realized with horror that she had been living with the very people who had planned to kill Ted and her. The surveillance footage from the front porch was a major breakthrough. It showed Nicholas Shaughnessy greeting 2 men at the front door, one wearing a green t-shirt with Anderson on it. Detectives quickly identified the man as Cameron Bosk from the Anderson Window Company. Although Cameron wasn't home that day, his wife provided crucial information. She revealed that a few months earlier, a man named Johnny Leon had asked Cameron to commit murder for money, but Cameron had turned him down. The police ruled Cameron out as a suspect, but were now closer to unraveling the mystery. Johnny Leon was later brought in for questioning, where he admitted that Nicholas had tried to hire him for $100,000, but he refused. Johnny was arrested and confessed that he had traveled to Austin with Nicholas a few days before the crime. According to Johnny, they parked in front of the Shaughnessy house. Nicholas went to the house, returned, and said he couldn't get in. Johnny claimed he had no involvement in the crime. However, his cell phone records showed he was in Austin on the morning of the crime. Johnny did not name the second shooter, but provided his cell phone number. This led the police to Aaron Smith, who claimed he had been with his girlfriend and had an alibi. His girlfriend said Aaron left her in a motel room that morning, took her car, and did not answer her calls. She also mentioned that Aaron had been carrying a .40 caliber handgun for several days. After the crime, the gun was recovered from a family member of Smith's. Aaron Smith was arrested, and the police discovered that both he and Johnny Leon had arrest records, including a previous arrest for dealing illegal substances. Nicholas Shaughnessy, Johnny Leon, and Aaron Smith were charged with capital murder. By spring 2021, Amy Meredith, the assistant district attorney, had left her position, and Jose Garza had taken over. His office offered a plea deal to avoid the death penalty, a lesser charge of murder with a 35-year sentence and the possibility of parole. Both Leon and Smith accepted the deal. Corey Shaughnessy wrote a letter to Nicholas, agreeing to the plea bargain, which would result in Nicholas serving 35 years with the possibility of parole. In April 2021, Nicholas accepted the plea deal. He could be released when he turns 36. At a hearing in April 2021, Nicholas Shaughnessy pleaded guilty and was sentenced to 35 years in prison, with eligibility for parole after serving 20 years of his sentence. Aaron Smith and Johnny Leon were sentenced to 35 years with the possibility of parole. Smith told police that after they shot Ted Shaughnessy, he heard gunshots and a woman crying from the bedroom. Smith claimed he begged Leon not to kill Corey and to leave quickly to avoid getting shot themselves. Nicholas sent letters to his mother, and Corey was finally able to see her son after he had been in prison for 2 years. Despite knowing a lot about the case, Corey remained unaware of who had used the .40 caliber gun, which had belonged to Ted. Nicholas eventually confessed that he had given his father's gun to Aaron Smith. This revelation made Corey come to terms with Nicholas's involvement. Corey struggled to accept that Nicholas and Jackie would have wanted to kill her and her husband. Jackie initially downplayed her involvement, claiming ignorance, but police knew she was lying due to deleted text messages revealing her knowledge. Jackie admitted to traveling with Nicholas to Austin, but insisted she never took his threats seriously. Jackie divorced Nicholas while he was in prison. In March 2022, her charge was reduced to conspiracy to commit a felony. By June 2023, Jackie pleaded guilty to attempted conspiracy to commit a felony. She received a suspended sentence, meaning she could plead guilty and receive probation. Jackie spent 120 days in jail and will be on probation for 10 years, with a requirement to spend 2 days in jail each year on the anniversary of Ted Shaughnessy's murder. Nicholas, in prison, stated that he wanted to impress Jackie and become rich. Ted Shaughnessy, a registered jeweler, and Corey Shaughnessy, a certified gemologist appraiser, could have shared a prosperous life with their adopted son. Instead, Nicholas, driven by greed, chose to end their lives. Nicholas remains incarcerated at the Clemens Unit in Brazoria, Texas. Aaron Smith serves his sentence at the LeBlanc Unit in Beaumont, and Johnny Leon is at the Barry B. Telford Unit in New Boston. This is a story of transformation and tragedy that society recognized too late. Sometimes, kindness comes at a staggering cost, and those we hold close can turn into the very ones who betray us. Ironically, the enthusiastic Shaughnessy family went to great lengths to bring their adopted son into their lives, only for that same son to betray them in the worst possible way. Nicholas Shaughnessy's actions illustrate a harsh truth: while money can be replaced, time cannot. Nicholas's regret and apologies from prison come too late for a family shattered by greed and betrayal. His mother, Corey Shaughnessy, has endured an unimaginable emotional journey, grappling with the reality that her own son orchestrated a plan to end her and her husband's lives for financial gain. Despite the horror, Corey still loves the son she once knew, the same young boy who once filled her life with joy and hope. But that boy is gone, and with him, the future she and Ted envisioned together. Now, Corey lives under an assumed name in another state, seeking solace and trying to rebuild her faith in humanity. The chilling thought lingers: the very individuals who plotted to kill you are living right under your roof. It's a stark reminder to be vigilant and discerning about those we trust. Take a good look around you.
I'm Harry, and today we're diving into a case that captivated the world: the tragic story of Caroline Crouch. At just 15, she thought she had found her fairy tale romance, but what followed was a nightmare that would end in unimaginable tragedy. How did a love story spiral into such darkness? Stick around as we unravel this shocking tale, filled with twists and turns that will leave you questioning everything. If you're intrigued, make sure to like, comment, and share this video. Your support means the world and helps us bring more stories like this to light. Many teenage girls dream of finding the one, the love of their life. They imagine eloping, sharing secret vows, and embarking on a lifelong adventure together. Caroline Crouch was no different. At just 15 years old, this bright high schooler found herself captivated by a dashing 27-year-old pilot who would fly his helicopter right over her school, capturing her imagination and heart. He won her over, and soon after, they eloped and tied the knot. But what began as a storybook romance would soon unravel into a global tragedy. On Tuesday, May 11, 2021, at around 4:30 a.m., Haralambasa Annapolis, known as Bobby's, was shaken high awake in a terrifying moment. At the time of the incident, he had rented a 2-story maisonette in Glyka, a suburb on the outskirts of Athens, Greece. Bobby's had little time to react as 3 men with their faces hidden by hoods stormed in and overpowered him. Armed with pistols, they tied him up and blindfolded him with duct tape. Bobby's couldn't do much as the intruders turned their attention to his wife, 19-year-old Caroline. Their 11-month-old daughter, who'd been sleeping nearby, was woken by the commotion. The men, speaking in Greek and Albanian accents, kept demanding to know where the money was. Caroline had no idea that what looked like a robbery would soon end in her murder. Caroline Crouch was born on July 12, 2001, in Athens, to retired engineer David Crouch and Susan Della Costa. When she was 8, her family relocated to the island of Alanissos, where she was raised. David and Susan had fallen in love with the coastal lifestyle. Caroline quickly adapted to her beachside surroundings and developed a love for swimming and scuba diving. She met Babbies during a Good Friday parade in 2017. At the time, Babbies was a commercial helicopter pilot, and Caroline was only 15. 3 years later, on July 15, 2019, they married in Portugal. A few days before her murder, Babbies and Caroline had purchased a plot of land. They planned to build their dream home there, a place for them and their infant daughter. Caroline had received 50,000 euros as a gift from her parents to buy the land. The couple also had about 10,000 euros in cash, hidden in their home for construction costs. At the time, many people in Greece didn't trust banks due to the ongoing financial crisis, which made storing cash at home a common practice. Caroline likely believed it was safer this way and had no reason to fear what would happen next. On May 11th, the situation turned dire. Babbies, Caroline, and their daughter were filled with dread as the intruders demanded to know where they kept their savings. In a desperate attempt to save their lives, Babbies revealed where the money was hidden, in an unusual spot. The men opened the Monopoly board game and took all the money the couple had stashed away for their future home. But they weren't finished. The intruders continued to roam the house, grabbing jewelry and other valuables, while Babbies and Caroline, terrified, pleaded for their lives and that of their daughter. Babbies could hear his wife's terrified screams as the men pointed a gun at their infant. Though blindfolded, Babbies fought against his restraints, but the ropes around his neck were so tight that he repeatedly lost consciousness. When he finally regained his senses, the men were gone. The only sound left in the house was the desperate crying of his daughter. It took Babbies roughly 30 minutes to reach his phone, and using his nose, he managed to dial emergency services. Once connected, he frantically called for help, begging them to send an ambulance and providing his location. Because his mouth was covered with duct tape, Babbies' entire call to emergency services was filled with muffled words. The operator on the other end asked him to explain what had happened, but all he could manage to say was, "Robbers came in." By this time, an hour and a half had passed since the intruders had broken into Babbies and Caroline's home. First responders arrived at the scene around 6 a.m., quickly rushing up the front steps to get inside. What they encountered was nothing short of horrific. The living room and kitchen had been completely ransacked. Drawers were left wide open, with clothes and other belongings scattered throughout the space. Among the chaos was an open Monopoly box, the very one in which Babbies and Caroline had hidden their money. The responders also found a security camera lying on the couch, apparently ripped off the wall. However, its memory card was missing. Tragically, hanging from the staircase was the body of the couple's white and brown husky puppy, who had been strangled with her own leash. Babbies was found on the floor of the main bedroom, his eyes and mouth still covered in duct tape, with his hands and feet tied behind him. On the bed, lying face down, was Caroline Crouch. Their infant daughter sat beside her mother, crying and clapping her hands, trying to wake her up. Caroline was already declared dead by the time first responders arrived. The baby, although visibly distressed, appeared unharmed. However, it didn't take long for first responders to notice Caroline's pale complexion, confirming that she had been murdered. Babbies went into visible shock when he was freed from his restraints and saw the lifeless body of his wife, the woman he had loved for the last 5 years. Authorities immediately secured the safety of the infant and began questioning Babbies. Based on his account and the state of the crime scene, the presence of 4 men was determined. Police concluded that 3 men had entered the home while a 4th stood guard outside. Investigators pieced together the sequence of events leading up to the murder and escape as follows. 1. The intruders approached the house using a dirt road that led to the back entrance. 2. After failing to break in through the back door, they removed the security pins from a basement window and entered the home. 3. Once inside, they killed Roxy, the family's 7-month-old husky. The murder weapon? Her own leash. 4. The intruders then made their way into the main bedroom where Babbies and Caroline had been sleeping. 5. They ransacked the home, finding the money hidden in the Monopoly box. 6. Before leaving, they murdered Caroline by suffocating her with a pillow. Since Babbies was drifting in and out of consciousness, the intruders may have assumed he had died and left the scene, believing they had no witnesses. As for Caroline's death, it was revealed that her ordeal lasted approximately 6 minutes. Bruises found on her body indicated signs of a struggle, while marks on her lips and tongue suggested sharp objects had been used. There were no signs of sexual assault. The investigation continued. Despite the extensive damage done to the home, the intruders left behind very little evidence. The only notable clue was the hood of one of the attackers found at the scene. Based on Babbies' recounting of the event, police concluded that the hood likely fell off while Babbies struggled to fight back. Although a small detail in such a significant case, this clue provided Babbies with a brief glimpse of one of the attackers. He was able to describe an overweight, dark-skinned man of tall stature, leading authorities to create a sketch. Despite being disoriented, Babbies also identified 2 firearms used by the intruders, a black pistol and a silver Colt. Details from the investigation revealed that the attackers had escaped with 10,000 euros in cash and jewelry worth 20,000 euros. Investigators believed the crime was carried out by professional criminals who had observed the family for some time, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. A police spokesperson described the attack as brutal and violent, and categorized it as an act of individuals with no empathy and a deeply antisocial personality. As the investigation progressed, numerous speculations arose, adding new layers of complexity to the case. One question lingered in everyone's mind. If money was the motive, why was the murder necessary? Other theories suggested the intruders may have been high on drugs, unable to control their actions, or perhaps Caroline had recognized one of them. Caroline, a skilled black belt in kickboxing, may have resisted and fought back, forcing the intruders to silence her. There were also suggestions that Caroline may have screamed when she saw her 11-month-old daughter held at gunpoint. While much of this remained speculative, investigators were certain about one thing. The attack was premeditated. They reasoned that the intruders must have known about the money hidden in the home. This led police to question members of Babbies and Caroline's inner circle, suspecting that the gang had received a tip. In addition to these interrogations, security footage from nearby homes and businesses was thoroughly reviewed for more clues. In the surveillance footage, authorities spotted a dark-colored car, followed closely by a motorcycle, and cruising near the couple's home on the morning of the murder. Caroline Crouch was laid to rest just 3 days after her tragic death. Her final resting place was the Greek island of Alonissos, where her parents had fallen in love and where she spent her childhood. Babbies paid his respects to his late wife, saying he felt fortunate to have met Caroline, even more fortunate that she loved him, and luckiest of all that she was the mother of his daughter. He went on to express his sorrow that their daughter would grow up without ever knowing her mother. He described Caroline as the light of his life, adding that she would always be with him through their daughter. While Caroline's funeral was taking place, police made a routine stop in northeastern Greece, pulling over a car. Inside was a 36-year-old Georgian national, Georgi Hardishvili, heading toward the Bulgarian border. He handed over his passport, but it was quickly flagged as a counterfeit. Who was this man, and what connection did he have to Caroline's death? Investigators soon uncovered that this man was Georgi Haradishvili, a known criminal with a violent past and a string of prior convictions. He was wanted for 12 home burglaries committed across Athens over the last 6 months. What made him a suspect in Caroline's murder was that 3 of these crimes had occurred near her and Babis's neighborhood. One of those burglaries took place in December, when Haradishvili and 3 accomplices broke into a home through a back window, much like the attack on Bobby's in Carolina. In that incident, they violently dragged a woman by her hair and threatened to slit her throat. The robbers left with 10,000 euros in cash and jewelry. Their next robbery was on March 7th, just 2 months before Babby's and Caroline became targets. During this attack, they tied up 4 victims, including an elderly couple and their housekeeper, stealing money and valuables worth a substantial amount. If this pattern of crimes wasn't enough to link Haradishvili to the murder, consider this. He bore a striking resemblance to the sketch based on Babis's description of one of the intruders. The mounting evidence against Haradishvili included his history of violent break-ins, his attempt to flee the country, and his resemblance to the suspect in the sketch. With all this evidence in hand, the police felt certain they had their culprit. Haradishvili was apprehended and subjected to 4 days of intense interrogation, during which more aggressive methods were used to extract answers. He was repeatedly questioned about how he got to the scene, entered the house, and murdered Caroline. These methods left him with a concussion. Despite this, Haradishvili stood firm, claiming he had never heard of Caroline Crouch. In the end, the police's evidence against him crumbled, proving he wasn't the man they were after. Haradishvili was cleared of any involvement in the murder. As a result, 3 officers from the Athens homicide unit were demoted. Shifting focus, the police turned their attention to a local Albanian crime syndicate. Their initial list of suspects was around 100 names, but they soon narrowed it down to 10 individuals, all of whom were part of a criminal network known as the Red List. Babis was shown mugshots of these men, but authorities withheld further information. The investigation dragged on, and public frustration began to grow, especially as racially motivated crimes continued to rise. Information about Caroline's case was so limited that even a substantial monetary reward went unclaimed. The citizens of Athens were gripped with fear, unsure who might be next. Experts cited in the media said this was no ordinary case. If it had been, it would have been solved by now. Some details that surfaced from the investigation revealed no DNA or fingerprints left behind. Caroline's family, though devastated, expressed their gratitude for the continued efforts to find justice. Babies told reporters that he wished no one else would ever have to endure what he was going through. He publicly supported the police investigation and made frequent media appearances to keep Caroline's case in the public eye. He was even active on social media, responding to messages and thanking people for their support. Then, 37 days after Caroline was brutally murdered, a breakthrough finally came. A small memorial service was being held for Caroline on Alonissos, and among the mourners, a detective was spotted. After the service ended, investigators discreetly approached Babis and requested that he accompany them to Athens. The detectives had new information and asked Babis to help identify a suspect. Without knowing what was coming, Babis agreed. By this time, investigators had followed numerous leads and uncovered key details from the night of Caroline's death. These details didn't add up. Babis had told police that the intruders broke in through a basement window, but the window was too small for the attacker's build, as Babis had described. He also claimed the house had been ransacked, yet neighbors reported hearing no such disturbance. The only sounds that night were of the couple's puppy in distress. There were no sounds of a house being torn apart, no cries for help, no infant wailing. Moreover, Babis claimed the memory card from the living room security camera had been removed by the intruders, but data showed the card had actually been taken out at 1:20 a.m., hours before the supposed break-in. Caroline's smartwatch, which tracked her heart rate, showed her pulse at 3:58 a.m., was normal, indicating she was sleeping, but by 4:05 a.m., it had spiked by 50%, showing she was in severe distress. By 4:11 a.m., her pulse had stopped completely, long before Babbis claimed the murder took place. Babbis, on the other hand, had a fitness app on his phone that revealed he had been moving around during the time he said he was bound and unable to act. Police even tried to reenact how Babbis supposedly dialed emergency services with his nose, but no one could replicate it. Investigators also discovered that on the night of her death, Caroline had attempted to book a hotel for herself and her baby. A text message to a friend showed she was threatening to leave Babbis. Back when Babbis first met Caroline, he'd been vacationing on Alanissos. His mother, a teacher at Caroline's school, also lived on the island. Babbis was charismatic, sharp, and financially comfortable. He caught Caroline's attention by flying a helicopter over her school, something that might seem like a fantasy for many teenage girls, but for Caroline, this dream would soon become a nightmare. She thought she had found the perfect match and even told her family how happy she was. Babbis proposed after a year and a half of dating, and although Caroline was still underage, she turned 18 3 days later. The couple married and settled in Glycanera, with Caroline attending college in Athens while Babbis continued his work as a pilot. On social media, the couple projected an image of a joyful, loving relationship, but Caroline's private diary told a much darker story. In her entries, she often questioned her relationship with Babbis. In 2019, she wrote about a severe argument, stating she had considered leaving him and going to stay with her sister. She wasn't sure if she could continue with him. Over time, Babbis became increasingly manipulative and controlling. This behavior could be traced back to their unconventional wedding. When Babbis and Caroline wed, they skipped the traditional Greek ceremony full of family and friends, opting instead for a secret elopement. What might have seemed like a romantic gesture was, in reality, the first step in isolating her. The isolation continued once they returned home, where Babbis was the sole provider, while Caroline, a student, had little money of her own. Caroline's mother, Susan, sent some money, but even that was taken by Babbis. In her diary, Caroline wrote that she loved Babbis too much to leave him, even though the relationship was hurting her. One entry detailed a tearful confrontation where she expressed her desire to leave, but since she was pregnant, she felt she couldn't. Caroline wrote, "I stayed for the sake of my daughter so she wouldn't grow up without two parents." Another entry dated July 2020 read, "Today my little girl is 1 month old. I told Babbis I want to leave. I feel awful." The diary also mentioned a house in Halandri, Athens. What started as a fairy tale romance for Caroline had turned into a dark abyss of pain, despair, and isolation, one she could never escape. Phone records from the hours leading up to her murder revealed heated, argumentative texts between her and Babbis, painting a picture of how distant and toxic their relationship had become. Investigators finally informed Babbis that he was now the prime suspect in his wife's murder. Overwhelming evidence laid bare the inconsistencies in his story. After 8 hours of interrogation, Babbis broke down and confessed. Though his confession was still riddled with lies, he claimed that on the night of May 10th, he and Caroline had argued about their daughter, with Caroline threatening to take her and leave. Babbis said he lost control because his daughter was his whole world. He claimed that during the argument, Caroline threw their baby into the crib and ordered him to leave the house. He alleged that she became violent, pushing and hitting him, and that in a moment of rage, his judgment clouded. From there, Babbis lashed out, strangling Caroline and smothering her with a pillow until she died. A cold-blooded murder in front of their 11-month-old child. Babbis admitted that he considered disposing of the body, but quickly realized that wasn't possible. It was then that the idea of staging a break-in came to him. To make it believable, he killed the family dog, placed his baby next to Caroline's lifeless body, and tied himself up with duct tape. Babbis said he deserved to be punished, apologizing to those he had hurt. While he admitted his actions were inexcusable, he tried to shift the blame onto Caroline, claiming her actions had made him unstable. All that remained was their daughter, who would now grow up without ever knowing her mother. A little girl who would never remember the woman she lost, brutally taken from her by the man she once loved. This case, later dubbed the murder that fooled the world, exposed Babbis' confidence in getting away with his crime. So confident, in fact, that he didn't bother destroying key evidence. By May 2022, Babbis was convicted of premeditated murder, obstruction of justice, perjury, and animal cruelty.
Today, we're looking at a scary event from the summer of 1985 in London. It was a sunny and warm time, full of peaceful nature. But at 3:30 in the morning on August 7th, Jeremy B. Amber, who lived at White House Farm, got a sudden phone call. His foster father was on the line, sounding panicked. Jeremy couldn't understand what his father was saying, but he heard something about his sister having a gun and behaving strangely. Jeremy called the police right away and told them about the scary conversation. The police arrived an hour and a half later, following Jeremy. Everything seemed strangely quiet when they got there, which was suspicious considering what Jeremy had told them on the phone. Because they thought there might be weapons involved, the police decided not to rush in. This is their usual tactic. They usually wait for a situation to calm down or for a special unit to handle it. So, they stayed back from the house, keeping a safe distance. Jeremy was with the police and they asked him to explain what happened at the Bamber house the night before. Jeremy said that they had dinner together as a family with a small disagreement, but nothing serious. He mentioned leaving his pistol and a .22 caliber carbine with his parents, both loaded and working. A special team arrived and found all doors and windows locked except one in the master bedroom. They tried to talk through a loudspeaker for 2 hours, but only heard a dog barking. 3 hours later, at 8 o'clock in the morning, the SWAT team finally entered. Inside, they found chaos. Neville Bamber, Jeremy's father, was deceased in the kitchen. He had many bruises, a broken nose and jaw, and 8 bullet wounds, 6 in the head. It was clear he couldn't survive. Next to him was a phone with its receiver removed and bullets nearby. The police were shocked, but continued to search the house carefully, starting on the first floor. They had to move quietly because the old floors creaked, making noise. On the first floor, there were no other people, but in 2 bedrooms on the second floor, 4 more bodies were discovered. June, Sheila, and 2 young boys named Daniel and Nicholas. They had all been killed by gunshots. June had been shot 7 times, Daniel and Nicholas 5 and 3 times respectively. Sheila was found near her parents' bedroom with 2 bullet wounds under her chin and a gun in her hands. The total number of bullets used to kill the family members raised questions. Was it possible that someone intentionally targeted the Bamber family, and what could the motive be? Could the real culprit be trying to mislead the police? Answers to these questions were needed urgently, so authorities began investigating and researching the history of all members of the deceased family. The county of Essex, where the Bambers lived, is close to busy and crowded London, yet it offers tranquility and relaxation to its residents. The county is known for its natural beauty, with green meadows, clear lakes, and medieval castles attracting visitors. This peaceful environment likely drew the Bamber family, who purchased White House Farm to fulfill their dream. In 1949, at the age of 25, June married Neville, and they moved to the farm to build a prosperous family. Neville, a veteran of the Royal Air Force, became a magistrate in the local court. Despite facing challenges, such as June's struggle with infertility, the couple remained hopeful. Eventually, they decided to adopt 2 children from an orphanage, showing their determination to create a loving family. At just 3 months old, Sheila became part of their family, and later, at 6 months old, Jeremy joined them. June and Neville proved to be loving and caring parents, filling their children's lives with affection and attention. They ensured their children received an excellent education at prestigious private schools thanks to their prosperous financial situation. Despite the opportunities provided, Jeremy showed a withdrawn personality from childhood and preferred solitude. His rebellious nature became evident in elementary school, where he struggled academically, leading his parents to send him to boarding school when he was 9 years old. Boarding school life was challenging due to strict discipline, but it possibly contributed to positive changes in Jeremy's character. He excelled academically at university, becoming more composed, which made his parents proud. After university, Neville offered Jeremy a job on a farm in England, which he accepted eagerly. Upon his return in 1982, his parents provided him with comfortable accommodations, including a cottage, a car, and a good salary. They also expected him to support them in their old age. Despite outward success, tensions arose within the family due to religious differences. June, a deeply religious woman, struggled emotionally because her children didn't share her beliefs. Her attempts to guide them towards faith were unsuccessful, leading to family discord and contributing to her depression. Sheila, June and Neville's daughter, also struggled with mental health issues, influenced by her mother's depression. Unlike her calm brother Jeremy, Sheila was drawn to the fashion world and dreamed of becoming a model. However, June strongly opposed the idea, refusing to entertain the thought of her daughter entering show business. At 17, Sheila shocked her parents by announcing her pregnancy. June faced a difficult decision: forbid Sheila from having a child out of wedlock, which went against their religious beliefs, or push her to have an abortion, also against their faith. Ultimately, June distanced herself from the decision, leaving it to Sheila, but insisting that no one in the family should know if she chose to terminate the pregnancy. This strained their relationship. In 1977, Sheila married Colin Cuffell, the father of her unborn child, despite her parents' objections. They had twins, Nicholas and Daniel. However, Sheila's suspicions of Colin's infidelity led to divorce, worsening her mental health. She spent time in a psychiatric hospital, undergoing electroshock therapy like her mother. Meanwhile, her sons were placed in an orphanage for nearly 2 years. Sheila's mental state deteriorated further, leading to anxiety and paranoid schizophrenia. In contrast, Jeremy, who had caused problems in the past, found happiness on the farm. In 1985, Sheila reunited with Colin, and they brought their sons to visit June and Neville at the farm. They planned to stay for a week before Colin and the boys travelled to Norway. On Tuesday, August 6, 1985, everyone gathered at the beautiful White House farmhouse for what would tragically be the last dinner of the Bamber family. A few days later, the family's funeral took place, and Jeremy attended, deeply affected by the loss. However, during this time, Jeremy's behaviour began to raise suspicions. Relatives of the Bambers reported strange behaviour from Jeremy to the authorities. Despite grieving, Jeremy would sometimes make odd remarks, referring to himself as the boss and displaying an unusual smile, hinting at a sense of satisfaction. These observations prompted authorities to investigate further. The ill-fated evening seemed normal at first, a family dinner with a joyful atmosphere and good food. However, tension arose when Neville and June suggested that Sheila send her children back to the orphanage, implying she couldn't care for them properly. Sheila reacted sharply, expressing her independence in making decisions about her children. At 9:30 p.m., Jeremy left for his house, while Barbara Wilson, the farm secretary, called with a work-related issue. Neville answered, displaying unusual irritability with loud voices and arguing heard in the background, an uncommon occurrence for the Bambers, surprising Barbara. Barbara couldn't figure out the cause of the argument, as Neville quickly ended the call. The next morning, all family members in the house were found shot dead, except for Jeremy, who was left alive. He couldn't hide his tears, and investigators respected his emotions, giving him time to recover before questioning him. Jeremy cooperated fully, sharing all available information, including his sister's life struggles and the dinner conflict on August 6th. Initially, it seemed that Sheila, influenced by her mental state and upset by her parents' remark, committed the desperate act of violence. Investigators believed that Sheila, overwhelmed by the intrusion into her privacy, lost control and turned to gun violence, shooting the family before taking her own life. Evidence, such as the weapon found pointing towards her chin, supported this theory. The detective's actions afterward might seem odd in hindsight. However, doubts arose when Jeremy's girlfriend Julie questioned his innocence. She revealed that on the night of August 7th, Jeremy called her, mentioning farm issues, but abruptly hung up when she pressed for details. Additionally, some peculiar details emerged. She remembered Jeremy complaining about his family several times before the tragedy, expressing exhaustion with his in-laws. But the most shocking part of her testimony was about the Bamber will. Apparently, the Bambers had a will stating that all their property would be divided equally between their children, with Sheila's share to be rewritten in favour of her twins. This upset Jeremy, and he openly shared his dislike for this idea with his friend. According to Julie, Neville's will also stated that Jeremy had to work on the farm to receive his share of the inheritance. But the most alarming revelation was when Jeremy supposedly expressed his desire to kill his family and blame it on Sheila, who was mentally unstable. He even acted out a scene in front of the police, trying to appear as a witness to the tragedy. Julie admitted to telling the police about this not only to help the investigation, but also out of a desire for revenge, as she had learned about Jeremy's affair. In an attempt to divert suspicion from himself, Jeremy falsely implicated a plumber he claimed to have hired. However, this plan failed when the plumber provided a solid alibi, narrowing down the list of suspects to Jeremy himself. Despite being temporarily arrested, Jeremy was released due to a lack of solid evidence against him. Surprisingly, the police allowed him to travel abroad, even though his financial situation had significantly improved after inheriting his parents' wealth. He wasted no time and went on vacation to Saint-Tropez, France, and sold his father's car a few days before departing. Jeremy's cousins urged authorities to reconsider the theory that Sheila was the perpetrator. They even approached the police and media, but their efforts were dismissed by the deputy head of the CID. Undeterred, one of the cousins secretly investigated the scene himself, driven by doubts about Sheila's involvement. He managed to gain access to the house and found a shocking piece of evidence, a silencer for a .22 caliber carbine with traces of blood in a closet. This discovery led him to new conclusions. The length of the weapon, including the silencer, suggested that Sheila couldn't have used it to shoot herself. This indicated that Sheila couldn't have been part of the crime. Since she was shot twice and bleeding, it would have been impossible for her to remove the silencer and hide it in the closet. However, if she fired the gun without the silencer, why were there blood traces on it? This suggested that the silencer was indeed used during the crime. On September 29th, Jeremy returned home and was promptly arrested and charged with the murder of his family. The trial began on October 3, 1986, at Chelmsford Crown Court. Throughout the trial, Jeremy appeared arrogant in the dock. Prosecutors accused him of lying, and phone technicians confirmed that the Bamber Homes phone line was busy that night. Key testimony came from the medical examiner, who noted injuries on Neville's body, indicating he had resisted blows. The examiner suggested that Neville had been beaten with the .22 caliber carbine. Given Sheila's frailty, it seemed unlikely she could have inflicted such serious injuries on her father. It appeared more probable that Jeremy was capable of such violence, especially as Neville's body showed numerous bruises. It's evident that Sheila must have endured some blows during the struggle, yet there were no signs of beatings or bruises on her body. Jeremy's lawyers argued that despite her mental issues, Sheila was physically capable of committing the crime. They pointed to her experience with guns and excellent shooting skills as evidence. Furthermore, Sheila's blood appeared fresher than that of other family members, suggesting she might have killed them before taking her own life, either as a realization of her actions or in response to the approaching police. The prosecution countered these theories by pointing out that the silencer, with Sheila's blood on it, was found in the closet instead of on the carbine. This undermined the defence's arguments. With no solid counterpoints, the defense struggled against the prosecution's case. According to the prosecution, Jeremy's motive was anger over the divided will, driven by financial reasons. On the day of the incident, witnesses saw Sheila behaving normally and the housekeeper didn't notice anything unusual. This testimony weakened the defence's position further. The farm clerk phoned Neville around 9:30 p.m, sensing that she had interrupted an argument. She noted Neville's unusual annoyance before hanging up, an uncharacteristic reaction from him as he was typically calm. Around 10:12 p.m, Jeremy left his in-laws' house and returned home late at night. He used a bicycle borrowed from his mother to avoid detection, taking a route away from the main road. Jeremy entered the house through an open window on the first floor, where he found a preloaded gun. In his parents' bedroom, he shot and killed his sister June. When he aimed at Neville, his father woke up and struggled to defend himself. They fought downstairs, leading to Neville's death in the kitchen. Returning to the bedroom, Jeremy killed Sheila and her children to frame her for the crime. He placed the carbine in Sheila's hands to make it appear as if she was responsible. Afterward, Jeremy returned home, first calling his friend Julie, nearly giving himself away with excitement, then contacting the police, claiming his father had called him. However, this call raised suspicions during the investigation. If Neville was in danger, he likely would have contacted the police directly rather than calling his son. Additionally, despite Jeremy's claims, there was no blood on the phone in the Bamber house, suggesting Neville wasn't injured at the time of the call. This suggested that the telephone receiver in the house had been removed as part of staging the crime scene. Jeremy's behaviour also raised suspicions. Why didn't he rush to the scene after his father supposedly called? Given the circumstances, it was his family involved. Considering all known facts, the jury deliberated on the verdict. The judge highlighted 3 key questions for them to consider: whether to believe Julie Mugford or Jeremy Bamber if they were convinced Sheila didn't commit the crime, and whether the second fatal shot at Sheila was fired with a silencer. After over 9 hours of deliberation, on October 28th, the jury unanimously found Jeremy Bamber guilty by a majority vote of 10-2, meeting the minimum requirement for conviction. He received 5 life sentences without parole. Home Secretary Douglas Hurd ruled in 1988 against releasing him. Despite no direct evidence of Jeremy Bamber's guilt, controversy persists. Some believe in a miscarriage of justice, suggesting Sheila Bamber may be the true culprit. Jeremy insists on his innocence, filing appeals with his lawyer, arguing biased judgment due to his behaviour in court. Jeremy Bamber contends that there's insufficient evidence against him, pointing to unexplained aspects of the case. Tests on Sheila's hands weren't conducted, there were allegations of police misconduct at the scene, and speculation of retaliation by Jeremy's ex-girlfriend remains. In 1991, Jeremy Bamber requested a trial, but in 1996, a police officer destroyed much of the physical evidence, which Jeremy's defense team criticized as a disgrace. In 1997, a DNA test revealed the presence of Sheila and June's blood in the silencer, but the results were complex and inconclusive. In 2012, gun experts from the US and UK argued that the injuries on the bodies didn't match those typically caused by a silencer. In 2015, Jeremy Bamber filed an appeal demanding access to all evidence for his defence, but he was sentenced to an additional 14 years for fraud, as he posed as a lawyer to obtain it. Seeking to prove his innocence, Bamber set up websites discussing the case and offered a significant reward for evidence overturning his conviction. The Bamber family's case continues to garner public attention, raising doubts about the verdict's correctness. What's your opinion on whether Jeremy is guilty?
I killed my boyfriend in self-defense. What did you kill him with? A gun, a loaded gun in the house. Tell me where the gun is right now. The gun is in the house. Okay, are you sure that he is dead? He's dead, ma'am. He's completely dead. Okay, what's your name? My name is Shana Michelle Huber.
Today, we're delving into a tale that revolves around love, but not the usual kind. This isn't your typical love story where everyone is joyous. Instead, it's a narrative that unfolds into a different kind of affection, one that led Shana Hubers down a dark path. Greetings, Fear Files enthusiasts. We're here to unravel and examine the most puzzling, chilling, and mind-twisting cases from around the globe. Before we dive in, our hearts go out to the families affected by the unsettling actions of Shana Hubers. Let's venture into Kentucky, known for its delectable fried chicken that has captivated taste buds globally. While the Colonel has the world hooked on his secret recipe, our focus shifts to Shana Hubers, a young woman whose obsessive tendencies reached extreme levels. She was not one to accept rejection lightly. If a guy turned her down, or if a relationship ended, Shayna took it to heart, and she was determined not to let go. In interviews, a friend of Huber's revealed that she had a flair for the dramatic, especially in matters of the heart. She made it clear that if a relationship didn't work out, Shayna struggled to cope. Rejection wasn't a part of her plan in any aspect of life. However, it's not all gloom and doom. Despite these intense traits, Shayna had her positive side. In her academic journey, she shone as a straight-A student, tackling numerous AP courses. Her dedication earned her accolades for academic excellence and leadership. Shayna, driven by an unyielding competitive spirit, aspired for success in all her endeavours. When faced with competition, instead of letting it derail her, Shayna's ability to focus on her goals propelled her to triumph. So, buckle up as we navigate through the complexities of Shayna Huber's story, where love took a perilous turn and obsession led to unforeseen consequences. Fast forward, Shayna Hubers swiftly graduated with honours from the University of Kentucky in just 3 years. Her ambitious journey didn't stop there. She set her sights on a master's degree in school guidance counselling, showcasing the potential for a radiant future. However, her compulsive tendencies took a darker turn. The pivotal year was 2011 when Hubers received a Facebook message from Ryan Poston, a 28-year-old high achiever. Unlike Hubers, Poston didn't harbour the same level of obsession, yet his accomplishments were noteworthy. Born on December 30th, 1982 in Fort Mitchell, Kentucky, he grew up as the eldest among 4 siblings, the only boy. Poston's educational journey was as diverse as his achievements. From international high school programs in Manila, Philippines, to graduating in Geneva, Switzerland, he eventually pursued political science, history, and geography at Indiana University. Inspired by his father's legal career, he followed suit, attending Northern Kentucky University's Salmon P. Chase College of Law. Close to his family, especially his father, Poston embraced the changes brought about by his parents' separation and his mother's remarriage to Peter Carter. This shift didn't create a father-son rivalry for Ryan. Instead, he welcomed his new stepfather, finding joy in having 2 positive male role models. So much so that he changed his middle name to Carter to symbolise the significance of both men in his life. The twist in the story unfolds on Facebook, where Huber's images caught the attention of Poston through his step-cousin Carissa Carlisle. Little did he know that this seemingly charming and sweet girl would become a tragic chapter in his life, a story ending in unforeseen and literal consequences. Their connection began with a message, leading to a face-to-face meeting on Shayna Huber's 20th birthday, April 8, 2011, in a Lexington, Kentucky pub. According to friends of Ryan Poston, Hubers displayed an immediate obsession. She seemed distant and fixated solely on Ryan, channeling all her energy towards him. Such intense behaviour, as we know, can be unsettling, even overbearing. Ryan, feeling the need for personal space, tried to establish boundaries. However, Hubers, with no concept of personal space, seemed determined to anchor him down. Friends noted her attempts to make him settle down, but he, being a young attorney with a demanding job in Cincinnati, wasn't ready for that commitment. The strains in their relationship escalated due to differing goals. Poston, seeking independence, attempted to end things, but Hubers, fueled by passion and determination, refused to accept defeat. In a revealing text to a friend, Hubers claimed that Ryan stayed with her out of guilt. When he tried to break up, she manipulated him by crying, making him feel terrible, and ultimately taking him back. This on-and-off dynamic persisted for a year and a half, leaving Poston trapped in a cycle of misery. As Hubers grew more possessive, Poston, troubled by the situation, turned to his step-cousin Carissa Carlisle for help. In a text to Carlisle, he expressed the severity of the situation, stating, "This is bordering on restraining order territory." The romance had become a tumultuous journey, raising concerns that went beyond the boundaries of a healthy relationship. The situation took a darker turn as Shayna Hubers allegedly trespassed into Ryan's condo 3 times, refusing to leave each time. Hubers, during this period, claimed that Ryan was emotionally abusive. According to Nikki Carnes, Ryan's neighbour, Hubers, would confide in her about Poston's actions. She mentioned that he allegedly criticised Hubers' weight, suggesting she needed to lose weight and undergo a boob job. On the flip side, Ali Wagner, a friend of Poston for a decade, presented a contrasting view. She never heard him raise his voice and described him as geeky and kind. Wagner asserted that Ryan, raised with good manners, would never stoop to offending a woman, let alone his girlfriend. Poston, an enthusiast of firearms, would occasionally go to the shooting range, with Hubers joining him. However, a text Hubers sent to a friend on October 2, 2012, raised concerns. She expressed a desire to turn around and shoot him. Although intended as a joke, the seriousness of her emotions lingered. Despite Hubers' persistent presence, Ryan started talking to other girls in October 2012, even setting up a date with Audrey Bolt, Miss Ohio, USA 2012. Hubers, unaware of the date, found out about it through social media stalking. This discovery intensified her obsessive behaviour. After Hubers was detained, authorities discovered unsettling details on her phone. She would constantly text Poston, creating scenarios to manipulate him into spending time with her. The messages revealed Ryan's growing frustration with her behaviour, indicating that the relationship had become a source of distress for him. Poston, seeking moments of peace, would occasionally turn off his phone. However, Shayna Hubers found ways to manipulate him emotionally. Once, she concocted a fabricated story about her aunt being on her deathbed in Hawaii. Claiming urgency, she asked Ryan to drive her to the airport. Ryan agreed, only to find out later that the entire narrative was a complete fantasy, with no record of the supposed one-way ticket on October 12, 2012. A day before their planned date, Hubers texted Poston stating that she woke up in the middle of the night with chest troubles and had been hospitalised. She claimed to be on her way to a specialist, but it was all untrue. Instead, she was at home researching high blood pressure and heart disease on the internet, fabricating a story about having left ventricular hypertrophy. The tragic event unfolded at Ryan Poston's condo. An altercation occurred, leading to gunshots. Hubers made a chilling call to 911, claiming she killed her boyfriend in self-defense. The operator probed, asking if Ryan was still alive when she shot him, whose gun it was, and what drove her to such an extreme action. Hubers, insistent on self-defense, recounted a scenario where her boyfriend was attacking her, grabbing and throwing her against a couch. As the details unfolded, it became clear that the situation was more complex than initially presented. Hubers' actions and words painted a distressing picture, and the investigation into this tragic event continued. In her statement to the 911 operator, Shayna Hubers claimed that the gun belonged to Ryan, asserting that he kept loaded weapons in the house and had threatened her with it. She admitted to shooting him 15 minutes before making the call, leaving the operator surprised about the delay in alerting authorities. Police suspected that this delay was to allow Hubers time to craft her version of events before their arrival. During the call, Hubers revealed that she shot Ryan multiple times, explaining that he was struggling and in pain, and she decided to put him out of his misery to finish the job. Adding complexity to the narrative, she mentioned placing the gun on a bookshelf. As the conversation unfolded, Hubers, after providing her and the victims' names and details about their breakup before the shooting, sought assurance from the operator about potential arrest upon the officer's arrival. The operator couldn't predict the outcome but advised her to stay on the line. While waiting for the officers, Hubers continued speaking, claiming that she wasn't a murderer. To bolster her defense, she asserted that Ryan had been violent, kicking her out before she returned to retrieve her things. Strangely, she stated that she was fine when asked if she needed an ambulance, contradicting her earlier claims of violence. Her narrative of calmly trying to break up with Ryan contradicted the circumstances. Ryan had been attempting to end the relationship for some time, and this tragic incident occurred just hours before he was scheduled to go on a date with another woman, adding a layer of confusion to the already perplexing situation. Inconsistencies arose during the investigation, particularly regarding the motive and the sequence of events, raising questions about the true nature of the incident and Shayna Huber's actions that led to the tragic end of Ryan Poston's life. After her arrest, Shayna Hubers was taken to the police station for questioning. The interview began after she was read her Miranda rights, but remarkably, she willingly shared her version of events without prompting from the police. Interestingly, her initial concern wasn't about Ryan Poston. Instead, she expressed fear that no one would want to marry her after learning about her act of killing in self-defense. The conversation continued to revolve around her personal life, contemplating the potential consequences if she got away with murder. Hubers, amid the gravity of the situation, was already contemplating the toll it might take on her future, expressing doubt about ever getting married due to the stress. Hubers then proceeded to explain the events leading to the shooting. She portrayed Ryan as incredibly egotistical, accusing him of insulting her family and physically assaulting her by throwing her on the couch. Interestingly, her narrative about the positioning of Ryan at the time of the shooting seemed inconsistent between her 911 call and subsequent statements. Initially, she claimed he was right in front of her, reaching down to grab a gun, but later she described him as being at a table, suggesting a lack of coherence in her story. Throughout the interviews with different investigators, one consistent claim was that she shot him multiple times to end his pain. The motive appeared unclear, whether she was trying to convince the police or herself of this reasoning. During a questioning session with Lieutenant Fornash, Hubers began making noises as if attempting to cry or wail. However, as soon as Lieutenant Fornash left the room, she abruptly stopped, raising questions about the authenticity of her emotional display. Hubers's behavior and statements painted a complex picture, and her seemingly inconsistent narrative left investigators questioning the true motivations and circumstances surrounding the tragic events that unfolded at Ryan Poston's condo. Alone in the questioning room, Shayna Hubers engaged in erratic behavior, walking about and singing to herself. She maintained a constant stream of conversation, displaying curiosity about prison life, questioning whether people could bring their cell phones and the accessibility of showers. Her demeanor, seemingly detached, raised further questions about her mental state. Despite her pleas of self-defense, Hubers was accused of Ryan Poston's murder and pled not guilty. Contrary to her claims of a violent struggle, authorities found no signs of a struggle inside the condo. Hubers stated that Poston threw her into a bookcase, but a photograph of the bookshelf contradicted her account, showing everything in place with books upright and a pipe stable on a wooden stand. Hubers' narrative faced additional scrutiny when she alleged that Poston had locked himself in his bedroom during the incident, a contradiction to her claim of him attacking her. Phone records revealed her search for unlocking a door with a bobby pin, and evidence suggested that she successfully gained access to Poston's bedroom. Analysis of the weapon's evidence also contradicted Hubers' version. It indicated that she approached Poston when she shot him, a move inconsistent with someone acting in self-defense who typically would move away from an assailant. As the investigation progressed, Hubers' changing accounts of the incident became more evident. Initially claiming Poston collapsed face down on a table, twitching, she later suggested he was charging at her. This inconsistency, coupled with the evidence, cast doubt on the credibility of her self-defense argument. Hubers' attempt to portray Poston as an aggressor included allegations of inappropriate behavior on their first date. She claimed he touched her thigh and engaged in rough intercourse. However, texts revealed a different story. On October 3, 2012, she texted Poston about beautiful corsets and suggested bedroom role play, to which he expressed disinterest. The downstairs neighbour's testimony, stating they heard the gunshot, added weight to the evidence against Hubers, challenging her self-defense narrative. The investigation into Ryan Poston's tragic death revealed a complex web of inconsistencies, raising questions about the true nature of the events that unfolded in his condo. The neighbours, arriving home around 8:30 p.m., reported hearing a woman weeping on Ryan Poston's porch. About 15 minutes later, they initially mistook 2 shots for firecrackers, but upon hearing 4 more in quick succession, they realised they were gunshots. Despite this, they claimed not to have heard any physical confrontations or fights, and they would have been able to hear such a disturbance if it had occurred. During the trial, Shayna Hubers did not testify in her defence. While expressing regret for her actions, she offered apologies to her family and friends, but notably omitted an apology to Ryan Poston's family. Found guilty of Ryan Poston's murder on April 23, 2015, after 5 hours of jury deliberation, Hubers received a 40-year prison sentence with the possibility of release after 20 years. In an attempt to mitigate her sentence, Hubers' defence sought to portray her as a victim of domestic violence. However, the judge rejected this argument, emphasising that recognition as a victim of domestic violence typically requires marriage to or full-time cohabitation with the victim. Hubers falsely claimed she lived with Poston, but evidence contradicted this. Hubers' initial conviction was overturned in August 2016 due to a juror's undisclosed criminal history. Her second trial began in August 2018, and during this time, she had met someone in county jail and planned to get married. Notably, she called the media immediately after submitting their marriage request to the jail. In an interview with WCPO's Craig McKee, Shayna Hubers discussed her newfound love and her feelings about the upcoming trial. While imprisoned at the county jail, she met a transsexual inmate, Richard McBee, who identified as a woman named Unique Taylor. Both incarcerated on robbery charges, they decided to get married and submitted a marriage request to the detention centre. Despite facing resistance, they married on June 7th, 2 months into Hubers' second trial. During her second trial, Hubers took the stand and testified in her defence. However, her story shifted once again. She now claimed that Ryan Poston was on top of her, holding her by the hair and yanking her head around. When confronted about her previous statement regarding Poston being at the table, Hubers pretended to be unaware, denying ever making such a statement. Ultimately, Shayna Hubers was found guilty at her second trial and sentenced to life in prison with the chance of parole after 20 years. 7 months after their marriage, she filed for divorce from Unique Taylor, citing irretrievable breakdown. Shayna Hubers is currently incarcerated in the Kentucky Correctional Institute for Women, serving time for the brutal murder she committed. This case illustrates the extremes to which love can drive a person, showcasing both its positive and destructive aspects. It serves as a reminder to carefully balance emotions to avoid potentially brutal consequences. Today, we're diving into another tragic case that started with love and ended in hate. On the night of December 1st, 2010, Staff Sergeant Nathan Pyatt was running late for duty at Nellis Air Force Base in Nevada. His alarm clock, which never failed before, didn't go off that night. Nathan woke up around 11 p.m. and quickly got ready. After saying goodbye to his wife, Michelle, he headed to the garage to put on his uniform and start the car. Suddenly, gunshots echoed through the house. Hearing the noise, Michelle and their kids rushed to the door. There, they found Nathan bleeding and barely able to stand. Before Michelle could reach him, he collapsed. At 11:30 p.m., Michelle made a frantic 911 call, screaming, "My husband has been shot. He's bleeding. Help him." The dispatcher guided her through first aid, and Michelle tried to give him CPR, but it didn't help. Rescuers arrived and rushed Nathan to the hospital, but the doctors couldn't save him. The fatal neck wound ended the life of 28-year-old Nathan Pyatt. After learning of her husband's death, Michelle's life was forever changed. Nathan was a devoted husband, a brave serviceman, and his murder at the doorstep of his home in Las Vegas shocked many. Friends, family, and the public were left asking questions: who would commit such a terrible crime? What drove the killer? We'll explore these questions together. Nathan Joseph Villagomez Pyatt was born on February 12, 1982, in Tamuning, Guam. While Guam is a U.S. territory, it operates its own internal affairs. The island, known for its beauty and rich history, is a popular tourist destination. Nathan grew up in a large, loving family with 3 brothers, Matthew, Anthony, and Eric, and one sister, Carmela. The siblings were close, always helping their parents. Nathan was a kind and well-behaved child, excelling at school and making friends easily. His brother Eric remembered how Nathan was always the life of the party, and people loved being around him. Growing up near the ocean, Nathan developed a love for swimming and later took up surfing. He spent most of his free time enjoying the beach, the sun, and life. Nathan met his future wife, Michelle, while studying at South High School, located in the nearby town of Santa Rita. Michelle was immediately drawn to Nathan when she first saw him. The two quickly became close and spent more time together each day. Their friendship blossomed into love, and they were inseparable. They helped each other with schoolwork, household chores, and supported one another through tough times. When Michelle was 16, tragedy struck. Her mother passed away. Michelle had to help her older sister, Melissa, take on the responsibilities of the household. Nathan stood by her side, helping care for the younger children. After graduating in 2000, Nathan proposed to Michelle, and she happily accepted. Although their families couldn't afford a big wedding, the couple, with their parents' blessings, decided to live together. Nathan found work as a hotel receptionist, and they earned enough to get by. However, like most young couples, they dreamed of more owning their home and gaining independence. Soon, their son Dion was born, but with a growing family, their income wasn't enough to cover all the expenses. This motivated Nathan to pursue a career in the Air Force. After completing his training, Nathan was stationed at Elmendorf Air Base in Anchorage, Alaska. Michelle stayed behind with their baby, but the job provided financial stability. Over time, their dreams came true. They built a house, and their second child, a daughter named Niara, was born. Nathan excelled in the military, working hard to give his family what they had previously lacked. 6 years after their engagement, Nathan and Michelle finally had the big wedding they had always wanted, which made Nathan's mother incredibly proud. In 2006, Nathan was transferred to Davis-Monthan Air Force Base in Arizona, where he was promoted to weapons loading team leader for the A-10 Thunderbolt aircraft. He also received training in logistics and material management. Nathan loved his job and was dedicated to his work, earning the admiration of his colleagues. In 2007, Nathan and his family moved to Nellis Air Force Base near Las Vegas, Nevada. He was assigned as an assistant junior officer responsible for combat aircraft maintenance supplies. As his career progressed, so did his family. Nathan and Michelle welcomed 2 more sons, Dron and David. Michelle quickly fell in love with Las Vegas, and Nathan wanted to make her happy. He found a spacious, bright house perfect for their large family, just 30 to 40 minutes from the base. Nathan used his savings for the down payment, and they moved in. However, as time passed, their expenses grew, and they started spending more than Nathan earned. The joy of owning a new home began to fade as financial pressures mounted. It's well known that financial troubles can strain a marriage, and Nathan and Michelle were no exception. Determined to improve their situation, Nathan volunteered for a 6-month deployment to Iraq in mid-2009. His time away helped the family's financial situation improve, something Nathan was relieved to see when he returned home for a brief break. Sergeant Nathan decided to return to Iraq, putting his life on the line once again. While he was away, Michelle struggled with anxiety. The thought of being alone with 4 children overwhelmed her, and she couldn't imagine life without the comfort they were used to. To distract herself, she took a job at a corporate credit card telemarketing firm. This job introduced her to new people and helped her add some variety to her routine. She also wanted financial security for herself and even considered starting her own business, so she began attending a school for aesthetics. Everything seemed normal while Nathan was home, but when he left, Michelle felt lonely. The demands of raising kids, frequent moves, and Nathan's long deployments had cooled their relationship. Longing for affection, Michelle began an affair with a co-worker named Michael Rudy Rodriguez. Rudy, 31 years old and known for being a charmer and womanizer, had a dark side. He'd spent time in prison for forgery and attempted theft in 2007. Despite his past, Michelle couldn't resist his charm. By the end of 2009, Nathan returned home, and it seemed like the time apart had brought the family closer. But appearances were deceiving. While Nathan was happy with the changes he saw in Michelle, her appearance and personality seemed transformed. He had no idea she was leading a double life. She didn't want to lose her husband, but also didn't want to give up her affair. So, she tried extra hard to please Nathan. Nathan, being faithful and trusting, didn't suspect anything. he didn't realize that Michelle's transformation might be linked to her betrayal. He was focused on making things better for his family, staying close to them, and helping raise the kids, who had been without a father figure for too long. He even found a good job in Las Vegas, working night shifts to earn double pay and taking up private coaching for children, developing a simplified baseball program. Unfortunately, Michelle's act didn't last long. As their finances started to dip again, her efforts to maintain the pretense of a happy marriage began to fade. Michelle's attitude towards Nathan shifted drastically, and their relationship worsened. By Thanksgiving in 2010, the tension between the couple became obvious to others. Nathan's brother Eric and his wife Veronica visited, and for the first time they noticed how strained things were. Michelle and Nathan seemed like entirely different people, with no trace of their former love. Their problems extended beyond personal issues. Their financial struggles were clear too, with their pantry and refrigerator nearly empty. Just a week later, on December 1st, 2010, a strange exchange took place between Michelle and her lover, Michael Rodriguez. At 11:12 p.m., Michael texted Michelle, saying, "Hope you are feeling better. Van Dyck's contract for tomorrow is almost finalized." 2 minutes later, he sent another message, "If you're not feeling well, let me know. I'll give you a couple days to rest. Remember, I appreciate your help." At 11:19 p.m., Michelle responded, "My husband just woke me up. He's trying to leave the house, but I think he'll be late today, LOL. Sorry the contract is giving you so much trouble." Months before the tragedy, Michelle no longer wanted to be with Nathan, but she didn't plan on leaving him either. She knew that a divorce would only bring headaches and financial problems. Michelle doubted Nathan would forgive or support her if they split, and the alimony wouldn't be enough to sustain her lifestyle. On top of that, she was well aware of Nathan's military life insurance policy, which would pay her around $650,000 if he died. These dark thoughts began to consume Michelle's mind. One day, she confided these thoughts to Michael, who surprisingly found the idea intriguing. What started as a disturbing notion in Michelle's head soon evolved into a full-blown plot. Realizing they couldn't pull it off alone, Michael brought in his friend Corey Alexis Hawkins, a 33-year-old career criminal with 9 prior convictions, mostly for theft and fraud. Corey agreed to help but demanded a reward of $20,000. After some consideration, Michelle and Michael agreed to his terms. Soon, a couple of additional people were roped into their scheme, and the plot to kill Nathan took shape. The plot involved more accomplices: 23-year-old Jessica Austin, Corey's girlfriend, and her friend Shannon. Shannon, who wasn't particularly bright and worked in adult films, was promised 5% of Corey and Jessica's cut for her help. The idea of easy money convinced her to join. The original plan was to shoot Nathan in his Chevrolet Tahoe, then abandon the vehicle with his body inside at a nearby apartment complex. Jessica's role was to purchase gloves, a car cover, and air freshener for the crime, while Shannon was to provide an alibi for Michael, claiming he had been with her the day of the murder. On December 1st, 2010, Michelle reported feeling unwell, deviating from her usual schedule by coming home around 5:30 p.m., much earlier than usual. She typically finished her beauty school classes later in the evening. Michelle arrived just 5 minutes before Nathan was set to leave for work. That evening, she woke Nathan, who had been napping on the sofa, and suggested they go upstairs to rest together. Nathan agreed, and it became the last night they would spend together. When Nathan got up to leave for work, Michelle was secretly texting Michael, using coded language to avoid suspicion. Meanwhile, Michael, Corey, and the rest of the group waited in a black Cadillac SRX parked outside the house, ready to execute their plan. The criminals wore latex gloves to avoid leaving evidence. Michael, aware of Nathan's military background, knew he had to act quickly and catch him off guard. As Nathan was about to leave the garage, Michael snuck up behind him and fired 5 shots into his back. After the shooting, Michael fled the scene in the Cadillac, and the group went to a pre-arranged location where they burned their clothes in a fireplace and destroyed other evidence. Michael then went with Shannon to a hotel, attempting to establish an alibi. Meanwhile, Jessica stayed behind to clean the apartment thoroughly, making sure to cover their tracks. When emergency services and police arrived at the crime scene, they were shocked. The neighborhood where the Payette family lived was known for being a safe and model community, making the brutal murder even more surprising and disturbing. Detective Todd Williams first examined the crime scene. The garage door was unlocked, and there was a strong metallic smell of blood. Blood was smeared on the walls, the car, and on the floor. Next to Nathan's uniform lay his keys and wallet, untouched, which ruled out a robbery. After inspecting the area, Detective Laurie Anderson interviewed Nathan's wife, Michelle. Oddly, Michelle mentioned that the family was struggling financially, which made the police consider other possibilities. Perhaps Nathan had debts, a gambling addiction, or even an affair. However, this theory didn't hold as the evidence pointed toward a planned attack. The police checked Nathan's phone, finding only pictures of his family, reinforcing their belief that Nathan was a good man. The investigation continued, and detectives began questioning the neighbors, knowing that someone usually sees or hears something. This turned out to be true in Nathan's case. Some neighbors reported seeing a car parked near the Payette house, driven by a man wearing a brown sweatshirt. Right after the shots were fired, the car sped away, finally giving the detectives a lead. Nathan's family was devastated by the news of his death and flew in from Guam, desperate for answers. His mother, Carmelita Payette, cried the entire journey, unable to grasp that her son was gone. Upon arriving at the house, Michelle rushed into her mother-in-law's arms and then fainted. However, Nathan's mother sensed that something about Michelle's reaction felt off, as if there was something unnatural behind her behavior. Michelle's fainting spell felt staged, raising further suspicion. Investigators decided to question her again, asking about the car seen by witnesses. Surprisingly, Michelle mentioned that her colleague Michael Rodriguez drove a similar car. Why she revealed this information remains unclear, but it became a crucial piece in the investigation. Police speculated that Michelle either blurted the truth or that the criminal's plan had significant flaws. The detectives looked into Michael Rodriguez's background, and his criminal record further fueled their suspicions. When brought in for questioning, Michael remained calm and composed. He explained that on the night of Nathan's murder, he had gone shopping around 9 p.m. and later met a woman named Shannon. According to him, they had a long conversation and eventually went to a hotel together around 11 p.m. Shannon confirmed this story, but something felt off to the investigators. Detectives then examined Michelle's phone. Specialists managed to recover messages exchanged between Michelle and Michael over the past year. On the day of Nathan's murder, their texts discussed a contract with someone named Van Dyke. The conversation appeared cryptic, more like code than a legitimate business talk, leading investigators to believe this was part of their plot. Despite growing suspicions, there wasn't enough concrete evidence to hold Michael, so the police released him while they continued their investigation. However, after further reviewing Michelle's phone, detectives called her in again for questioning. This time, Michelle appeared nervous and seemed to be hiding something. Realizing that the police were onto her, she confessed to having an affair with Michael. Not long after, she revealed that a few months before Nathan's death, she and her lover had planned to murder him. Michelle confessed that the murder plot was devised to collect insurance payouts, but she tried to justify herself by claiming she had a change of heart and attempted to interfere with the plan. She claimed to have turned off her husband's alarm clock, hoping this would prevent Michael from carrying out the murder. However, investigators didn't buy her remorse, especially when they discovered that she had sent Michael a cheerful smiley face upon learning of Nathan's death. Soon after, Shannon arrived at the police station to confess. Though her story was somewhat exaggerated, she claimed that Michael had coerced her into providing an alibi. She stated that she believed she was helping friends who wanted to teach a big drug dealer a lesson, and that her only role was to cover up the involvement of one of the attackers. Shannon also insisted that once she realized she had been used, she came forward out of fear for her safety. Her claims were corroborated by CCTV footage from the hotel, which showed that Michael and Shannon arrived at 11:40 p.m., contradicting Michael's previous statement. Shannon's testimony led detectives to Corey and Jessica. Corey, a repeat offender, denied involvement, knowing a guilty plea could have severe consequences for him. However, Jessica eventually admitted her role in the murder plot. On December 7, 2010, Nathan's family and friends gathered at the Nellis-based chapel to honor his memory. Michelle chose to skip the ceremony, which raised more suspicions. Those who attended remembered Nathan for his resilience and dedication as a soldier. His squadron commander praised Nathan's bravery and contributions to his country, while his brother Eric reflected on Nathan's devotion to his family and his country. He was remembered as a modest and dependable man who lived for his loved ones and served with honor. Michelle Pett's trial took place in a Las Vegas court a month after Michael Rodriguez's sentencing. Throughout the trial, Michelle maintained her claim that she had changed her mind about killing her husband and even tried to stop the plan. However, this defense did little to sway the court. When the judge gave Michelle the opportunity to speak in her defense, she attempted to justify her actions, expressing remorse for what had transpired. She insisted that her initial intention was not to go through with the murder, and she claimed that her conscience had gotten the better of her at the last minute. However, the court found her testimony unconvincing, as the evidence, including her text messages and the fact that she sent a smiley face to Michael after Nathan's death, contradicted her claims. The defense team's efforts to delay the trial and exclude crucial evidence had already been rejected, and the court proceeded to sentence Michelle for her involvement in the conspiracy and murder. Despite her final words, she, like Michael, was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Her plea for leniency was dismissed, as the court found her direct role in plotting and enabling the murder of her husband, Nathan Pett, to be unforgivable. The other accomplices, Corey Hawkins and Jessica Austin, also faced their respective trials and were sentenced for their roles in the crime. With the completion of the trials, justice was served for Nathan, whose family and friends continued to mourn his loss and remember him as a loving father, devoted husband, and loyal soldier. The case of Michelle Pett came to a tragic and emotional close in March 2016 when she was given her final sentencing. During the hearing, Michelle again pleaded for forgiveness, citing her unstable emotional state as the reason for committing the crime. She tearfully addressed Nathan's family, asking for their forgiveness. Despite the horrific nature of the crime, Nathan's mother, Carmelita Payette, a deeply religious woman, chose to forgive Michelle. Carmelita explained that Michelle's most significant punishment was that her own children no longer wanted to see her, fearing she might harm them as she had harmed their father. Eric Payette, Nathan's brother, reiterated the family's forgiveness, adding that they would move forward without Michelle and the children would grow up knowing their mother had committed such a heinous act. His wife, Veronica, however, expressed her deep hatred toward Michelle for betraying the family and dishonoring the name they shared. Michelle's actions, driven by greed and the love of another man, had not only destroyed her own life but also devastated the family she had built with Nathan. As a dedicated military man, Nathan had spent his life giving selflessly to his family, but in the end, his own wife conspired against him. The psychological trauma left on their children would be long-lasting, making it difficult for them to move forward and form their own strong families. In a small but crucial victory, all four criminals involved in Nathan's murder, Michelle Pett, Michael Rodriguez, Corey Hawkins, and Jessica Austin, received life sentences, ensuring that justice was served. When someone talks about a birthday party, you usually imagine a happy time with laughter, drinks, and of course cake. It's a joyful occasion, but sometimes things take a dark turn. In today's episode, we explore a tragic incident involving Tatiana Spitzner. Our journey takes us to Brazil, a country known for its fantastic football, or soccer as most of us call it, lively carnivals, delicious food, and overall positive vibes. However, like any place, Brazil has its dark side. While murder rates have been decreasing in Brazil, a new issue has arisen: femicide. This term refers to the killing of a woman due to domestic violence, and sadly, it's on the rise. A 2019 report from the Brazilian Public Security Forum highlighted this disturbing trend. Yet, this problem isn't unique to Brazil. According to the World Health Organization, 1 in 3 women worldwide has experienced violence from their partner. Most women manage to overcome such abuse, but Tatiana Spitzner wasn't as fortunate. Tatiana, a 29-year-old successful lawyer, lived in Guarapuava, a city with a population of 182,644 in the mid-south of the Parana state in Brazil. Despite its status as the largest municipality in the state by area, it couldn't shield Tatiana from a horrifying fate. It was supposed to be a fun night out for Tatiana and her friends, but as we'll discover, appearances can be deceiving. So, sit back, relax, and keep your ears open as we delve into the tragic case of Tatiana Spitzner. Tatiana Spitzner and her spouse, Louis-Philippe Manvilla, had celebrated over 5 years of marriage. Louis, at 32, was a university biology lecturer and a staunch advocate for a healthy lifestyle, actively engaging in various physical activities that held significant importance for him. Their love story began in early 2013, when Louis-Philippe, captivated by Tatiana, fell head over heels in love. He mustered the courage to ask her out in August of the same year. Over time, their connection deepened, and by November 15th, according to Louis-Philippe's account, he proposed, and the couple swiftly moved from engagement to marriage. The engagement, brief but sweet, lasted a little over 2 weeks. On December 3rd, 2013, the couple exchanged vows and rings in Guarapuava, marking what should have been the happiest day of their lives. Louis-Philippe made solemn promises to care for and provide for Tatiana throughout their lives. However, as life would have it, vows are sometimes tragically broken. Fast forward to Louis-Philippe's birthday, a day meant for joy and positivity. Instead, tragedy struck. On what was supposed to be filled with laughter, the couple found themselves in the midst of a heated argument. The roots of the argument between Tatiana and Louis-Philippe were planted when Tatiana arrived home a few minutes late. Louis, dressed up and eagerly awaiting their meeting with friends at a local restaurant, was visibly upset. Tatiana had been at a nail appointment, wanting to look her best for her husband, but the appointment took longer than expected. The usually cultured and educated public image of Louis-Philippe crumbled in the face of this disagreement. His volatile character emerged as soon as Tatiana entered the door, and he started berating her for being late, insisting they should have already been at the restaurant. Publicly, Louis-Philippe was seen as a refined individual, but he appeared somewhat distant compared to Tatiana, who had a wide circle of friends and a large family. The university professor, in contrast, was an enigma in Guarapuava, with little known about his past life. All that was known was that he had a brother and a sister. His father had passed away a couple of years before 2018, and his mother was battling cancer. Marcelo Virtuoso, a 35-year-old businessman and owner of the Uplay fitness gym in Guarapuava, shed some light on Louis-Philippe's activities. According to Virtuoso, Louis-Philippe would visit the gym, greet people, train, and then leave without engaging in conversations. Virtuoso noted, he wouldn't talk to anyone. Louis-Philippe's passion for physical growth was evident, with Virtuoso stating, "From the beginning of the year until now, he's gotten really big." To add another layer to the unfolding story, the police discovered a substantial stash of anabolic steroids in the couple's apartment, raising further questions about the dynamics of their relationship. Many people speculate that Louis-Philippe's outbursts of aggression and short temper might have been a side effect of the illegal supplements he was taking. Psychiatrist Adriano Segal from the endocrinology clinic at Hospital das Clínicas explained that the use of steroids can lead to psychiatric disorders, irritability, and also to transient testicular atrophy by increasing testosterone levels. This may have made it difficult for him to control his anger. However, this is in no way an excuse for the tragic events that unfolded. The couple eventually arrived at the restaurant where Tatiana's friends were eagerly waiting to celebrate Louis-Philippe's birthday. Initially, the atmosphere seemed amicable as everyone wished him well. According to the perpetrator's statement, they both drank that night and got a bit tipsy. However, other reports suggest that another fight erupted when Tatiana allegedly found evidence of her husband interacting with another woman on Instagram. In his defense, Louis-Philippe claimed that he had posted a story on his Instagram account about his birthday, receiving messages from online friends, including some from different women. Despite accusing his wife of jealousy, every story has two sides. Turning the spotlight to Tatiana, one of her close friends, Juliana Santos, aged 35, publicly revealed that Louis-Philippe was the jealous one, even resorting to physical violence. Juliana stated, "Tati was very reserved with personal matters, but with me, she opened up. The first time she complained about Louis Philippe, she said that his jealousy bothered her. This information came to light after the tragedy occurred. At the time when Louis Philippe's jealousy intensified, Tatiana was living with him in Germany, where he was pursuing a graduate course. The reason behind his increasing possessiveness was unclear, but one thing was evident. Their relationship began to unravel due to the physical distance between Tatiana and Louis Philippe. Tatiana and her friends didn't communicate much during this period, leading to a noticeable drift. However, upon the couple's return to Guarapuava, they reconnected. Tati called me in November to congratulate me on my birthday, and she already wanted to meet me for coffee. At that point, the complaints became more incisive. She even talked about divorce because she was so scared, but the bureaucracy that comes with it made Tatiana dismiss the idea, revealed a friend to the police. On March 8th, International Women's Day, Tatiana and her friend Ju met at the gym and planned another coffee outing. Things were taking a serious turn. Julianne shared, "She opened up. She said that Luis Felipe was treating her very badly, demeaning her in front of others, doing everything to contradict her, and even said that he got to the point of hating her." Everyone interviewed in Guarapuava, even those not particularly close to Tatiana, described her as a person without any evil inside of her, someone who trusted others and saw the good in everything. She was known for her cheerful demeanor, love for parties, trips and friends. Those closest to her were certain that what happened wasn't a case of suicide. Now, what exactly transpired between Tatiana and Louis Philippe? To unravel the mystery, let's delve deeper into the case. Following the party that turned into an argument, the couple headed towards the Golden Gate building in downtown Guarapuava, where they shared an apartment. Security cameras in the city centre captured a detailed account of the incident. It all began with a vehicle pulling up outside the Golden Gate building. Numerous images captured the brutality of Louis Philippe, the university professor, as he repeatedly slapped his wife across the face, even before they could exit the vehicle. Despite Tatiana's desperate attempts to fight back, the sheer strength of her husband, fueled by his aggression, proved overpowering for the 29-year-old lawyer. But the horror didn't end there. Louis Philippe continued his torment even after they got out of the car. The sickening display of violence persisted in the underground parking lot of their building. Relentlessly, the brute battered Tatiana without remorse, thwarting her every effort to defend herself. Attempting to escape through the parking lot, Tatiana ran, but her husband chased her down, relentlessly hitting her again and again. Despite her desperate efforts, Tatiana managed to reach the elevator, CCTV images capturing her running for her life. Yet, her husband pursued her, and she frantically pushed the button, hoping the doors would close and provide. Her husband laid hands on her, pulling the young lawyer back inside, denying her any chance of escape. The shocking images vividly depict Tatiana's desperate attempts to keep herself out of harm's way. Despite her struggle, the strength of the steroid-using Louis Philippe proved insurmountable. He swung her across the metal walls, hitting her head and causing her to fall to the floor. Those were the last moments captured when Tatiana was still breathing. After the horrifying episode in the elevator, the couple reached their apartment, and the exact details of what transpired inside remain unclear. However, the outcome was undeniably tragic, with approximately 15 minutes passing since they left the elevator. The brutality behind closed doors during this time can only be imagined. Additional CCTV footage from cameras outside the building, right in front of the entrance, reveals a body dropping onto the pavement on the sidewalk. The images are so brutal that they have been appropriately blurred. Yet, the most shocking part was yet to unfold. Fearing the consequences of his actions and unsure of what to do next, Louis Philippe leaves his apartment. He descends, exits the building, and then retrieves the lifeless body from the sidewalk, carrying it back inside, hoping no one witnessed the gruesome scene. Next, the murderer is seen taking Tatiana's body into the elevator, placing her on the floor, and then raising his hands in a gesture that seems to express remorse and shock. However, these actions were undoubtedly performed for the cameras. As he arrives at his floor, Louis-Philippe removes the body from the elevator before returning with a rag to wipe what appears to be blood from the walls and the floor. These scenes become even more shocking when considering the ease with which he cleans his tracks. After these horrifying actions, the aggressor attempts to escape by returning downstairs to retrieve his car. Louis-Philippe drove away from the scene of the gruesome incident, but his escape was short-lived. Several residents promptly called the police to report seeing a man picking up a victim's body from the pavement. One witness even recounted hearing the husband shouting, "My love, wake up!" The murderer covered a considerable distance, driving approximately 185 miles or 300 kilometers from his apartment complex. However, he was swiftly located because he had crashed his car on the motorway. When questioned about why he fled, Louis-Philippe claimed that he was too disturbed by the images of his wife jumping off the balcony. However, the available evidence contradicted this narrative. According to the report, there was no evidence of any chemical reaction occurring in Tatiana's body before her fall. No traces of adrenaline or cortisol were found, which would typically indicate fear or awareness of plummeting to the ground. Experts concluded that the young woman was already dead when she hit the pavement. Additionally, Tatiana had a high alcohol content in her blood, a reasonable outcome given that they had just come home from a birthday celebration. The lawyer also suffered multiple fractures consistent with a 40-foot fall onto concrete pavement. Upon closer examination, investigators discovered the imprint of a pair of hands on her throat, and her hyoid bone at the front of her neck was fractured. These injuries are commonly associated with strangulation, supporting the theory that Tatiana was already dead before falling on the pavement. Criminal prosecutor Diana Rampasso delivered a chilling statement stating, "Our investigation proves that the victim was killed inside the apartment by asphyxiation and her body was thrown over the balcony. We believe the accused then took the elevator to the ground floor and collected Tatiana's body, taking it back up to the apartment in the elevator." This harrowing account of the events leading to the lawyer's murder paints a vivid picture of the spousal violence she endured. Close friends of Tatiana alleged that she disclosed her fear of her husband, accusing him of mistreatment and expressing a desire for a divorce. These claims were evident in a series of messages sent months before her death. In contrast, the husband's defense counsel maintained that the pair had a happy relationship, a claim starkly contradicted by the evidence. Far from a happy relationship, other sources among Tatiana's friends revealed, "Tati complained to me one day that she and Louis-Philippe." WhatsApp conversations between the two friends provided a clear picture of the relationship Tatiana was in. One friend shared, "We started talking a lot. She told me everything. She said that Louis-Philippe didn't look for her in bed. She tried to get closer, but he pushed her away and said he was disgusted by her. This doesn't seem like a healthy relationship to us by any means." As the investigation progressed, further facts about Tatiana's mistreatment came to light. Witnesses reported that the victim's husband used humiliating nicknames for her, such as albino dung, referencing her skin color. Additionally, he would reportedly destroy Tatiana's clothing if he didn't like it, adding another layer of cruelty to the mistreatment she endured. Tatiana Spitzner, Louis-Philippe Manvilla, practiced various forms of violence against her. He exerted control over her choices, requiring his approval for her to wear anything new. Louis-Philippe refused to assist with any housework or even carry groceries. When Tatiana suggested hiring someone to clean the house regularly, he rejected the idea, insisting that she be responsible for it. Additionally, Tatiana was deprived of using her own hard-earned money as a lawyer. Any purchase, especially clothing, had to be approved by Louis-Philippe. If she bought something without his knowledge, he would promptly tear it and discard it. Following the events in July 2018, Louis-Philippe Manvilla was sentenced to 30 years in prison for the murder of Tatiana Spitzner, a crime many would classify as femicide. In addition to the initial sentence, he was convicted of procedural fraud, adding 1 year, 9 months, and 18 days to his sentence. He has been incarcerated in the industrial penitentiary of Guarapuava since then. The trial, lasting 7 days, resulted in a conviction by a jury composed entirely of men. During the proceedings, Louis Philippe apologized to the victim's family for the assaults, but continued to deny the murder. He asserted that his wife jumped from the balcony, committing suicide, despite all evidence pointing in the opposite direction. The defense attorney, Claudio Dalladone, argued that Louis Philippe's actions were a result of steroid use, emphasizing the potential impact on his mental state. Nonetheless, the overwhelming evidence and the jury's decision stood against him. Louis Philippe Manvilla expressed dissatisfaction with the jury's decision, claiming it was clearly contrary to the evidence of the case. He announced the intention to appeal and seek the annulment of the jury, but this did not come to fruition. Gustavo Scandolari, the lawyer representing Tatiana Spitzner's family, considered the verdict a milestone in the fight against femicide. He emphasized, "The sentence of conviction is a satisfaction to the family. It is a clear message from the Guarapuavan society and all Brazilian citizens against gender violence and all forms of domestic violence." Scandolari pointed out that the jurors understood the case's evidence and the judiciary had delivered a proportional and fair penalty. He anticipated that this judgment would serve as motivation for more actions, encouraging people to report cases of violence against women. Following the trial and Tatiana's tragic death, her sister, Luana Spitzner, created an Instagram page called Todos por Tatiana, meaning Everyone for Tatiana. The page aimed to raise awareness about femicide, a growing phenomenon in Brazil and worldwide. Luana's page garnered over 60,000 followers dedicated to ending violence against women. In honor of Tatiana, it's crucial to shed light on the severity of the situation. Here are some facts and advice to address and combat femicide, a cause worth spreading awareness for. Most violence against women is perpetrated by current or former husbands or intimate partners. Shockingly, over 640 million women aged 15 and older have experienced intimate partner violence. Among women aged 15 and older who have been in a relationship, almost 1 in 4 adolescent girls aged 15 to 19, accounting for 24%, have faced physical and/or sexual violence from an intimate partner or husband. Additionally, 16% of young women aged 15 to 24 have experienced violence in the past 12 months. In 2018, an estimated 1 in 7 women had encountered physical and/or sexual violence from an intimate partner or husband in the last 12 months, with 13% of these women aged 15 to 49. These figures do not even account for the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, which has heightened risk factors for violence against women. Tragically, 130 women are killed by a member of their family every day. In 2017, an estimated 87,000 women were intentionally killed globally, with over half, 50,000 of them, being killed by intimate partners or family members. Furthermore, more than a third, 30,000, of these intentionally killed women were victims of current or former intimate partners. Tatiana confided in her friends about the mistreatment she endured from her husband, but her cries for help went unanswered. Despite the care and concern of those around her, Tatiana's plea for intervention was ignored. If her friends had taken a stand against Louis Philippe and sought help from the appropriate authorities, perhaps Tatiana would still be alive today. It's crucial to recognize that Tatiana did everything in her power to escape the violence, yet it wasn't enough. She needed support, just like many other women around the world facing similar situations. Don't hesitate to ask questions and speak up. Tatiana's story serves as a reminder that raising awareness and supporting those in need is essential. If you or someone you know has been through a similar situation, don't hesitate to share your experience. Let's spread awareness and create a supportive community. In this challenging world, it's vital to spread positive messages and help those in need. As the video concludes, the message encourages viewers to comment, share experiences, and express interest in other cases. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel. Also, click that notification bell so you can get updated each time we post another case.